The lunch. Davis talked about the spinach. I enjoyed the spinach. I also enjoyed the viazi karai. So let's promote tourism. Let's showcase what Mombasa County has to offer through our various handles. We can post the scenery and everything is also a way of marketing this county. That's it from me. Hand it back to Davis. Yeah.
There was pending business for KFCB to respond to. One of my participants was not happy. And as a good shepherd, when one of your participants is not happy, you are not happy. Talking matters recap. How many of us are Arsenal fans? I'm just asking. No, lift your hand up like you know, like you're champions. Hmm? Not like this. There are days when we used to hide under the table, right? We used to hide under the table. Where is Prof? And Prof used to tell me, you don't need prayers to win a game. You remember in Murima when we were developing the KNBS strategy for development of statistics. You need a strategy, right? Not prayers to win. But the other teams, we shall discuss your issues later, because I do not want to start divisive politics, as they are called. So thank you so much for that recap. Anybody else with a burning matter, issue, something that stood out for you?
Do I need to start? Good morning, everyone. I hope you are all well today. My name is Irene Ngolo. I represent Cheshire Disability Services Kenya. What stood out for me yesterday was especially when the representative from gender, is it gender? The representative State Department from GEC was talking. And I think one thing that really stood out for me is financing and inclusive budgeting. And especially when we want to really accelerate and achieve the SDG goals, I think what really matters is how are we going to implement these? And especially we hear young people talking about funding being an issue, but then talking about some of the greatest things and initiatives that the government has lined up, but that we have also lined up that we see are even appearing in the various policies and frameworks. But then how do we get to implement these, and especially in terms of service delivery, when we do not include budgeting that is gender responsive and also budgeting that is disability inclusive? Because for us to achieve the SDGs, we must not leave anyone behind. And through this, I think we look at the intersection of gender, intersection of disability, but the intersection of all these when it comes to bridging the gap of underdevelopment. So the issue and the aspect of being that we are being guided here by the National Treasury, I think under budgeting, we also really need to look at it, because it's one of the key things that actually we do with the young people on inclusive budgeting and intersectional budgeting. And even it's so concerning that even the budget for this year, especially with the budget for disability, was cut by around 400 million. So let us think about how we're going now to achieve this when even these budgets are even cut, and especially where we place or the priorities that we give, especially in achieving some of these goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also wanted to weigh in terms of what stood out yesterday is for the youth. I liked how the presentation from Precise, where she talked about shared resources, very critical, very, very critical. And I like how Prof has come in terms of when doing proposals, money follows function and money follows good ideas. But is there a way we can bring together these young people, mentor them, show them practically on how they can do these bankable proposals or how they can put together good ideas? And finally, is on, there was one question which was not answered for me yesterday by the State Department of Youth, that yes, we have KYOP, yes, we have Nyota. Then if we had KYOP, then we brought in Nyota, I think we could have good example or good experience or learned lessons in terms of how can we engage youth in a productive manner. Because for me, you give a youth from a graduate from university, and then you take that guy for 1 week training, and then you give him 50,000. Do you think that guy can bring out? But if you pick a young guy who is a hawker, who has been running out across the whole year, and then you tell him, hey guy, this is 50,000, that guy will move. A woman, a mama mboga in a kibanda somewhere who has been working with 10,000 a whole year, you give her 50,000, that money will come back. But you give somebody from university, they'll just caucus and eat that money. So for me, for me, I think the state, 15 years down the line, we have the National Youth Council. It's not devolved. Why don't we have these councils at county level? Let's bring these young people, give them a structure, organize them at that level, bring those programs and projects at that level, let them create this value chain enterprise development ecosystem so that we can help them put money in their pockets. Thank you.
A round of applause for my recap. Muhadhiri wa chuo kikuu. You are being told that if you give this money to university students, I'll give you a chance to respond so we can agree on what the next steps should be. But thank you so much to the IEP and FD team for the recap and everyone who has contributed. Let's quickly transition to the panel discussion on inclusive growth and development. And thank you so much, Purity. You're going to be chairing that panel session. It is my hope that you have all your panelists. You have a few. We'll make do with what we have, right? So, karibu sana. A round of applause to Purity, who's the CEO of the National Gender Equality Commission. She's going to run us through this panel session. You have 1 hour.
Okay, thank you. You know, when he spoke, sometimes you feel like you want to respond only to remember that you're not in charge of youth, that you're in a different space. But I don't know what his comment means to people with degrees. Just reflecting. It's a reflection, isn't it? It's a reflection. So what does it mean? Of people who are graduates, is it they can't be trusted? Is it that they need more money? Even when I think the Nyota gives the people without degrees, but ladies and gentlemen, my name is Purity Ngina, and as you have been told, I work for the National Gender and Equality Commission as the CEO, and yesterday I'm sure you met our able chairperson, Honorable Rehema Jaldesa, isn't it? And so that's the powerhouse of matters of equality and freedom from all forms of discrimination. Oh, I need my papers, please. These are mine. Yeah, thank you. Before joining the National Gender and Equality Commission, I immersed myself in research on values and life skills. Work that includes even authoring a book on contextualizing 21st century skills. And that book is now being used by a few universities. The data then, and even now, continues to show us that jobs of the 21st century are not fully known. However, one truth remains constant. Individuals grounded in strong values and equipped with essential life skills, such as collaboration, the ability to learn and relearn, resilience, adaptability, and the many others core competencies, as we call them at the CBE, are most important. And lately, I've found myself increasingly drawn to the idea of patriotism, love for one's country and its people. When you truly love your nation, you feel compelled to act in its best interest and to do right by its people. For me as Ngena, my truest expression of patriotism is being a staunch feminist, one who believes deeply in the potential of dignity and equal worth for both men and women. We are in the home stretch of 2030, and yet many SDG indicators remain unmet. Were we ambitious, over-ambitious? I don't know. The time to accelerate progress is now. The time to take bold action is now. And we must recognize that none of us can do this alone. True transformation demands that we work together. As we begin this conversation with my panelists, I hope they will bring forward the whole of government approach. Those who we work in government, we are now no longer working in silos. It is the whole of government approach, whether we are in the independent constitutional commissions, like National Gender and Equality Commission, or whether you are in the executive, judiciary, and even the county governments, but also anchored in the SDG spirit of leaving no one behind. And to start us off in this presentation will be the UNICEF team. They have a presentation, and I hope they are ready to make that presentation. It will be made by Vivian Nyakangi. After Vivian, we shall hear from Josephine Nyamai on gender budget analysis findings. And from then, I shall invite all my panelists. We can sit here and reflect on the questions that we had already shared after those two presentations. Welcome. Let's welcome Vivian with a loud of applause.
Good morning, everyone. As you heard, my name is Vivian Nyakangi. I work for UNICEF. Yesterday, as I've been sitting here and hearing conversations, I've heard a lot about women, a lot about youth, a lot about people with disabilities, but very little about children. Children comprise 42% of the population in Kenya. And for us to achieve SDGs, we have to make sure that children are part of the conversation that we are having. So I'll be doing a presentation on inclusive growth and development in Kenya, and I'll focus mostly on poverty and inequality. For those of us who watch news, yesterday Oxfam launched a report on Kenya's inequality crisis. I don't know if any one of us saw in the TV. It was actually in Citizen TV, the 7 a.m. and the 9 a.m. news. And the report showed that inequalities have worsened in the last 2 decades. So the richer have grown richer, and the poor have grown poorer. One of the most sobering findings in that report is that the richest 125 individuals, 125, have wealth more than 42.6 million Kenyans. That's a report by Oxfam, and there's a lot of findings there. I would encourage you to go look at it, so that even as we have this conversation, we can ask ourselves, where are we? So my presentation will be as follows. The first presentation, the first slide reflecting on why inclusive growth matters. Then I will delve into poverty and inequality trends, and then discuss a little bit about the impact of fiscal policy on poverty and inequality, and then finalize with key takeaways. So why does inclusive growth matter? When we have inclusive growth, it ensures that economic progress benefits everyone in the society equitably and sustainably. We have key SDGs that focus on inclusive growth. One of them is no poverty, which is goal number 1, and goal number 10 on reduced inequalities, and a couple more: quality education, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, and race, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So without this redistribution, growth alone will continue to enrich the richest, while poverty will continue increasing. And this is what we are seeing in Kenya at the moment. Next slide. Next one. So currently in Kenya, about 40% of Kenyans live in monetary poverty. 7.1% are in extreme poverty, which means with all their income or with all their expenditure, they can barely afford food. So that means everything they spend, if you add what they bought clothes, what they paid for school fees, that money is not even enough to afford food for their households. And that's a whopping 7.1% of Kenyans. As we can see in the graph, before the pandemic period, between 2015 and 2016, poverty declined a little bit. And then due to COVID, it increased to about 42%. It had started declining in 2021, but again increased in 2022 because of climatic shocks. There was drought, there were floods, and more people were pushed into poverty. The red line graph that you can see, that's economic growth. Economic growth follows almost a similar pattern. When economic growth is low, poverty increases. But one of the critical finding is that while our economy rebounded back after COVID, poverty did not. So our poverty levels are still above the pre-pandemic levels. So it means our societies have not yet fully recovered from the effect of the pandemic. So with any small shocks, more households are still being pushed into poverty, despite our economy showing that it's growing. When we look at poverty by age group, next slide, a majority, sorry, not a majority, but 42.4% of children are poor. That's 6.7% of the youth. That's 7% of those aged between 36 and 59 years. And 60 plus years, we are 43.6%. But when we look at the shares of the people in poverty, this is the rate by age group, the graph on the left. But when you look at the shares, you will see that children make up the biggest proportion of people in poverty, followed by the youth. So children and youth, that's those who are below 35 years, comprise of 75% of the people in poverty, which is synonymous to their population. So we have a huge chunk of our young people actually living in poverty. While the poverty rate among the older people is high, but they are fewer. So in terms of the composition of people living in poverty, they are fewer among the poor people, among the older people, I mean. Next slide. So who bears the brunt of poverty in Kenya? Rural households. People who live in rural areas have a higher poverty. Female-headed households. People who are not educated. That's households where we have the head doesn't have any form of education. We can see the impact of education. The household heads where they don't have education or they are up to preschool, 60% of those households are poor. But we can see where the head of the household has tertiary education, it's 4.9%. So you can see that divide. Very large households are also quite poor, and then households who have more children are likely to be poor. When we look at poverty by counties, the ASAL counties still suffer the most in terms of the highest rates of poverty, with the highest rate being in Turkana, Samburu, Mandera, Garissa. So the ASAL counties are still very high in terms of their poverty rates. Nairobi County is lowest, followed by counties in the central region, Kiambu, Kirinyaga. They are very low poverty rates. But then, the next slide. But then when we look at the contributions to poverty in terms of the numbers, now this is where now we are looking at, when you look at the rate and then you look at the population, we see that counties where we have large populations like Bungoma, there are very many people who are living in poverty. There are 4.4 million people in Bungoma in poverty because of the large populations. Nairobi, which has the lowest poverty rate, comes at number 5 with 3.8 million people living in poverty. So that's why yesterday one of the things that we were saying is to go beyond averages. Averages will tell us Nairobi has the lowest poverty rate, but yet we have so many people actually in poverty, especially those who live in urban informal settlements. That's when you go down now to look at the exact numbers. The next slide. So on inequality is still very high in Kenya. Inequality is measured using the Gini index. We are at 38.4% when we look at the Gini index in terms of inequality. Inequality had was declining a little bit, but then after COVID, inequalities actually increased. Urban areas experience higher levels of inequality, especially when you look at places like Nairobi, where we have the very rich and still the very poor. We have very high levels of inequality. Inequality is bad because it derails economic growth, and it also hampers the poverty reduction efforts. When we have very high inequality, actually the IMF says in any inequality above 27%, that's the Gini index, is bad for the economy. We are unlikely to be able to reduce poverty if we have very high inequality as a country. Sorry. Next. That's fine. So, across counties, we can also see that this inequality still varies, with very high inequality in places like Nairobi City, but also in ASAL counties, there's also very high inequality, like in Samburu, in Turkana. I will jump some of the slides because of time. So when we look at the outcomes and the coverage of services, we also have inequalities amongst the richest and the poorest. So the red dot is the richest, and the blue dot is the poorest. So when we look at, let me look at something like teenage pregnancy, which is the third one from the top. For the richest, I think it was shifted a bit, but for the richest it's 7.1%, while for the poorest it's 21.1%. So you will realize that there's a wide gap between the outcomes and the coverage of services between the richest and the poorest. And this is why we will not be able to fight poverty if we are not also addressing inequalities. So I will shift to the impact of fiscal policy on poverty and inequality. Fiscal policy is basically how the government collects taxes and how they spend them in our societies. So the good thing about this graph is that, sorry, I'm in a different graph. So the good thing we see is that, so here we have the taxes, which are direct taxes, that's yellow, indirect taxes, that is purple, and then green is the transfers, and the dark blue bar is education. So the ones that are below zero is the taxes, the ones that are above zero is the transfers. So in summary, the poorest are net receivers, so they receive more from the government that they give, and the richest are net payers, so they pay more than they receive. However, when you go deeper, you will realize that our fiscal system, it reduces inequality, but it increases poverty. It reduces inequality, but it increases poverty. So it means the impact of taxes is much worse than the than the impact of what we receive from the government as a country. So it means more people are being pushed into poverty by our current fiscal system. I don't know what has happened. This, the screen. Are you checking it out? The screen? Yeah. Okay, okay. Sorry. I'll go back up. So why does our fiscal system increase poverty? So when we look at the effect of taxes on poverty, we can see that taxes increase poverty. VAT increases by about 2%. Personal tax increases by 0.68%, and all the taxes increase poverty because they are taking money from the people. But the transfers, what we receive from the government, reduces poverty. But what we can see from this graph is that the taxes increase poverty far much more than how much the transfers reduce poverty. We can see transfers like niche, like the transfers to persons with disability, they barely do anything in terms of reducing poverty because it's a very small percentage of people who get those transfers. And even when they get them, the money is very little. So basically, in terms when you look at overall, they do very little in terms of reducing poverty. So hence the reason why our fiscal system actually increases poverty. But then one may ask, is it possible for a fiscal system to actually reduce poverty? And when you look at, when you compare with other countries, it is possible actually to use our fiscal policy to reduce poverty. So the countries in red is where the fiscal system increases poverty, and the countries in green is where the fiscal system reduces poverty. So we see like countries like South Africa, they have effectively managed to reduce poverty using their fiscal policies. So it's possible as a country that we can use our fiscal system to actually reduce poverty. Our fiscal system reduces inequality because of most of the interventions, the taxes, the transfers actually reduce inequality because they bridge the gap between the rich and the poor. Tertiary education increases inequality. Why do you think so? Because it's the richer who are mostly able to access tertiary education. They're the ones who are mostly go to good, maybe secondary schools, they finish and transition to university, and hence they get the benefit from the government to access tertiary education. So similar to the other comparison, as much as our fiscal system decreases inequality, it can do much better because other countries have managed to decrease inequality far more than Kenya when we look using their fiscal policy. And the example is still South Africa. They managed to decrease their inequality by 19 percentage Gini points using their fiscal policy, while Kenya, we are decreasing by about 4.6 Gini points. So what are the key takeaways from my presentation? For Kenya to achieve SDGs, for us to reduce poverty, for us to reduce inequality, we have to have inclusive growth. We have to include all segments of the population. Poverty still remains high amongst children, amongst rural areas, and in ASAL regions. We still have very deep inequalities across social sectors. So it means still the rich are accessing more services, they're having better outcomes than the poor. We need to think how we can reform our fiscal policy so that it's able actually to reduce poverty, because it is possible. Countries have been able to use their fiscal policy to reduce poverty. How can we do that as a country? Then we also need to expand and strengthen our cash transfer programs. As we can see, they effectively target the poorest, and they are one of the most effective instruments in terms of reducing poverty. So as I finish, I will leave with this quote which I picked from the Oxfam report. Kenya's challenge is not just growth, it is distribution. Inclusive growth should translate GDP gains to widespread improvements in living standards, reducing poverty while narrowing inequality gaps across counties and social groups. Thank you so much.
Let's give her some hearty warm claps. Very well said, very well presented. She has really spoke about the Matthew effect, that those who have, they get more. Those who have less, even what they have is taken away. I don't know what the Bible was telling us that time, because it's a reality every day that we are taking away from those who have very little to even give. Let's get to hear from Josephine Nyamai on gender budget analysis findings, and after that, Das Oboro will come and tell us about our aging concern. Is she ready? If not, we can go to Aboro. Oh, she's ready. Okay. And because of time, kindly 10 minutes, please.
Good morning. All protocols observed. My name is Josephine Nyamai Warunge. I am a PFM analyst and a researcher. So I'll be sharing around gender budget analysis that was looking at 2024-2025 financial year allocation. And before I begin my presentation, I want to give you a very short story. And this story dates back to 6 BC in ancient Greece by one of the philosophers by the name Aesop. The crane and the fox, they were very good friends. The fox invited the crane. Sorry about that. So the fox and the crane, they were good friends. And on one evening, the crane invited the fox for a dinner. So when the fox came, the crane served the soup in a very tall, narrow jar. And it was time to devour the soup. Unfortunately, the fox, because of his mouth, he could not access the jar. Then it was time to return the favor. So the fox invited the crane, and he served the soup in a very large plate or sinia. Let me use that word because we're in Mombasa. And because the crane has got a very long beak, he could not even have a taste of the soup. And I'm saying this by saying you do not treat everyone equally, because people have got different needs, and therefore people ought to be treated according to their needs. And I believe that the Kenyan budgets have a way of addressing the inequalities of what have just been presented here. The sad story is that those inequalities are structural and they are gendered. And I believe that the budgets, the public budgets, have a role to be able to address the inequalities that exist in the society. Because we have men, women, young boys and girls, but those people are affected differently by the decisions that are made regarding the allocation, utilization, and management of public resources. And therefore, in this report, I will not go through the slides. I will not go through everything because of the aspect of the time. I only have like 10 minutes. So in this report, we looked at that 7 MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, and 12 county governments. And I'm going to directly share what we were able to find in terms of gender-responsive budgeting. To what extent are our public budgets integrating the aspect of gender when it comes to allocation of resources? And one of the most stark thing that we found is that budgets, hardly they are gender neutral in terms of allocation, in formulation, and even in reporting. And another thing is that the previous speaker has shared around how decisions that are made affect different groups of people. There was an aspect of macro-physical impact of gender. And if you look at the allocation of the government in the previous year, 2024-2025, the government spent 39% of the resources towards debt repayment, yet it is spent only 26% on these areas that we are analyzing in this report. And what does that tell you? Public debt has become a challenge. It is diminishing the space, the fiscal space that is available for financing of social sectors and even other initiatives around gender and other initiatives that are meant to reduce inequality. And if we are to address inequalities in our country, then we cannot run away from the conversations around public debt. The other thing we saw is that there is absence of data in terms of where is the program, who is the program benefiting, across that 7 MDAs that we were able to analyze and even the 12 county governments. We found that even though our program-based budget gives us an opportunity to be able to link the programs to the sub-programs, to the interventions, and even the outcomes, we cannot track gender outcomes because there is lack of sex, age, and even disability disaggregated data. And this is something that might want to be addressed. There's another elephant in the room that really has to be addressed if we are going to achieve inequality, and that is supplementary budgets. We found out that in the 2024-2025 financial year, the government at the national level undertook 3 supplementary budgets. And at the county level, at least counties had at least 2 supplementary budgets in that financial year. I'm not saying that supplementary budgets are bad because they are meant to realign some spending here and there. But do you know it takes 2.5 years for a complete cycle in the budgeting? Only for those priorities that have been voted out by people during the budget formulation to be changed during supplementary budgets. And this is something that we really want to address if we are to tackle issues to do with inequalities. The other thing is about absence of gender and inclusion frameworks, especially at the county level. We found them to be very ad hoc. It's only Makueni, Kitui, and Kisumu County, among the counties that we analyzed, that had gender policies. For the other counties, they have programs that are speaking to gender, but I do not think they are enough to be able to address the gender inequalities that we experience in our country. This is very obvious, but there's been imbalance between capital and recurrent spending. You and I know that for the programs that alleviate poverty and even that bring about inclusive growth, it is in the development budget. For instance, in the ICT sector, in the human development thematic area, in the climate change, most of those projects, they are usually capital intensive. And guess what? During supplementary budgets, these are the programs that are actually cut off during revision because, as I said, supplementary budgets do not really have a space for public participation, for people to be able to change or even say. But there are low-hanging fruits that the Treasury and the counties can be able to undertake. Number one, if you want to ensure there is gender responsive budgeting, you may start, you actually have a low-hanging fruit of program-based budget. So we can start by having gender budget tagging and costing for the programs so that we can be able to know how the investments that are being done in our public budgets benefiting the final people. Otherwise, we will continue to have poverty in our areas. The second thing is that there's need for capacity building and strengthening, especially for the technical officers and people who are in charge of budgets, so that at the end of the day we can be able to mainstream. And do not get me wrong, gender is just one aspect, but we are trying to say if we can be able to mainstream, then we are going to be able to and also reduce inequalities. Finally, and not the least, I think there is need of matching the link between the commitment, the policy commitment. Currently, we are implementing the medium-term plan 4, which is, I think, the final one towards the Vision 2030. And therefore, there is a lot of commitment in terms of reducing inequalities in our plans, in our policy plans. But that does not translate in the budget outcomes because of the reasons that I earlier presented. And therefore, I think there is need for the people engaged to be able to ensure that there is link between policy and what is finally translated in the budgets. Things that I have are numbers, and I know there are opportunity costs. Like currently, we are reviews for the CIDPs for the county government. That is a good opportunity that we might want to leverage to ensure there is gender responsive budgeting. As I finalize, as you look at those numbers, they are lives. There are lives behind those numbers. You know, we need schools that educate our children. We need roads that can be able to connect us. We need healthcare system that can heal our society. And I believe this can be achieved through having responsive budgets that speak to everyone, where we do not treat everyone as crane and the fox treated each other, because at the end of the day, the needs of people are different, and that is not going to change. And remember, I leave you with this. It is a very famous, slogan that we have in our budget space. Every day is a budget day. Every person is a budget person. And every issue is a budget issue. As we are going to the race towards 2030, remember we need financing, and this can be achieved if we have collected and concerted efforts. Thank you so much.
That was very, very powerful. Thank you so much. When you saw the presentation and you thought, this is about women? Just one person. How many had two? Honest? Your truth, your authentic truth. See, Nini, most of the time when we are speaking about gender responsive budgeting, gender issues, people think we are talking about women. But it's not about women. It is about gender has male and female. And we are looking at the numbers for both. At some point you realize maybe we have put more money in men or more money in women. So it's just to ensure that both men and women, young and old, are represented. I just wanted to get to change that. Hata sisi wengine wanasema ni ile commissioner ya wamama, National Gender and Equality Commission. We represent men and women to ensure that there is equality for all. Just to say that recently NGC did a study, and we realized that not investing in matters of gender-based violence, for example, cost the country 46 billion. That the cost to address one case of gender-based violence, you can imagine someone going to the police. From the police, you start looking for the hospital, you start the court process, and the trauma, cumulatively, for the people, cost 46 billion for this country. So there's a lot to think through when you think about the budget, and to actually bring the cases to life. when we want more money to be given to certain departments and certain ministries. But that was a very good presentation. We shall now go to aging concern. I have a feeling that we need to do more for our aging people, because sometimes you never put it into perspective, but we are getting old very fast, isn't it? Yeah, so it is good to understand what the government is doing, but also what perspective do we have to protect that population. Welcome, Oboro.
It is a bore, but thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. So my name is Titus Abuoro. I am wearing two hats today. One is I represent Aging Concern Foundation, which is an older persons organization. I work there as the CEO. I also represent a coalition that we are calling the Kenya Aging Consortium, where I serve as the chair. And one of our colleagues is also here. Erastus, if you can just stand and wave. You need to be seen. Just stand and wave. Thank you. Great. I'll be very brief. My presentation will be very, very brief. And I'll just give you a quick, very, very quick overview about who ACF is. After that, I'll just highlight some two sectoral priority areas that we have been focusing on as an institution, and also some of the milestones that we are proud of for older people in the year 2025. And I'll conclude by just sharing with you some few recommendations. So ACF is an older persons organization. Like I have said, we advocate for the rights of older people in Kenya. We work with older persons associations. I don't know if you can move the slide. Could you assist? It doesn't seem to move. Okay. Thank you. So we work with older persons associations, and I really want to just emphasize here that these are community level formations of older people, and they are not unique. I know even people who work with in the disability movement have OPDs, associations of people with disability. So we have also put a lot of investment around coordinating and establishing associations of older people. We call them OPS. And for us, they are spread across the counties where we have presence in the rural areas. Our work is mostly in the rural communities. These are very important associations for voice, for agency, for older people. And I'm happy to share more a little about this if you want to engage. So our focus is to empower these associations on the rights of older people, and to enable them to engage meaningfully and participate in decision-making in the communities where they live. The other focus area that we have as an organization is strengthening the resilience of older persons. And this we do through income-generating initiatives. Again, this is also not unique, but we have many, many IGIs that older people are engaged in across the various counties where we have established this OPS. And then the last thing is that I really like, and which Arnold suggested here yesterday, is we foster intergenerational dialogues. I was at a meeting not long ago with Jane of Polycom Development, and she said I should consider calling this cross-generational. Intergenerational looks a bit ageist. So we have those cross-generational dialogues that we engage and we do, and the aim is to promote a cohesive society that values people of all ages. The other thing that we do at ACF is, of course, leading advocacy and policy influencing initiatives that are geared towards strengthening the practice and policy actions that eventually upholds the rights of older people. And we are doing this through the consortium that I've talked about. That is the Kenya Aging Consortium, where I serve as a chair. But all of these thematic areas are geared towards creating a society where every older person in the places where we work is able to say that my voice is heard. And that is a really deliberate commitment that we have as a sector and also as CSOs that work with older people.
The next slide. Okay. So, if you could move with me to the next slide. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that. So what are some of the numbers when it comes to older people in Kenya? And this is data that is available within the KNBS website. You can quickly have a look. But from 2020 to 2050, both the number and the proportion of older people will rise dramatically. And one of the things all of us have done in this room from yesterday is we've added a year to our lives. That is for sure. So this number will continue to grow as we go on. So from the KNBS 2019 statistics, we have some 2.7 million older persons. The Constitution of Kenya defines an older person as someone who has attained the age of 60. So if you clock that number, just know that you are one of my clients. And this represents about 8% of the overall population. And I'll just go direct to what are their projections. So one of the things that KNBS is projecting is that this number will shoot by about 10% in 2050. And of course, a good number of older people are residing within the rural communities. In terms of what we have done, and this is very specific to my organization, what we have done to promote inclusive growth and development among older people, the focus that we had this year was on two areas. That is increasing access to health and care services for older people, but also making progress on innovative policy tools to drive social development. And so on access to health and care services, the priority focus has been on healthy aging initiatives. And we believe that by focusing on those initiatives, the healthy aging initiatives, we would be making some progress towards achievement of Goal 3, Goal 11, and 17. And so here we prioritized what we called enhanced promotion of healthy aging services for older people in the rural communities, particularly championing for community-based approaches to healthy aging. One of the health challenges of older people, and I'm sure some of you or most of you have older parents, is the rising number of NCDs. And what we are saying is that movement is medicine. So we are encouraging community-based approaches so that people and older people can move. It is a difficult advocacy area for some of you or for those of us who grew up in the rural areas. When I was going to school and I went late for whatever reason, and you meet the teacher just by the gates, the punishment that you would be given is to run around the field, most likely. So you grow up knowing that running around the field is actually a punishment, when it is actually not a punishment. It can be a good way to advance your health. I see the moderator is talking about time. I'll move quickly. So in promoting the healthy aging approaches, we did 3 initiatives in 2025. One of them was to complement the efforts of the government in the discussions around SHA. And so we mobilized communities where we are to enroll older people into the social health program. We also enhanced our engagement with the community health promoters as champions of primary health care. But also we engaged more with national CSOs who are already working on health interventions, and many of you are already working with HENET, Health NGOs Network, the Kenya Aging Consortium, and we also instituted a new way of working where every month we are inviting stakeholders to a monthly discussion forum on aging. On the policy tools that we believed could support and promote progress for social development for older people, we titled this, we had a project that we titled Advancing Age Equality and Legal Empowerment of Older People in Kenya. And this project had 4 focus areas. That is strengthening civil society advocacy for an older person's bill. I know the social protection team are here, but this is a bill that we have been advocating for a very long time for older people. We do not have a law that is really specific to the issues of older people in Kenya at the moment. And so there's a draft older persons bill that was proposed last year. We are in conversations to make sure it sees the light of day. Again, another focus has been enhancing legal empowerment of older persons and their communities and supporting older people to participate directly in global advocacy, particularly the UN process towards the Convention on the Rights of Older People. And this one we are engaged in through the Human Rights Council and through the UPR process, the Universal Periodic Review. Some of the milestones that I can highlight, I'm winding up. Within the healthy aging agenda, we managed to register about 10,000 older persons in 2025. At the national level, we have managed to engage with the Division of Healthy Aging, Palliative Care and Older Persons within the Ministry of Health. And of course, we have expanded our reach, creating new associations of older people. This is something that I'm saying is very key to us to reach in terms of helping us to reach older people in the communities. And then on legal empowerment, we engaged on 4 intergenerational dialogue forums in Kakamega, Kisii, Kilifi, and Narok. That report is available if you want to go through it and even use it to inform some of your programming. We can be happy to share that. And something that came out overall from these forums, and this is older people saying, is that the gap of exclusion in our society would be closed the moment reality dawns by the fact of youth recognizing that older people were where they are, and that the youth will sooner be where older people are. That is something that came out very strongly in those dialogues. The other thing is that we developed some training modules that are also available for those of you who are implementing organizations that you can engage with. We developed training modules in partnership with the Paralegal Society of Kenya, with HelpAge International, and these modules focused on age discrimination, family law, and succession, paralegalism, and access to justice in the context of older people and criminal law. These modules are available with us. We are happy to share them. And then one of the things that people know about older people, if you ask anybody, what do you know about older people? Probably they'll tell you, Inua Jamii program, Pesa ya Wazee. But there's a little and there's much, much more about older people. So we are engaging very closely with the Media Council of Kenya to address issues to do with violence, to address issues to do with abuse, and to address issues to do with neglect among the elderly. And lastly, in terms of inclusive growth and development, this is what I would say and recommend. At the national level, we have Article 57 of the Constitution of Kenya that protects the rights of older members of the society by obligating the state first to implement measures that ensure that older persons can fully participate in the society, and also the family. I really want to emphasize on this one. So for those of us and those of you who have, in one way or another, neglected their older parents back at home or even in the cities, please remember the Constitution of Kenya obligates you to provide reasonable care to your senior citizens. Then I have to say this, that there exist positive steps by government through the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection for the existence of a national policy on aging and older persons, and then recently the government also established a state department now that is just focused on senior citizen issues, and of course the cash transfer program that most of us are still aware of. But a question that we keep posing on that Inua Jamii is that the Constitution of Kenya defines older people as those who have attained the age of 60. But the Inua Jamii program begins at the age of 70. What happens to the guys between 60 and 70? That's a question that whenever you meet the government, please pose it to them. And lastly, at the regional level, we are also very happy that Kenya was among the few countries in Africa that appended and deposited in Addis Ababa the Africa Union Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Older People. And last but not least, at the global level, global attention has completely shifted on Kenya's commitment to the ongoing UN process towards a UN Convention on the Rights of Older People. I must say that we have a UN Convention on the youth, we have a UN Convention on people with disability. We've never had one for older people. And for the first time, in the last Human Rights Council meeting in Geneva, there was a provision and a declaration that states need to begin engaging on this process towards a UN Convention on the Rights of Older People. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for Titus. I will now avoid the second name. So as a commission, we take pride in the work that is being done by the people representing our special interest group. We have mandate to represent children, youth, persons with disability, minority and marginalized, and older members of the society. And of course, looking at the program, maybe Nicholas Kitua will speak more about the work that we are doing on the disability space. But just to know that the Commission has been very keen to ensure the policies are enacted and there is clear implementation. Just recently, those of us who saw the circular from the Ministry of Health is that now persons with disability can access free medical services from level 2 to level 4, free medical assessment for disability registration, access to sexual and reproductive health, privacy and dignity in service provision, availability of sign language interpreters, training and sensitization of health staff, monitoring and accountability. So even if the program here, we didn't bring somebody, I'm hoping that the ministry, the State Department for Social Protection can speak to that, but there's a lot that is being done. And having said that, I now want to invite the 4 panelists who have not spoken to come here in front. Nicholas Kitua, Director Planning, tumpigie makofi. The representative from the PS Fikirini, Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, if you're here. If not, we'll go to the representative from the PSM, Small, Medium and Small Enterprise. That thing always confused me, SMEs. Do we have a representative? A representative from the UN Women? Okay, seems this now will be my 2 gentlemen, and I'll sit also so that we can have from the youth. So we don't have someone from the SMEs space. UN Women, no. So we'll do with the 2 gentlemen, and I'll start with the director. Yes, Director Nicholas. You have heard from the last presenter mentioned the work that you're doing in the State Departments for Social Protection. I know the PS Motari has been very keen in ensuring that there is inclusive growth in all the special interest groups. So I don't know, from your work, what reforms are underway to make social protection programs more inclusive, shock responsive, and accessible to persons most at risk of exclusion? And how is the State Department ensuring that social protection programs integrate gender, disability, and age and geographical equity? And anything you want to say, please say it there, because it will only be one question because of time.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, participants. I'm Nicholas Kitua, as you have heard. I am Director Planning in the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs. It is quite a big department and dealing with quite a bigger number of the population of this country. And what is more important to note is that we deal with a segment of population which is quite unproductive, because our main concern is to deal with the older persons. My former presenter talked about 60 years, but as we have been dealing with the 70 years and above, and when you check at persons when they attain that age, actually they can do nothing. You find that they become a bit productive, and what they require is quite to be taken care of. Okay, that's Professor. And we also deal with persons with severe disabilities. And here we are talking about people who are disabled and who are on a 24 care. Those are the categories we provide with the cash transfer. If you are on a 24-hour care, we provide you with cash transfer. And we have been able to provide cash transfer to 1.1 million to the older persons, aged about 7 years and above. And there's 3,000 to those who are persons with severe disabilities. And this is quite in line with Chapter 4 of the Constitution on the Bill of Rights, which is provided for in that chapter. And more to that, you find that to ensure that systems are quite sustainable and they are able to move, this year we have been able to push and we have been able to get Social Protection Act of 2025. This act will ensure that we have a fund whereby we will be able to get funds to support this kind of groups. And we also have a board for the purpose of implementation. These are yet to be operationalized because there are some legal instruments which are required to do that. So we are quite in the process. It is quite interesting and quite in order when we say that we have been pushing forward to get a bill for the older persons, as my colleague has said. It has been quite, we have not been able to do that, but in the process. That's quite very important. So generally, that's what we are doing. And more to that, for the last 3 years, we have done a very important issue for this country by way of establishing a single registry, whereby we have been able to know who are the poor, what are their characteristics, and where do they stay. By a click of a button, you are able to get who are they and where they are. This is quite important to ensure that we avoid duplication. For example, in many times, you go to the counties and you find one student getting a bursary from the MP, from the MCA, from the Minister of Education, while another one does not have. That's quite important to avoid duplication, such that you just need an identifier like your ID, and you cannot be awarded something twice. In that single registry, we have an information of households amounting to 4.5 million, and it's accessible to all of you and anyone interested. Yes. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you so much, Director, for your insight and just sharing what the government is doing. And I know members will have questions, so we'll have room for questions. If you have questions for him, you can write them down. We'll give you an opportunity. I'll go now to Mr. Charles Mwaneki, who is representing the PS Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. And I'm a beneficiary of the work you're doing in the youth space because I am still a young person and now heading a constitutional commission just because of the work and the faith that the government is having on young people. But let's talk about unemployment because it is a main problem. Today, TUM, Technical University of Mombasa, have graduates getting out of university. I actually don't know whether we have a database of the people who have left university this season and what course they were doing, because it's important as we project where they should be going. But that's just food for thought. In Kenya, unemployment is projected to be over 60%. So what are you doing in the ministry? What practical things? And I know there was a challenge on the Nyota program, which is always good as government to accept when we are pushed to think outside the box and even without the box. So what are you doing, especially also in the creative economy? How do those people start contributing also to the national, to make national contributions? We know many people are working online, working from home. working in all manner and in all spaces. So how are they contributing to the GDP? What barriers do you see that are slowing us down as young people to contribute? Yet we make over 75% of the population in Kenya.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm from the State Department for Youth Affairs. Thank you. In terms of the youth population in this country, I was here yesterday, and I was saying that 29.1% of Kenya's population, going by the Kenyan population and housing census of 2019, was 29.1%. That means that this country has a youth bulge. Every year, the statistics have been showing us that at least 800,000 youth have been graduating from our institutions of learning, be they technical, be they universities. But there's also another very large cohort that people don't talk about. There are those who don't progress to high school. I'm talking about the 844 system. There are those who not go to maybe to the senior school now after grade 10. There are also those who don't go past Form 4. They are also youth. And they expect that government has programs targeted at them. In fact, Nyota, and I can start with Nyota, is largely targeted at that cohort. Recently, we had a newspaper headline, I think it was a Nation, that talked about that 700,000 youth who did, I think, Form 4 last year, nobody can be able to trace them where they are. They are within the country, yes. But what are they doing? What is government doing about it? So those are the youth that who are largely targeted by Nyota. So the component of business support is just one of the many components that has actually been hyped, because of course it is very sweet to the youth, the 50,000. But there are other components. Otherwise, largely Nyota is about entrepreneurship, skills development of the youth, and basically, the youth who are being supported are those who have businesses. So we don't just go out there at random and get youth and give them money like that. No, there has to be a bit of a tracer just to see who this youth is. Does he own a business? And you are talking about 70 youth per ward in Kenya. So 70 from each of the 1450 wards in the country. That means a total of 1,500 youth across the country will benefit from those business support grants. Now, in terms of the creatives, if I can talk about the creatives, that is an emerging economy, what is called also the orange economy, the talent economy. And as a State Department, that is one of our mandates, the policy on creatives. So one of the things that we are doing about it is that the State Department is spearheading the development of the creatives economy policy and also bill. This will actually ground, because as we speak, there's no definite policy or legal instrument that's supposed to guide the creatives economy as an emerging economy that is actually creating out of employment for our youth. So that is one of them. And we expect that we are going to use it to be able to support that industry. As I also said yesterday, we have a program as a State Department that we are running known as Who's Next, to discover the undiscovered talents that in the various areas like pageantry, dance, music, comedy, content creation, and also fashion. There are about 7 areas that we are going to focus on. And at the end of it all, we will run, we actually going to run auditions, and the target is to get at least 1 million youth out there who have those undiscovered talents. There are many youth out there in the rural areas, and they have those talents, but nobody has ever discovered it. So we want to go out there and see it, and discover those talents, and then help them develop those talents so that they can start earning from them. They can start earning what we call decent incomes. So I think I was to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mwaniki, for making your contributions. I'm told that we don't even have time for Q&A. because it is already past 10. But I think from this panel, you have listened to many things from government, from non-state actors, and really it is leaving no one behind. The government cannot achieve alone. And where I started is the power of patriotism, loving your country and loving its people. And when you do that, you're able to bring your A game to the table to support government and the people to achieve what they would want to achieve. One thing that caught my eye is on the issue of the aging, is that 55% of people above 60 years are women. What is happening to the men? Director, just tell us what you think.
Yeah, it is a good concern. It is a good concern, and naturally, actually men, by the time they get old, they are more stressed than women. And actually that's the reason why you find that at that upper part, the women have more survival than women. But as a state department, we are working very hard to ensure that actually the lifespan for the men also increase. As a result of having implemented cash transfer since 2004, we are looking forward to conduct research and establish what is happening in terms of those NG numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. So tupigie makofi. Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you so much, Nicholas. That is the time we had, unfortunately, unless you seem like you wanted to say something.
Say something. There's somebody yesterday who talked about the need for a pre-conference, youth pre-conference. I think I wholly support it. On top of that pre-conference, I think it's also important we should allow youth who are running startups to come and showcase. Because there are very good startups out there, run by youth, managed by youth. And I'm sure, given a chance, you'll be amazed at what youth are doing to contribute to the economy, this economy, and also to the realization of SDGs. Thank you.
Asante, thank you so much. I'll take it back now to the official MC. Asante. A group photo, my other two ladies and the gentleman, Josephine, Titus, Vivian.
A hearty round of applause to Purity and the team for that. Was a fantastic panel, and the presentations also based on data and evidence, and we look forward to engaging with a lot of that content. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember we still have this team here for the rest of the week. Reach out directly, not just to this team, to any other panel member that you felt said something really great, or said something that upset you, or you have ideas about something they can do. Mind the step as you go down. So feel free to reach out to any of the panelists or the moderators. We are going into an expert presentation now on people-powered progress, enhancing citizen engagement in achieving the SDGs. Immediately after that presentation, we'll go for tea break. Today we are going early, right? So people have coffee in their system, tea. Prof, also sip some water during the tea break. So at this point, let me invite, was it Elijah? Elijah, yes. Who's going to give us that presentation? And then we can go for tea break in 20 minutes. Elijah? Is Elijah ready? Hmm? Is Elijah in the room in the first place? Let us start there. First things first, right? Is Elijah? He was. So Elijah was, now he stepped out. Should we give him a minute? Any new faces that didn't get to introduce themselves? Elijah, we are eagerly waiting for you. Anybody? In the morning, we got a few new faces who introduced themselves. Any other new person who came today? Imelda didn't introduce herself yesterday. Huh? Imelda, I'll come to you last, but let's have the gentleman at the back introduce himself as Elijah sets up.
Morning. My name is Leonard Kwama from Kisumu County Government, Director Planning.
Excellent. Anybody else? There's a stranger here.
Thank you. My name is Wycliffe Fundieki from the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate, National Treasury and Economic Planning. Thank you.
Those who've been talking about money, Treasury is here. And that is where our taxes are, right? When you talk about innovative financing, it's not just funders and donors. Let's look at where our pass, national pass is. There's a lady this far end. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Anne Mushiri, Office of the Deputy President, State Department for Devolution. Thank you.
Excellent. Karibu sana. Okay. Sorry.
Good morning. My name is Kanda Tilile from the National Assembly, Legislative and Procedural. Thank you.
The National Assembly is in the house. Karibu sana.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Mutai from the State Department for Diaspora Affairs.
Good morning. My name is Joanna Rico from the State Department of Higher Education.
Excellent. Anybody else before we get to Imelda? Yes. Now that you're conveniently located.
Thank you. Very good morning. Dr. Richard Ngali from the Universities Fund. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Jacob Mutise Chungu, representing Makueni County.
Good morning. My name is Jose Kipkoech, representing Kenya Veterinary Vaccine Production Institute.
Good morning. My name is John Kimani, State Department of Roads.
Excellent. A round of applause for our new participants. It's a fantastic and really diverse group of people. And last word to Imelda.
Good morning. My name is Lorraine Imelda Achieng. I work with the Kenya Parliamentary Caucus on the SDGs and Business as the Chief Executive Officer. And the caucus is part of the SDGs Interagency and Steering Committee. Some of our members will be joining us, starting with the chairperson. So I'll let him give the main speech when he comes. But we also have some colleagues you've seen. There's someone from National Assembly. We'll be joined by more. And tomorrow, I think during the awards, we'll also see more members of parliament. Unfortunately, since we have the ongoing by-elections, which is today, not so many were able to make it, but they'll be joining us tomorrow. And we look forward to having more conversations. A couple of people here, we partnered with them in driving SDGs agenda in one way or another. We're always open to collaborating and ensuring no one is left behind, to supporting legislation and policy at any point that is enabling of SDGs. So I look forward to having a conversation with you as we go through the next 2 days. And thank you so much.
Round of applause. Under Imelda's leadership, we've seen a lot of progress, and we thank you for the partnership and collaboration. The National Assembly continues to be one of the key stakeholders in this journey. So Elijah even has a timer, which is fantastic. This is the way to go, people. He has a timer, 10 minutes for himself and then 10 minutes for plenary. Over to you. Karibu sana. Introduce yourself and then proceed.
Good morning. My name is Elijah Don Bonyo. Most of us might have known me from World Vision Kenya. I moved from World Vision Kenya. Now I'm at World Vision International. And for today, I'm speaking here not from World Vision International, just so that we don't confuse the views I'm presenting here. These are my personal views that they do not represent World Vision International in any way. Now, I just wanted to give us a context. We have 2 years or less to elections. So even as we talk about these things, we need to remember elections play a key role in this country. A lot of commitments that are made by governments have to do with elections. Secondly, the budget preparation process, especially the budget for the next financial year, is already underway. And last week, there were public hearings in Nairobi at KICC. So even as we talk about these things here, we need to ask ourselves, the budget, I think it was Josephine who said everything's a budget issue. That process does not wait for us to come back from Mombasa. It's going. Something to note is that in the budget preparation guidelines for this year, a lot of these things we are saying here, Treasury provided very good guidelines on how they're supposed to be done. So if they're not being done, we should be asking ourselves, why are they not being done? Gender responsive budgeting, it was indicated. Climate financing, it was indicated. So if we feel that things are not good, what explains why Treasury gives guidelines that aren't followed? That's something I thought I needed to mention. Now, back to this presentation, as we talk about people, I want to point out just one major provision here. Function number 14 of county governments. We can look at the rest later, but county governments have a function to build capacity of people. So we must ask ourselves, why are we not strengthening county governments to build capacity of people to manage their own affairs? In our constitution, one of the objects of devolution is to enable people to manage their own affairs. So as we talk about SDGs here, look at 174 C and D of the Constitution, read it together with the function 14 of county governments, and let's ask ourselves, why are county governments not being empowered to do what they need to do? The reporting we do for SDGs. Today we are talking about innovative financing, but a lot of our reports every year does not demonstrate how much money we are using. So we are a country that reports on progress, but we fail to report on the investments and expenditure. So that's something, again, that I wanted to point out for us to move forward. The opportunities we have, the Sevilla commitments. Up to this morning, I've not seen Kenya government action plan. If it is there, maybe folks from Treasury can share. So we go to conferences, we come back home, we say this is commitment. I can tell you for a fact, the National Treasury guidelines that I saw were a good opportunity for us to take forward several commitments. Last week during public hearings, people had conversations. So here, I'm sure there's a session here today on financing. So what will we be discussing? What the train has already moved. those guys respond to that session, please ask yourself difficult questions. Treasury is here, planning is here, but the process is moving. So what comes out of the session in the afternoon must quickly find space into what's already ongoing. Midterm review. Interestingly, MTP, we have first annual report done, second annual report done. County governments do not have any reports on CIDPs. If there's any that has, please share. I haven't seen it. So we are talking about CIDP review, and we have not even done the first annual report of CIDP. We have not done the second annual report of CIDP. So if CIDPs are aligned to MTP, what explains why NTP has first annual report, second annual report, CIDPs do not have? And then we say SDGs are integrated. So if the first annual report of MTP and the second one for MTP is integrating SDGs, so there's evidence there. So in CIDPs, how then do we look at alignment in terms of evidence? Now, critical things to review. We shouldn't just be talking without making reference to government reports. Auditor General makes findings. Control of Budget presents reports. All the sectors have their sector reports in Treasury website, even if we check today. The things we are saying here, a number of those sector reports do not have those things. We say SDG are integrated in planning, but where is SDG in sectoral reporting? Sector working groups had almost 2 months to do performance reviews. If you look at those sector performance reviews, the voice of the citizens were missing, and that's my point now. So we are saying citizen participation, people were supposed to participate before sector reports are done, but their voices are missing. Moving forward, if we cannot get hold of the annual work plan of government departments based on approved budget, if we cannot get hold of annual cash flow plans, if you cannot get hold of annual procurement plans to the right place where citizens are, we are lying to Kenyans. We can't be boxed that budget documents are available on Treasury website. That's obvious. But people want to see where's the departmental annual work plan. People want to see where's the departmental cash flow plan. People want to see where's the departmental procurement plan. If those things are not there, we are cheating ourselves. What are the opportunities? Two critical ones. The budget policy statement is already being drafted. I can also tell you, the Treasury guys are here. By end of December, the draft budget policy statement will be available. So all these things we are saying, the fiscal space discussions, if you can't feed it into budget policy statement for it to get to Parliament by February, we are cheating ourselves. County governments will be preparing the county fiscal strategy paper. So we must be agreeable that today or tomorrow, what are we taking to budget policy statement for 2026? What are we taking to county fiscal strategy paper? On the question of debt, we have a current debt management strategy. So we cannot be a country that keeps on crying around debt for the entire year, and we are not pointing out what is wrong with our debt management strategy. So it's an opportunity to inform the next debt management strategy. And very lastly, the head of state spoke last week. If you look at Article 132 of the Constitution, that was an opportunity for us to show Kenyans where we are in terms of SDGs. So we must look at the head of state's State of Nation Address report and ask ourselves, what are the gaps? And how do we improve in future? So when the president is reporting to Parliament, he needs to speak on SDGs properly. So we cannot be a country saying, get Kenya government commitment, but when the head of state is speaking, we can't fulfill those commitments. Now, in terms of what is it therefore that we should speak to when it comes to citizens? What we are saying, colleagues, people have no information. So my message for us, dissemination of national government and county government laws, policies, plans, and budgets, and standards of service delivery is what will empower our people for them to speak authoritatively. So we have a lot of knowledge with us in this room. And the people you are speaking on their behalf have no idea. In any case, how come we don't have citizen representations here? As individuals, we are here from this organization, from this organization. So what stops us from doing citizens conferences before we got here? Nothing. It was in our house to do that. Now, we must ensure that from this conference, conversation must happen in the community. And we cannot have village barazas where people are going to speak. We'll be losing it. So my message, Florence, to colleagues here, dissemination of all these things you are saying must be taken to the people at government cost. We cannot talk about people participation and there's no information. Village level barazas, the chiefs have barazas for free, but the agenda is missing. So we must empower our chiefs and assistant chiefs to understand what we are saying. They'll do it for us for free because they're on salary anyway. So we must stop putting NGO funding to convening people in the villages, while you have barazas for chiefs. And the chiefs can have conversations as a part of their performance target. So NGO colleagues start running away from wasting resources to village barazas where you give people transport. Well, they are anyway, they'll attend it anyway. Colleagues, very critical message for us as I conclude. I think this thing is it? Yes, very well. Now, let us stop this confusion that in my village there are no experts. That in my village NGOs must bring tools, templates, all these kind of things. This guy belongs to a village. He can do it for the village. Dr. Purity here belongs to a village. So we shouldn't just be imagining that people in the villages cannot do templates. I do that for my village at no cost. So people power means allow the university professors to sit in the village meetings and do those templates. Allow the statisticians to sit in the village meetings and do those templates. Allow the advocates. Let's not assume that these people who sit in Nairobi and Mombasa come from villages anyway. Feedback to citizens as I conclude. One of the reasons why Finance Act 2023 was being shut down is because Parliament failed to give people feedback. So I'm preparing us, the kind of advocacy that will go on in Kenya now, when citizens participate and they're not given feedback on the extent to which their view shall have been considered, they'll run to court. And they'll quote this court decision. And there are several other court decisions. So we must now begin to say, we will not just tell people to come and participate, but we'll commit to give them feedback on the extent to which their views shall have been taken into consideration. That is what participation then would mean moving forward. In collaboration with the forum, there's a social accountability process we have been going through. And some of these things I'm saying here, we have done them in Homa Bay, we have done them in Taita Taveta, Machakos, and Makueni. And in my remaining 10 minutes, I wanted, if you allow me, there is a Makueni experience in 1 minute, and then Taveta experience in 1 minute, and then Homa Bay experience in 1 minute, just to shape these things I'm saying, are they happening? So Makueni, kindly go ahead if you are here. 1 minute at the back, and then followed by Homa Bay 1 minute, and then Taveta 1 minute, just to shape these things we are saying here. Is it practical? Is it happening? Are people getting empowered? Thank you.
So my name is Titus Musyoka. I'm the director for Ahadi Achievers, Makueni County. And thank you, Elijah, for your presentation. In the last 1 month, we had a forum whereby we were engaging, we were evaluating one of the services, and particularly healthcare, with the community in one of the villages in Makueni County, whereby now the citizens came together and evaluated the local dispensary, particularly a place called Kiteta Kisau Ward, a village called Muthwani. And when the citizens came together, they were able to rate the level of service that they are getting from that dispensary. And they gave it average. Average here means there are things that we want to get, but they're not getting. They looked at the level of stocking. Sometimes they go to the dispensary, they don't get, it's a level 1. Sometimes they don't get, they get the drugs out of stock. So they could not rate it high. There's only one nurse at the hospital. And when the nurse goes on leave or otherwise, then you find that they cannot access the service. So we were derogating these things together so that now we are able to see what are the areas of improvement. And a few issues were raised by the community, and they are supposed to be forwarded to the county government. One is that They wanted to have drugs available at all the times. They wanted improvement on the facility because there's only 2 rooms, but there's no ramp. So if somebody is a PWD, they're not able to access the facility.
Let's keep it that for now.
Yes.
Let's go to Homa Bay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Round of applause for Makueni. Homa Bay? Oh, okay, fantastic.
Thank you, Elijah. Just because of time and why that social accountability is very, very much important. Kenyan constitution is very, very okay. I'm Jafet Ojijo from Homa Bay County, from an organization known as Integrated Development Facility, where we are accelerating the promise of leaving no one behind through social accountability. We are doing innovative initiatives, social accountability, and data-driven development. Now, as constitution is very, very much blunt on the national interest, and even as Article 43 of the Constitution gives us leeway for the financing of the SDGs, still we have persistent problems in the community where the citizens are not aware on how to align their priorities with the SDGs. At the same time, the citizens are not accessed to the simplified SDG indicators. What we are using here as we come to the conferences are big terminologies, indicators, goals, whatever. These things, citizens are not understanding it. Therefore, what we are trying to do in Homa Bay is to build a citizen-led monitoring of SDGs ecosystem. And I think this is how we should go it by now. Based to the exercise which we did, one of the key lessons we realized that at the village level, and more so at the level of the sublocation, we should be involving citizens to assess and monitor the SDGs. Not even bring it at the concept of the SDGs first, but to monitor services and projects, and finally to categorize it in the SDGs areas. If we will have started this from the day one, at this moment, we will have got more harvesting on the progress. So what I could just say and propose for this conference, the 5 years we are remaining with, let us not engage on new things. Can we go back and start a citizen-led SDG monitoring frameworks that can enable us to assess how far has the country has involved in the issue of the SDG status. Remember, since devolution, the county government has received a lot of investments. The national government still has also received these investments. Have we taken our time to assess the progress of these investments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Taita, briefly.
Thank you so much. My name is Ridhiwani Sadiki from Taita Taveta. Citizen Network for Rural Development is my organization. I'm the executive director. Thank you so much for the presentation. For Taita Taveta, we also did monitoring and service delivery in Mwangea sublocation, which is in Voi sub-county. And what came out clearly is the communities know what needs to be done. And the issues they came up with, really we tried to help them match those issues with the relevant goals. And what came very clear, even to the county government, they realized that there is more they need to do at the local level, because they understood that the community knows best and they know what needs to be done. But what needed is for them now to facilitate them, to take them through, to understand what they need to do. So for me, I really want to recommend this model to move to the next level. In fact, the community themselves really appreciated the program through SDG Kenya Forum, and they said this needs to be done in almost all the sub-locations.
Thank you very much. I'm reminded about Machakos. Anyone from Machakos here? Okay, sorry. So as I conclude, colleagues, what are my key messages for us? The government of Kenya already has a structure up to the village level. Let us not create new structures. Let us work with those structures. County government and national government integration in the village level is critical, not the county integration. We're talking about practical integration. We need to see the ward administrator responsible for county government administration at the ward level and the assistant county commissioner responsible for national government administration in the same meeting in the village. But if you continue entertaining this thing of ward administrator community meeting Monday, and then assistant county commissioner community meeting Tuesday, we will not progress. So number one, integration at the village level. Number two, Kenya government has a monitoring and evaluation policy. Colleagues from State Department are here of planning. Let's implement that policy. All these things we are saying, data, all these things, all this confusion. There's a policy for M&D, let it be implemented. NGOs, colleagues, comply to M&D policy of Government of Kenya. Why are we doing separate evaluations? Why are we doing separate planning? Why are we doing separate assessments? So there's an interagency committee that was being presented here. So collaboration and partnership must also include collaboration and partnership for joint M&D. We can't avoid that. Thirdly, for financing. Sector working groups is a place where financing decisions are made. We are talking about innovative financing today. Sector working groups for the next 2 weeks have an opportunity to incorporate stakeholders' input. So between now and 10th of December, all this innovative financing discussion must take a sectoral approach, and the sector conveners from Treasury will be happy to help us on that. And very, very lastly, citizens are not being involved in budget implementation. We have a country that people are being involved in budget preparation, but they're not being involved in budget implementation. The National Treasury convenes a forum to launch budget preparation, but they never convene a forum to launch budget implementation. So Davis, this must be taken seriously. The financial year for this government is the 5th month. We need an urgent public forum where the CS will commission citizen involvement in budget implementation. We need citizens to be given departmental annual work plan, not the things on the website. The thing on the website is a budget. We need citizens to be given departmental procurement plans. We need citizens to be given departmental cash flow plans. That is the only way citizens will participate. If you avoid those things I'm saying, we'll be lying to citizens. Mheshimiwa, karibu. Thank you very much, and back to you.
Hapo kwa procurement na cash flow ndio siko sure. Anybody who believes it's possible. And Mheshimiwa Chanda is here, he'll tell us. Yeah? I think it's possible, right? Should we pass laws, Mheshimiwa? Yeah? To ensure that people comply, so that if they don't share procurement and cash flow, I think the other one is possible. We can make it happen overnight. Let's have one question here, one question there, and one question on this side. So I'll start with Dr. Purity.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. I just want, for clarity, maybe, is your opinion and thoughts insinuating that our MT4 and SDGs are misaligned? And why I ask so is because when you quote like the State of the National Address, when I look inside, I would see issues, nuances that speaks to SDGs, but also that speaks to what, as a Kenyan, I would want probably the president to speak to matters education, matters youth. But is this misaligned, or is it that because of the reporting differences? Because like this time, we have people in COP who have taken our deliberations as a country. This is our position as Kenya. They have taken there. We had people who had gone to the summit in Doha who again went with a Kenyan document. So is that misaligned? Is it silentness? Is it that Kenyans don't get to hear some of these reporting frameworks that exist out there? Just for clarity, to learn from you. Thank you.
This seems to be a very popular session. So I'll have, Komu will crucify me if I don't give him an opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much, Davis, and thank you for that very good presentation. I think mine is more of a comment, and you asked why we are not seeing a change, whereas we have the GRB and also the child-sensitive paragraphs in the guidelines. I think for me, is we are not reaching out to the right stakeholders, because I've been in the budget process as a co-convener for many years, and there is no one time we have seen an engagement on how we need to mainstream this GRB and also the child-sensitive budgeting in the budget process. So I believe probably in the next, we need to have an engagement with the co-conveners, the conveners, and also the budget, the treasury team at the ministries and the directors of planning in the ministry who spearhead the development of these budget reports. Thank you.
And I'm glad some of them are recommendations about what needs to be done. So it doesn't have, like I said yesterday, if you can answer your own question, please answer it, right? So we make progress.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Tanui, and I'm a student of governance of SDGs, particularly looking at the donor financing mechanisms. You have done very well in terms of reaching the village Barasa level. But maybe I can ask the audience. There were meetings, places where communities used to really govern their ideas, their information, and activities. What do we call them in your community? In my community, it's called Kok. In Vichy, it's called Talanoa, which was adopted in one of the COP. In Doluo, it's called Duol. So, below Barasa, those governance institutions or meeting places are actually recognized in the Constitution if you look at the public participation. But what we need is our capacity to be enhanced to appreciate, because the Constitution appreciates those institutions and the meeting places, and they've literally kind of been degraded over time. So just include that one, and you'll see the citizen empowerment being run by the communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for setting the precedent of answering your own question with a recommendation, right? So I'm hoping that will be the trend. Let me come to the back here, then I'll come to that side.
Thank you very much. It's also good to consider this other side. Yeah, I really want to thank the presenter. I think this has been a very powerful session, empowering the citizen. And just to start us off on this bit is something on public participation law. The country was looking at that sometimes back. How far are we? I think we need to get the status of it, because that's going to guide us when it comes to engaging the public. Then you mentioned something on the launching of the budget implementation. I needed to add something on the feedback of the budget implementation, which is actually the budget implementation report. Do we really get that, both at the county level and the national government level? Thank you.
Two excellent questions. I'll come to the back on the side.
Davis, I think, let me...
You want to answer those?
Yeah, I might lose.
Okay. Go ahead then.
So, Dr. Purity, we are very aligned in terms of planning. So SDGs are well integrated in planning, including some sectoral plans. So that alignment is there. Misalignment is reporting. Ask yourself why we are complying to voluntary national review after some years, and we have failed to make it our culture. So are we doing voluntary national review because we are taking it abroad, or we are doing it for ourselves? Nothing stops us from saying we can do an annual voluntary national review and submit after 2 years. But we'll be doing, why? So that when you are doing the first, like now when we'll be doing the third MTP progress report, you pull the SDG aspect on it and align. When you are doing the sector annual reports, you align. So when you are feeding the head of state with information, everything's aligned. So the issue is, in my view, that's why I said monitoring and evaluation policy needs to be implemented. So if you implement the national government monitoring and evaluation policy very well, we'll sort out this alignment at reporting. The second thing is indicators. A lot of these guys report on goals. But if you sort it out at indicator level, there's a lot of misalignment. And we have data to show that. We don't have time to do that for now. The second thing I would say, the sector working groups, just to answer that question, have a terms of reference. And in the terms of reference, they have sector members and even a technical group. So where this alignment can be sorted is a technical responsibility of the sector working group. And those sector working groups exist and they are known. So the solution to sorting the alignment at reporting is a technical group within the sector working group. Gender responsive budgeting, I want to challenge the commission again. The National Treasury has done their part and have said, can the budgets be gender responsive? Parliament is waiting for a statement from Treasury to show how the budgets are gender responsive. Why can't the commission then analyze all the sector budget proposals before the budget policy statement is taken to Parliament, so that we don't go to Parliament to complain budgets are not gender responsive. So we have an opportunity, Daktari, between now and February to check on compliance of the sectors with the National Treasury guideline on gender responsive budgeting. That's what I would say for that. The other part is budget. Nyamai is here. Are you still here? We've done some work with her. Budget review and implementation reports that are given by the control of budget every quarter gives us expenditure faithfully every quarter. But the sectors do not give us quarterly reports on what the money was used for. So we have a control of budget that gives us clearly every quarter budget review implementation report for all MDAs up to county level. But we have ministries and departments that do not give the public quarterly report on how they are progressing towards their targets. Why is the control of budget doing that? Because the law provides that is done. So when the control of budget, this is my recommendation of Florence, and perhaps you can pick it. When the control of budget is submitting expenditure to Parliament, what the money was used for, the ministries and the CS, the PSS, must also submit reports on what the money was used for. That is a major gap in this country. So just to complement the question on budget review. So the citizens in the village, the county government have done better than national government. They have published project implementation committee guidelines. And county governments are complying. You'll see how village groups are fitting into budget implementation of the county based on that guideline. But we are one country. So if you sort out the framework for convening people in budget implementation, so that my village, I know, this is what the national government asks for my ward. This is what the county government has for my ward. This is what all these funding mechanisms have, an NGO. Then we'll have a common plan. Our plans stop at the county level. We have a county plan, and we don't have a ward level plan or a village plan. Let me shock you. As I conclude, I've just remembered. What explains why the county government have a county integrated development plan, but the national government does not have its plan categorized by counties? So I am a governor and I can explain this is a plan for the county. But the county commissioner will keep on saying project 1, project 2, project 3. County integrated, what does that word mean? In the county integrated development plan, the situation analysis captures everything, including national government functions. But in terms of planning, now the county decide to say, we will not plan for those things, though they're in our CIDPs because they are our function. The county commissioner says, I will send to planning in Nairobi. So when the citizen is asking, the county government is giving this much money for pre-primary education for our county, the county director for education cannot answer how much money has come to their county for primary education. That's how bad things are. So we need to sort out these issues. within the next 1 year, before elections, we also have an option to keep quiet and wait for after elections and sort them out. Thank you. Si sasa nimalize, naona maswali yatakuwa mingi.
No,
you know, we have government experts here who can respond to some of these things better than me. So maybe you can also direct some of them to government.
Can you name those agencies we asked them to stand up?
State Department for Planning and National Treasury. Those two will respond better than me.
Next. Who is the other one? So that we can target them during tea break.
And we are responding as friends. We are complimenting each other.
And you can do it during tea break also. It's not like... yeah?
I just wanted to...
You see now Wange has hijacked.
I have hijacked it because he's spoken very well.
It's fantastic.
And he has really helped me, some of the things that I'm trying to push. He's talked about plans are aligned, both at the sector and all that. But I'll tell you, they are not fully aligned. They are not. In fact, the misalignment gets worse when we get to budgeting. Because then we forget about the targets we had in our MTPs and all that. I'm a co-convener, and I was co-convening DJ laws. And one of the things I discovered is that, is there anyone from GGA laws here? We were within Mombasa. Do you remember my comment where I said that we have built the main house and an SQ, but we have moved into the SQ? You remember that comment? We have our plans with indicators and targets, but when we go to budget, nobody refers to MTP. Nobody refers to the indicator handbook. So you look at there, because in our budgets, we have the outputs and the indicators. You look at the indicators and outputs, no alignment with the MTP. And I had a big quarrel with that sector, but I tried to help. So the point is trying to raise here, and we have people from state departments, central planning members. Are you here? Just raise your hand. I want to make this comment. People from the state departments. You see, the other issue we have that he raised, when it comes to alignment, these people, they are implementing the programs, but they have no idea which indicator in the SDGs they are pursuing. Totally no idea. No idea. We have done what we call mapping of indicators to the state departments. I will tell you, maybe those who are here are not even aware of that communication. Are you aware of that communication? Do you even know which indicators you are associated with? They do not know. They do not know. So, as we talk of alignment, it is there in the documents, broadly. But when we come to implementation, in our work plans, in our performance contract, in our budgeting, we are just doing our own thing. And so what he's saying, as we come here, you know, I was very quiet and looking at him as he was presenting throughout. He was trying to help me, the things that I'm trying to push. So we need to go back and ask ourselves, what are these SDGs? What are the targets? What are the indicators? What are our programs? How are they addressing these indicators? That's where the misalignment is in terms of implementation and budgeting. I just wanted to emphasize that and to agree with him. It is not in government, I'm in government, I'm heading this, and we know that, that's our challenge. So somebody might think this guy is speaking like, I don't know, a politician or an activist, but he's saying the truth. So we must admit it. He's saying the truth. Thank you.
And we also think the SDGs came from New York. Now we are supposed to integrate them because they came from New York. But our government went there and committed to the SDGs and signed up and agreed and made recommendations. In fact, we co-chaired the SDGs as a country. We should be leading in the world, not, you know, in terms of implementation and integration.
Maybe just to interject, can we get someone from Treasury also comment? I like that approach on whether we are ready to implement Sevilla commitments, because there are critical actions that we are supposed to take forward, and it also applies to what he's saying, because those financing for development action points, what's our plan? Because if the budget policy statement leaves them behind, then they'll not be implemented. Thank you.
No, on civilian commitment, I can answer that one. Our PS actually offered to come up with a framework for monitoring that, and is following up the civilian commitment. There are quite a number of, we even had a platform for action which has a lot of things to follow up. So our PS, our own PS who was here yesterday, is keen on that. And it's part of the things he has told us that we need to put.
Now that's what we now need to take to citizens. That's what I was saying, so that citizens' involvement requires citizens' involvement in implementing Sevilla commitments. So I'm happy maybe an action point would be, we need a plan to disseminate Sevilla commitments to the citizens so that they hold government accountable as to whether those commitments are being implemented. Thank you very much for this session. Unfortunately, time is running out. I have to take a break now. Thank you.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Round of applause. And those are real issues. Do we agree? Real issues. Not just talk, real issues. So, and that's why we are convening. The idea really for us is to take a lot of those key actions and recommendations. And for those who didn't get a chance to say something, please just feel free to step forward, either the Secretariat or to our expert, Elijah, who's done a great job to facilitate that conversation. Feel free to raise some of those issues or give us the recommendations, because I know some of them are recommendations. Then we'll pick it up from there. Yes, I keep forgetting the online participants. We have a live audience, and grateful to the team that's facilitating that. Apologies. Karibuni sana to the online participants. Good morning. It is still morning, right? Yes. Good morning to you. Also, please share your comments. We might give them an opportunity at some point, right, in the upcoming sessions to also ask questions and feel like they're part and parcel of this convening. I'd like to give Mheshimiwa Ochanda just say something quickly before we go to break. Welcome, and thank you for finding time to join us. A round of applause to Mheshimiwa during a busy, very busy campaign season. I don't know which side you're aligned to, but all I know is you're the chair of the, he's aligned to the SDGs, right? That's all we need for now. Karibu sana, and over to you.
Thanks a lot. Good morning. Those of you whom have not had a chance to meet, I'm Dr. Chanda Gideon. I represent Bondo in the National Assembly, and I chair the SDGs and Business Caucus in Parliament. Our caucus is part of this forum. We are a member of the forum. A caucus, for those who may not know, we are an informal committee in Parliament. There are formal committees, clearly departmental committees or oversight committees or committees that are specific for specific functions. But us, being an informal one, that's allowed by our standing orders, that members can have their own formations voluntarily for purposes of what they may want to achieve as a collection of individual members put together. So as SDGs caucus, we cut across both the National Assembly and Senate, and we have average around 22, 25 members. And these are members who are fairly focused on the direction of the SDGs. And I'm the chair. While there are formal committees of the House that are clearly parliamentary committees, the caucuses also have a working arrangement with the House. And I want to believe that as staff, there must be a staff. Kanda, is he here? Yes. Kanda is here. That is a clerk in the house. We have very many clerks. There's a main clerk and very many other clerks. So, so he's one of them who are attached to the caucus. As we do our work, Parliament also helps us in one way or the other. To an extent that even I think there are 6 or so members of Parliament who are supposed to be here between yesterday and tomorrow. There's been a big jam in terms of traffic. So there's quite a bit of confusion and the procurement arrangements. So we'll count on those who come, but for purposes of this, Parliament is supporting those members to be here. But as members of the SDGs caucus, not as members of other committees. Just next door here, there's a formal committee of the House. I think this is Justice and Legal or something. Have you seen their faces? Yeah? Yes. Immediately you break this wall, you are into them. That is a formal committee of the House, yeah? With full regalia, sergeant at arms and everything else. But here we are with the Kanda minus Rungu. But he's here to support what we are doing. That's exactly how we work in Parliament. As I was seated here, I think 1 or 2 questions were already being raised towards my direction. Some are a bit technical, which I don't think I just thought we may need some little time to look at them. The issue of cash flow, for example, even treasury and how our money, we plan for it, we place it. Of course, it's placed by Parliament. Parliament places money. The executive plans, they do their own plans, break themselves into all manner of departments. Each department is given a level, an amount of money that they must get to. If they pass, it's up to them. Yeah, the seals. And all these things are put together around March in a very, very, very competitive process. So each department, their PSS and their CSS come to pitch before the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the House. And as they pitch, it depends now on your skills, it depends on the needs, it depends on the priority of the government of the day. Yeah? And that's exactly when you're pitching. For example, I was giving a good example sometimes, I don't know which agency was that. That right now I serve in the Lands Committee. When lands want money, more money than they have, there must be a strategy that they must bring before the committee. So we said, no, lands has a potential of raising more money. The government wants money. So land has some more potential of raising more money. But we can't raise that money because we don't have money. So what you do, give us 2 billion, then we'll help you raise 20 billion. They clap very quickly and you get your 2 billion. So, so there's a strategy, there's a game that you must know how to play it for purpose of placement of money. But that was not your issue. Your issue was money is placed, how is it implemented? I think that's exactly what Don was bringing about. Each day, we had treasury, the treasury is here. Each day, like today, by end of evening, the government will be collecting 4 billion, today alone. Yeah? Average money collected per day is around 4 billion Kenya shillings. And as they collect, they also spend. There's no sitting money anywhere. Yeah? So if you want to track how the government implements, sometimes a big problem because it collects and spends. So how does it spend? It spends not on a very structured kind of a framework that no, what I bought this yesterday, tomorrow roads must get this, the other day the other one must get this, social assistance program must get that, teachers or education must get this. No, it doesn't go like that. So sometimes it goes by what are the immediate priorities of the government. If what you are looking for is a priority but it's not an immediate priority, then it will not get that money, yeah, immediately. It will get the money towards the end of the financial year, and quite a lot of it is implemented in a rush. So those are the kind of things that we have
in terms of how the government implements. Our departmental committees have the advantage that maybe the public doesn't have, like you or different agencies. The departmental committees have a way of summoning the PS and the CSS to tell them at one particular stage the extent at which they are implementing the budget. I remember my committee was doing this Monday, last month. Today is Thursday. On Tuesday this week, the Committee of Lands went visiting the ministry for the ministry to tell them the extent at which, at what level are they in terms of implementation of the budget. So if you want to know, and I think, Don, this is where the main gist is, if you want to know in terms of how the budgets are implemented, please get in touch with a relevant departmental committee. They may be giving up details in terms of any time they call on the ministry to tell them to show them exactly how they're implementing the budget. You may get that information. But I don't think there's a structured way of how the public gets how each department implements their budget on a regular manner. So this is just a tip that if you are keen on it, the best way is to get a departmental committee that works around that. Then that may help you get the issue of budget implementation. Same will go with the feedback. I don't think there is anybody who clearly gives a feedback in terms of how exactly they have spent the money. But they have to do that to their budget and appropriations committee every single year. They must. Because you are asked, you are looking for 20 million. We gave you 15 last year. How did you spend it? So that money, each department has to explain back to that committee. So again, it depends on how you are able to access and get that information from the public, from the committees. Outside here, I'm not too sure. Those who are in Treasury, I've never met a situation where you are going to explain out that we had this money, we spent it on this is the balance, and no, I'm not too sure whether I've experienced that. But before, yeah? Okay, Festus. So, but for purposes of the annual and the regular way, which is almost a tradition, they must present these things to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. The first question is, we gave you this money. How did you spend it? The issues of absorption, the issues of all manner of challenges, to help them. No, that is to help them see exactly when you are now pitching, you are placing that request for that particular year. They can easily catch you. That no, you are saying you spent this last year, you asked us. I remember, I've served in the Budget and Appropriations Committee for a while also, but not currently. I think there this construction of headquarter buildings and stuff like that. So you get a department who was given money the previous year for purposes of doing a building, yeah, ends up with the same request this year. So the committee asks very easily, we gave you money for this building. Again, this year we are seeing you are requesting money for this building. Where is it? What is it for? Then they have to start explaining that, no, there was this, there was reallocation and stuff like that and that and that. So we ended up with no money. So the building was not done. That's why we are requesting it for it this year. Those details are there in terms of how the budgets are being done. That was for purpose of feedback. I don't know whether I'm doing the right thing. I stand guided. If I'm doing too much of what I was expected. Then there is the issue which I think partly Festus has brought. This thing of monitoring and everybody trying to do evaluation and stuff like that. Partly, I think Don mentioned, and then Festus. You see, in as much as we are struggling with these issues of the goals, to us, those of us who are here, it's a common knowledge. And when you're talking about it, you know what we're talking about. But let me tell you, and I think Professor's mentioned it, there are program implementers in the departments, wherever they are, who have completely no idea that the programs they are implementing are really the goals that we are talking about here. They don't know. They have no idea. To them, they are water officer, yeah, struggling to do piping and wherever they are. And you ask them the relationship between how is that water connections that they are doing is related to a goal. They completely have no idea. So when you're going to do monitoring, you're doing evaluations and all that, and you ask them, they may tell you that they don't know what we're talking about. But yet to you, the issue of safe drinking water and stuff like that, to you it is a goal. So some of it is that we are not very conscious. The departments or the program duty bearers sometimes are not too clear about the connection between that and a goal. So when you are doing the monitoring and evaluation and stuff like that, you need to be very careful that are you talking about people who know what they are doing. Working with what exists. Slowly I got to realize that there's nothing that the government doesn't have. Slowly I got to realize that virtually everything else that happens that you may be knowing or you don't know, the government have. There's nothing that the government doesn't have. To an extent that just even checking, you know what I call weights, ratili. Yeah? You can take it for granted. You don't know even how these measurements are, all that are done. But their weights and measures are very serious government agency that just goes around in terms of checking whether 1 kilo of meat is really 1 kilo. Yeah? And that kind of a facility exists and many people may not know. You go into every little thing of our life, the government is there. That's what I got to realize recently. There's nothing that the government doesn't have. So when we're talking about, I'm bringing this because Don brought it. Let's not work like nothing exists. Can we work like something exists and we check around? What is it that exists? What is it that is doing? What is it that we can do together so that we have these things work well? And that is connected with the final one that I'm saying is the issue of we are very busy doing boundaries between our governments. Very, very busy. The Constitution didn't expect us to do boundaries the way we are doing. Yeah? The Constitution recognizes the 48 governments. I hope you know that. The 48 of them, the 47 counties and one national one. They are 48. But it says that these governments are supposed to work in some kind of an integrated manner. But each of these 48 governments are very, very busy doing boundaries between themselves. Very busy doing boundaries. Siaya is doing a big boundary between them and Kakamega. Yeah? Kakamega is doing a big boundary between them and I don't know, Trans Nzoia or somewhere. Yeah? So that, no, ours ends here. No, iyo ni yenu. The Constitution didn't expect something like that. Yeah? And the national one, like he mentioned about the DC and the governor. Very busy doing boundaries between not DC, county commissioner and a governor. Very busy doing boundaries. So by the end of the day, there's a lot of conflict. There's disharmony in terms of how work is done, how programs are implemented. And you know, it becomes a very big challenge in terms of what we are looking at as an issue of SDGs because of these too many boundaries. We have generally failed in this. This one I can say without blinking an eye, that we have failed to completely devolve. The big functions that are supposed to be done at the local levels that are still being held at the national level. Yeah? you realize that the Department of Agriculture is still doing cattle dips in the villages. They are doing what are called sese catcher boxes, yeah, yeah, in the villages. They are doing it from Nairobi. Where do a box to catch sese fly in the village from Nairobi? You look at health. I keep saying there are more qualified and more specialized doctors pushing paper in Afi House. Their number is bigger than those doctors in the 47 county governments. Why? So we failed at one stage. I mentioned this, I think I'm thinking that Erastus, when we were in your meeting with the former boss of the Transition Authority. He was chased out of office. But the first thing that he was supposed to do was to quantify the functions and place monies on them in terms of, if the national government was doing this in the village, how much was it costing it to do it? Such that that national government transfers that function plus that money to the county government. We've not done that. So these are some of the challenges that we keep. Poleni sana.
No, asante sana Mheshimiwa. I don't think it's poleni sana. Do we agree? Because he's answering questions in real time, and that's what we were looking for. And the issue of weights and measures, especially kilo ya nyama, you've touched my heart on that one, because we get ripped off in this country. Left, right, center, and water meters, right? Which other one? Hey, KPSC, let's not go there. I'll start shedding tears. Because this month my tokens are serving me. Next month, the thing is blinking louder than an ambulance siren. And it's 2 weeks to go from the time, so I think those government agencies, we need to identify them. And Elijah, you also mentioned you didn't finish the list of the state departments that were supposed to answer questions. Not in the forum, but when they go out there, we need to know them so that people can approach them and ask some of these questions. Like you're rightfully saying, Mheshimiwa, sometimes it's just a matter of sharing information. People don't know that these things are happening. And some of them are great things. It's just that people don't know. And we are not sharing information. There is misalignment, not in terms of the actual work, in terms of just the language, how we are framing, the definition of what we are doing as a people. And that is also undermining our reporting. Because, somebody says this does not look exactly like what the SDGs are saying. So it's left out. But we are doing a lot. And so all around there's work to be done. Flo and the team and the interagency working group. Mheshimiwa Ochanda, I think we need to formalize this thing of a formal caucus, an informal one, is also undermining us. This is it's so important. It's really, really important work. I think this committee needs to be, it needs to be formal. But I don't know how that works. You'll advise by the end of the week so we can start advocating. With those remarks, I'd like to send us for a very quick tea break. So we come back at 11:30 to continue with the program. We'll give the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics an opportunity to briefly show us the new SDGs platform immediately after tea break, so we get to understand where we can get more information about how we are doing as a country. And then we'll move into the panel on food security, strengthening agricultural value chains for sustainable food security, that our good friend Prof is going to be moderating. I don't know if you have all your panelists, but let me just list them. If you know you're from the State Department for Agriculture, please see Professor Gituro Inaina, who's seated at the front. Then the county government CEC, Agriculture, Council of Governors, also prepare yourself. There's a representative from WFP. in the room? I hope so. And then State Department for Livestock, I think they introduced themselves. FAO and someone from a civil society organization, which I think will we've identified already, right? Excellent. So let's go for a quick tea break. We come back at 11:35. And if you see me marshalling you,
so forth, agriculture and other thematic areas. Citizen-generated data, this is data produced by civil society organization, very popular in filling some gaps that we have, because we cannot afford to do censuses and surveys on regular basis. We are trying to fill some of these gaps by getting data produced by civil society organizations, and we've done this on a number of indicators. Just to mention a few: education, reproductive health, nutrition, and governance. We are trying to explore big data. Our main target is mobile service providers data, that is like Safaricom, so that we can get data on regular basis or on real-time basis. I keep on saying that we do not have to wait for perhaps a month to know the price changes, or we do not have to wait for a quarter for us to estimate the quarterly GDP. If we had data from mobile providers on our transaction on daily basis, we'd get more real-time indicators, and eventually we'll track our progress more frequently, and interventions are done frequently. We also do innovative approaches. We combine data sets like sensors and surveys, small area estimation methodology, geospatial data, so that we can try as much as possible to ensure that we track as many indicators as possible. We are also trying to adopt, the last time we presented the National Indicator Framework, the first thing that was said that it was a manual National Indicator Framework. It was on an Excel sheet. So that is, it's on a computer, but it's very manual. And I think we've moved a step forward. My colleague is going to present what we've adopted, and we've made it more, we've advanced and make it more interactive, and it will give us more insights. We'll look at the platform later. And we also hope that in our next step, we are going to do more visualizations so that we can see where we are at a click of a button, and tell stories, including the data trickling down to a decision maker or a policy maker to make a decision based on the changes on the indicators. That is a brief presentation. I hope I haven't taken too much time. Thanks.
Round of applause for KNBS. And we truly appreciate the multi-stakeholder approach and openness within which KNBS has been doing some of this really important work. Are we ready with the presentation on the SDGs platform? If so, Sarah, welcome.
Good morning.
Sarah, you have 10 minutes at most, huh?
Actually, I might take less than that.
Excellent.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Sarah Mwikalindunda. I work for Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. That's my name, and probably that explains the color of my top. So I'm going to be taking you through the Open SDG platform, which is a platform for dissemination of SDG data, though we can also incorporate other development related indicators. So I have a presentation which should be talking notes, but I thought maybe when we visualize them there, it will be better. So so we know what SDGs are, and we all know that we are supposed to track 252 indicators in 17 goals and 169 targets. So where are we as a country in tracking? So Kenya is currently reporting and monitoring 171 indicators across 17 goals, with one which is not applicable in Kenyan case, and that is goal 13, target B, indicator 1. That's not applicable to our country. And we also have 99 targets which are fully reported, 29 are partially reported, and 41 remain unreported. Those are targets. So currently, we are disseminating our SDG framework in Excel format in Kenya National Bureau of Statistics website, and that has its own limit, given that while it's accessible, it has little interaction, it has restricted metadata, and it has no interoperability function. So our OpenSDG platform addresses this gap through interoperability and user-friendly approach to data dissemination. It is an open source, it's free to use platform, it's built entirely with open source tools and can be hosted and maintained using free services. Now, how did we develop it? We first developed the platform and customized it to the Kenyan context, after which we converted our data, which is in Excel, in SDMX format, which is standard for statistical data and meta exchange. And we uploaded and validated the indicators and metadata. We had stakeholder engagement, which we invited most of representatives from the organizations which are present here. And that's how now we were able to say that everything which has been proposed by stakeholders has been achieved. And so OpenSDG functions, we have interactive visualizations to explore data through dynamic charts and graphs. We have download options to retrieve data sets in bulk or by individual indicator. We have comprehensive metadata to understand indicator definitions and computation methodology and data sources, and interoperability with the support of SDMX standard, enabling integration with other systems. On that, I just want to say, actually this data is stored in our platform, which is ODP, Data Dissemination Platform, and we have just integrated it directly from the dissemination platform to OpenSDG because of interoperability characterized by SDMX. We have global adoption by over 25 countries worldwide. So we have countries which have come up with their OpenSDG platform using the tools which we are using. It means that we are placed among the top countries in the world. And they include UK, US. In Africa, we have Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Ghana, and now Kenya. The next steps which we need to concentrate on is we need to address data gaps which I've spoken about at the beginning, and need to create awareness of use of the platform, especially for people who have not been able to access the data. And we need to strengthen capacity on data standardization and SDG monitoring. So I would like to take you through the platform, and with that, I will conclude. So, that is Kenya National Bureau of Statistics website. I know most of you are familiar with it. So currently we have already integrated with our website, and any other organization which is interested, they can still do so because it's open source, it's available, and we want to reach as many people as possible. So from our website, you can see there is a SDG icon up there. So you click the icon, and from there you will be able to access Kenya OpenSDG platform, and that is homepage. In the homepage, you have a brief description of the indicator framework for sustainable development goals, and at the far corner you have search. So if, like for example, you don't want to go up to the goal level to be able to access indicator, you can just come there and search for, say, indicator 1.1. And you will get all the results which are related to indicator 1.1 from the OpenSDG platform. So you can click there and be able to see Kenya is actually reporting indicator 1.1, and we have reported up to 2022. So back to homepage, we have this, I can call it icon there, for contrast. So if you don't like the color of the screen and you want to change it, you click there and you are able to see different screen color. Okay, so still in the home page is where you can do bulk download. So down there you have download all data. So if you click this data, this icon over there, you're going to download all the data which is uploaded at the platform. And down there, we have contact, we have our Twitter, Facebook, actually X, it should be X, cookies and configuration. So with the contact there, you can be able to reach us to sdg@knbs.or.ke if you have anything to communicate to us. Now let's go to the goals. So from home, next is goals. So from goals, here is where you access all the goals and their respective targets and indicators. So like if you want to go to goal 1 is on poverty, no poverty. You can be able to see all the indicators we are reporting and the targets from there. I would like to demonstrate using one goal, how you can be able to access information, visualize, and download. So I want to go to goal, say the last goal. So in the last goal, let's choose an indicator. Let's go to proportion of population using internet. So when you look at that goal, that indicator we are reporting, and that indicator has been disaggregated in sex, age, and degree of urbanization. These are the major breakdowns in every SDG. So let's see how we can access information from sex. So for sex, we have male and female. So we can select all, and we have it there. So for male is the green one, female is the brown one. And if you want further information, say for age, so that is for age. And let's say, for example, you want to also access for degree of urbanization. We have rural and urban, so you select all, and you have it there. So suppose you want to access all this. When you look at it here, this is too much. Actually, even the chart itself is telling you there are too many data sets to show on a chart because it's overcrowded. So you can come to the table, and you're able to access all that information from the table. And now if you want to download, you can just click download table data, and you're going to have it at the end of the download. So let's just, because we did not download the bulk, let's download the table data, which is one indicator. And there we have it. We have for 2014, 2016, is it visible? Up to 2023. So the other function, sorry. The other function which I've talked about, it's about having metadata. Okay, so here we have the metadata is at the bottom of the graph. We have the graph there. If you want to understand more about the data which we have used, that includes methodology, the source, and when we are likely to update it. You come there, you'll find that there is national metadata, and then we have global metadata, we have source and indicator, the indicator. Now, the difference between national metadata and global metadata, sometimes you'll find a difference between what we're reporting and what is being reported by the indicator custodians. Why do we have these differences? Mostly it's based on the methodology of computation of the indicator. For example, if we say access to water, you will find that in the global indicator is at the premises. In Kenyan indicator framework, it's a distance which may not be precisely in the premises. So when you read here, you will realize that we have described our indicator and computation methodology differently. Now let's go to reporting status. Now, from reporting status, you're actually able to see what we are reporting without having to go into details. For example, from here, you're able to tell that we are reporting 171 indicators out of 252. And we have 80 indicators which we are not reporting. And we have one indicator which is not applicable in Kenyan context. Now, let's go to the specific indicators. We have poverty, which is 77% reported. We have zero hunger. We have good health. And we have two goals which we are reporting in all indicators, and that is clean water and sanitation, and we have affordable, clean energy. However, we have some goals which we are not doing that well, and the first one is 12, responsible consumption and production. So do we have organizations which are dealing with that kind of data here? Yes, I know we are here. So there is very big gap. Actually, that is 46% reporting, which is 6 out of 13 indicators. It means that there is a need to come up with a way of addressing that gap. And we have another one here, which we are reporting 50%, life below water. So those are the indicators which we are not doing well, and others which we are doing pretty well. Actually, we have reported in all indicators. However, reporting in all indicators doesn't mean that we are done, because you will find that we have some indicators which we are supposed to disaggregate, and we are not disaggregating. So we have given data up to national level. There is also a need of reporting the data at the county levels. So in publications, you will find all the publications where we have outsourced the data from. If you need to go and read further, you'll be able to go and access that report and read further for your understanding. And we have updates. Now, updates is where we will be putting news and events which are relating to SDGs. And we have frequently asked questions, where you will find all the frequently asked questions there, and we will keep on adding based on what we'll be getting from users. And finally, we have About Us. So About Us is about the site, about Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, about State Department for Economic Planning, and we have, if you need more information and feedback. So I think I am done with the platform, if there are no questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah and Sarah. Sarah and Sarah from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. First, go to the website and then ask questions. Right? Go to the website, navigate, learn a bit more, then you can ask the questions. Take their contacts I think that's the best approach. Otherwise, it's a tool. It's a very practical tool. And I've been promised that the next iteration will have integrated AI chat function. You just press a button, it gives you what you're looking for. Is that right, Sarah? Yeah, so we're going to have an integrated AI function so to make it easy for you to access the information. So you can just query pop-up chat and it gives you what you're looking for. Another round of applause for KNBS for the great work they're doing. Prof, are you ready? No. You're not ready? So if Prof is not ready, can his panelists come to the front? Because I know that will give him a bit of pressure. And he's a fantastic friend, mentor, leader, champion, name it. And the advantage is we are also very, very good friends. So I can cut him off if he goes on for too long. Prof, I know you're very efficient. 45 minutes is good? 45. So that we go for lunch at 1:30. Right? So we'll have your panel and then the last panel before lunch. If we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have caught up on today's agenda. So in the afternoon, we'll be back on track. I think we are doing fairly well. And Prof is going to support me in my endeavor to catch up on time. Karibu-san.
Nothing. Let's get the people who are supposed to be here, and as they come, do you have WFP? FAO? Oops, so who do we have? We have CSO, who is it? Yeah, there you are, my brother. Then we have PS Agriculture. Is there representatives? I don't know how the PS Miss is in Mombasa. Any representative from agriculture? Mutahi Kagwe is docket. Or we call Mutahi to send somebody as quickly as he can use a chopper. He had a very nice gurari on Saturday. County government? You're not from county government? No, just come. We'll discuss. It's about Chakura. WFP, no. PS Livestock, Food and Agriculture Association, CSO. My brother, you're here around. So we'll just drill you. No problem. I found the statement a bit wanting. It has to be seen in the perspective that those who are 70 and above are really useless. Hey, Muhesh, ulikuwa hapa? Hakuwa umefika. You were told that for the 70 you park, you go home. And that is not right. You could say the same message in a different language. They are retired, but they are not tired. And I think it's worrying when you have somebody, a government officer, who says that. My brother, Suka Ubaya, but I think when you're saying that, even resources, and I think there are people here who have their parents who are retired at 65, and they're actually feeding themselves. They are busy working. By the way, when we're there, we don't look at our children. Our children, we give them education. It's easy to compensate. So I think it's important to give the senior citizen what they deserve. I went to be checked my ears by somebody called Joe at Aga Khan, and he was very polite. Senior citizen, you have a problem. No, he didn't say I have a problem. I see you, Enena, but I think you are a senior citizen. And I got the message. He wanted to me I have to work up on my hearing, but he didn't say me that. But whenever you are a senior citizen. So I think as we even talk becomes important. Now, young man, I don't know how we are going to do with you, but you're the only one now. Who wants to come? Actually, there's a panelist. And the people I know now, like Ruth Mutai, Ruth from Narok. Ingia hapa tuzungumze mambo ya chakula. If you don't come, I'm not going to come to Narok. Okay, who actually done some work on agriculture?
Prof, I think we can integrate these two partners.
Yes.
There's the leveraging partnership and collaboration to advance SDGs.
Okay. So who is there?
We have a PPP unit.
Mm-hmm. Do you have the PPP unit?
Is UNECA here? Because they're supposed to facilitate. Is there a representative from UNECA? So but we don't want to mix and gather. If you have the entire panel all set up.
Come, my sister.
Because we have Council of Governors, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, UNDP. I think your panel is well set up, right?
Zainab.
Let's Nimeambiwa nisiguse mlima hapa, eh? So, yes. Agriculture. Yes, just come to the front. We are solving problems as we move in real time.
Meanwhile, I have 2 slides to present.
Yeah.
So
you'll introduce yourselves and then we can have a conversation. If we understand the issues and you have experience and expertise, Sadiki, you've worked on these issues for years. So we cannot have a crisis of lack of speakers.
Absolutely.
Not in an annual multi-stakeholder forum.
Okay, thank you.
So, Prof, you have 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. A perfect panel.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
So what did you come to do here? The whole lot of you, Mwende. Huh? George, you know, so I want to share some, and I want to make it clear, and perhaps Jane Atuta, where is Jane? There, Jane, you are a specialist in that. You just did a paper. Please come, Jane, please. No, Jane, please. Then I want to hug you next time. Acha ikae.
Livestock, I can see in our confirmation list, Fredina, somebody, Fredina Nkirote. Who is that? Alikuja Mombasa na akaenda zake. Yeah, you know. Fredina? No, we'll report back. We'll report back, because we have official letters from PSS confirming. And I see quite a number not here. We'll take note. We'll take note that you came to do your own things.
Yeah, I think when you are committed to something, please do. It's important, and that's what will move this country forward. Yeah? Please, that's what is going to move this country. And I tell you, most of you, the year ahead of you are many, so if you don't work, you'll be starving. Yeah. Food is extremely important. Without food, you can't do anything. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. What's the first shot there? Hey, what's the first shot in Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Not sex. At least that's not sex. It's what? Food. Food. And the food for those economists, like Zainabu, they're the economists in the house. And Jane and Mwende and the other, no, Mwende is not an economist. It's just an M&E. The demand for food is interesting. You demand breakfast, you demand at 10, you demand at 1, you demand in the evening. Did you see yesterday the people who were eating there, and we'll go there? What did you see? Me, I saw money. I saw money. In the sense that there's a farmer who has brought sukuma wiki. I don't know from where. There's somebody who transported that. There's somebody who cooked that food. At the end of the day, Wandia and I pays for that food. That's really business. So tomorrow, if I'm Nyandarua or wherever, or Taita Taveta, I'll produce more because there's a demand there. So we can't go wrong with food. And who is the young lady who was talking about the youth? The one who is finding shoes and something like that. And they were talking food. I hope you can give me a time to talk about it seriously, what it means. So we have a team here which is going to talk about the value chain, from the farm to the table. I know some of us don't use forks. So from the farm to the table. What happens in that? Mohesh, can you do the PowerPoint presentation, please? Sir, if I'm not asking too much. Why do people who play DJs, why do all their laptops are Apple? Why? It's a serious machine to have, right? Not HP, I don't know the others. So I wanted to share the value chain itself so that we are in context. So next slide, please. That's the value chain, the food value chain. It all starts with the issue of the farming and agriculture, goes all the way to the processing, goes all the way to logistics, storage, and then the table. That's what we are going to go through, Herima, right? That whole process. And these panelists will be here. Second slide, please. However, and this is where Nicholas and William, we need to drill in. When I go to conferences, I don't tell people not to use their cell phone or the laptops, but use them responsibly. Don't be inside your laptop or your phone. Let's communicate, good people, right? I like Muhesh. Muhesh is just listening, and he's a good student. He's a nice student. We lose an estimated 9 million tons of food, worth 72 billion annually. That's enough to do how many times of the expressway from Nairobi to Mombasa? How many times? Hey, muko 70 au bado? It's costing about how many? 6B? 7B? So divide by there, it's about 10 of them. From Lironi to Mau Summit, how much is it costing? God, AI has taken our thinking. 4B. So how many you can see how much we are losing? And you brought a very good point here about domestic borrowing. Sasa dio shida tuko nazo out of domestic. And I'll share something tomorrow with that team on how much we pay taxes, how much is lost. The notorious culprits are maize, mahindi. Na ikiwa hakuna ugali, hakuna chakula. Ama? And when you're eating with the fish, really eat with a female fish. The female fish is sweeter than the male fish. Watu wa Dugabe wata confirm hiyo. Dugabe. And I'm talking to our fish. Is that not true? Yes. The female is sweeter. 20 to 36% is lost, mostly in storage. You remember that thing of embu? Yeah? Ruth? Then fruits, particularly the mangoes, thanks to people like Kibwana. Mangoes. The other one is avocados, bananas, and this is about 17 to 56%. Then potatoes. Kutoka huko Chokera anatoka, Meru. They're very Swiss. 2023, and fish. Yes, kutoka huko, fish. So that's where we are. But the bottom line team, I would like to think as we ask these people, the whole concept about 72 billion shillings annually. So the question I want to put to you, team, and thanks for those who have frontiered. I think you're a great team. You can't run away. We have been with you for too long from Taita Taveta. Let me see whether I can get a question. The first question perhaps we need to, with no order. As you look at the food chain, from the farm to the table, what are the challenges? It's a very general question, so you can kick in. What are the challenges, Madam?
So thank you very much for having me here. My name is Mary Karumba. I work for the State Department for Cooperatives in the planning department. So we interact with cooperatives in the almost all the crop value chains. But I think in response to the question, I'll focus on issues like milk, because that helps us, understand the issues. And for those who are familiar with better priority, so we have the 9 priority value chains. So we have the issues of edible oils. I'm happy to hear the wastage in the blue economy, that is fisheries, and others, but those are the main ones. So the main issue, of course, including the non-priority like maize and potatoes, is one, the farmer is not able to guarantee the production that gives them what you'd call the proper return. And it's based on, one, the nature of our farming. So most of our farmers are not large scale, they are small scale. And because we are economists, you understand that there are things that they are not able to do because of that operation at the small scale level. So for instance, the affordability of machinery, affordability of seeds, so that's expensive for them. So they can't get certified seeds. Then by extension, the production reduces. If they evade the first 2 that I have talked about, then they are faced with the issue that you are raising, accessing markets, and linked to that is the issue of the post-harvest losses. So that's a bit quite a challenge in the food. Something else which is not quite mentioned is the issue of the food safety. So again, if you succeed in all that, what they bring to the market, I think we've heard all the outcries about the misuse of fertilizers. Sometimes I don't know whether it's lack of extension services, etc. And when I come back, I'll try to show you how cooperatives solve those problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And get her point is actually interesting because he says there's no way the farmer can even talk about the value chain if they cannot produce enough. I think that's the point you're making. And that's something to look at, and even the safety itself. I need to get the name now. You told me, was it yesterday? Okay, give me the name again. Mary. You are Mary? Mary. And my brother?
My name is Titus Musioka, the director of Ahadi Achievers Empowerment CBO from Makueni County. And the issues you are raising here are very critical because they affect the farmer on a day-to-day basis, and particularly the smallholder farmer. I was very glad when you showed the nodes in the value chains, the farm, the storage, the processing, logistics. As you go along the value chain, there are requirements. And I wanted maybe to just point out some of the gaps personally that I think are very critical in addition to what my previous speakers talked about. One, there is the issue of knowledge gaps. The farmer is not very equipped when it comes to production. There are always gaps. Perhaps they don't know the best production methods, the best husbandry methods and all that. And this ties with the issue of extension. We do not have adequate extension services, especially at the grassroots. And that's why you find so many gaps when it comes to knowledge.
Okay. We'll take that for the time being.
Yes.
Bringing the issue of the expertise in this area. Extension. The Wabogus of this country, isn't it? The Bula of this country and all that stuff, right? Sarah? And those people who use their left hand use the two parts of the brain. So go ahead. What some of the challenges? She has mentioned about the inputs. She has mentioned about the skills. Where do you plug in?
Okay, my name is Sarah Nzao. I work for an organization called Micro Enterprises Support Program Trust, supported by Danida. We support the value chains, around 11 value chains. That is coconut, pineapple, cassava, poultry, moringa, aquaculture, banana, avocado, mango, export vegetables, and a dairy. I have an experience of 20 years working with the smallholder farmers, and some of the challenges that we find with these farmers is the issue of gap. If the farmers are not really trained well, of course, transferring the knowledge to the farm becomes a challenge. Another issue is the market. If market is not there, the farmer will have no confidence even to invest more in the farm. And also the issue of climate change has also become a challenge because the farmer can do a lot of farming, but you find that due to lack of rain, water, the farmer doesn't get income, and therefore poverty continue to increase at farm level. Another thing is the issue of market systems like certification. If the farmer knows where he's going to sell the produce, the farmer will produce the required. And also the certification, some of the certification required by exporters, they are very expensive, like Global Gap, Fair Trade, organic certification. And you find that the farmer meeting those targets, it is not easy because they need thorough training, coaching, and also documentation. Another issue is the involvement of the youth. Youth, they like the quick money. And the farmer at the farm level, there's a lot of labor. Some of the crops are labor intensive. And if youth, they run to the rural areas, you find that the old people are left and they cannot also meet the volumes. Another issue of what is required by the market is volume and the time. If the volume is not enough, of course, the buyer will not offtake the produce.
Okay, so thanks, Sarah. My brother, you take us down to Taita Taveta. You have been that county government for many years, correct?
Thank you. Yeah, many years.
The last time we met at, was it Tui or Turi?
Yeah.
The late Wanjui.
Yeah.
And that time, Julius, we were working how do you leverage Vision 2030 and SDGs? And shame on the whole lot of you. We forgot the Vision 2030, right? As the late leader, a hero, a president we never had, said that Kenyans are like ngere. I don't know what is ngere called in English. Watchog, yes. The lion lands after it, then it forget it that it was being done after. We have forgotten about the Vision 2030. I was sharing in Guinea. Vision 2030, and I thank God I had the opportunity to work in government in that outfit. Kulikuwa pesa mfukoni. That's the bottom line. Kulikuwa pesa mfukoni. I could manage to take Ruth out by then, but now you saw some in the social media. It's all the girls who are going to the discourse. My brother, take us back to Taita Taveta. What are these, and I want you to look, because the question of coming to my mind, team, and I'm really serious about this, if there was a farmer here, if there was a farmer seated here, and I think Vestas and Davis and the team, that's what we should do. We should be calling local people where we are going. If they sat here, what do they tell us their problem is? So I'm sure you can fit in those shoes. You have been there for long, my brother. And there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name again is Ridhiwan Sadiki from Taita Taveta, Citizen Network for Rural Development. Holding the mic after 3 serious contenders is quite a challenge. But Madam Sarah has been my mentor when it comes to value chain development. They've done a fundamental work in Taita Taveta and across the region. And basically in the context of food loss, here and sitting in the shoes of a farmer, I'm also a farmer, I do banana. A small scale, but I do banana. But major challenges which has been there, as my colleagues have said, is the information gap. Sometimes farmers don't have critical information to aid them to do the what is required. The other component is also market reliability. There is a dysfunctional when it comes to market. Yeah, markets are not well structured to support the local or the smallholder farmer, because the farmer once produces needs to know how do I transport this produce to the market. The roads are not there. The feeder roads are not there. So you find until the farmer reaches the market, then there are a lot of challenges. And then when he reaches the market, he finds one character called a broker. Now that broker finishes that farmer completely, because you can imagine you have prepared that land, the banana for 9 months or 11 months, and then somebody in the market tells you to give him or her that banana of 70 kgs for 250 or 400 shillings. I mean, it's absolutely a big loss. So this contributes to the kind of losses we are having. And also when you talk about global good agricultural practices, very critical: production, processing, and marketing. So you find this information is not there in this, by the smallholder farmer. So they are struggling because this information is not there. The systems are not working. So everybody is just doing whatever they want to do. And then finally, the cost of production is very high. We are talking about organic farming. By 2030, the world market will not need products with chemicals. But what are we doing? Yeah, the cost of production is very high. The chemicals are very high. Fertilizer, very high. So it makes that farmer also gets a lot of challenges when looking at.
Let's stop here there, Gideon. So are you then suggesting that we should not farm? Because it's actually very expensive. And he's right. If I have planted these bananas and they are giving me this price, wachaikai, that'll be fed by the cows. They have done that, Nyandara, you remember? But remember, today, the war we have is on food. You can't, and I repeat, you can't depend on another country on food. Museveni is going bananas like his brother called Amini, and he's saying he wants a part of the coast. Imagine if we are depending on food from them. Now, the question I want to ask, and perhaps we can throw away the question I had, you team. Now, one of the issues the team is raising is the transportation of food. Why should I, let me ask you the question, should I be a farmer and at the same time I'm the transporter? All that. How do you see that narrative? How far should the farmer go? Because the moment you bring the farmer there, he's also transported, there are risks involved. What should be the role of the farmer in that value chain? Titus.
I can attempt, but before that, the last challenge that we've left out is credit access. If we cannot have enough to buy the inputs, then we're struggling. as
Hawana hela ya
farmers.
kutosha.
Yeah, so that's
sawa.
the last one.
Sawa.
But now, the notes that you mentioned, I think we should call for specialization. Because, for example, if it's transportation, logistics, we need investors, code value chains that can transport fresh bananas from Taita Taveta to Nairobi, or fresh mangoes from Makueni to Mombasa here. So it calls for specialization because the farmer is very good at the farm. That's what they're good at. But as a logistics person, you're very good in transporting goods from point A to point B. We need specialization in processing. We are very good people that can do value addition.
No, let's hang in there. Because Titus, and I think it's from a takeaway from Titus. Titus is saying a farmer is not a transporter. Right? They are good, like the Mombasa cement, they're very good transporter in cement.
Yes.
So where does, and I think if I stretch it further, sorry, taking this, can we find a way that George is here, is producing avocados, his gate price, patia gate price ya kwake, farm gate, sorry, farm gate price, after that, let's gonna take that product. Because surely, even Mohesia, I cannot afford even that truck with a fridge for fish. So I think what I'm hearing from Titus, we can ensure that because the farmer will give you the best tomato he can, or the best cassava.
Yeah.
Then I think we need to think, Tim Davis, we need to think about after the farm gate price. I think that's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, Mary?
Yeah, thank you very much, Titus, for highlighting that. So I think let me pick up from where he stops. It is true that the farmer should not get into the business of transportation. But it is also in the welfare of the farmer to ensure that whoever is transporting their produce, because you see the issue is what he gets. The farmer is interested in what I get for my sweet potato, for my bananas, or something like that. So it is very important that whoever picks up and is specialized makes sure that the farmer is guaranteed of that a price. Because the biggest issue we are having today with the brokers is a minimum guaranteed return to the farmer for what they have been working. If we don't focus our efforts on that, then what is it called? It's killing the farmer's morale, getting peanuts for what he has taken care of for long.
How do ensure that happens?
Yeah.
That we guarantee the farmer minimum. Of course, being driven by the input of the cost of the input.
Exactly.
How do we manage that? And there are cases, Tim, you saw the farmers in Paris taking their trucks to the road. You're familiar with that? In the US, they would buy milk and pour it, so they guarantee the farmer the price. So how do we do that? How do you guarantee that Sarah is a farmer here of avocados, the minimum you can get is? How do we guarantee and how do we enforce that?
So the cheapest way or the most convenient way of doing that, because it's important, we are saying we don't reinvent the wheel, is through farmer, what you call groups or organization of all forms. And I think I'll speak with the specifics of what we are already focusing on. I'm not saying that farmer groups that are not cooperatives are bad, but there's a reason why we recommend cooperatives. Because if you are a farmer of, for instance, let's take one example of milk. You are a dairy farmer. So it ensures that, one, the distance between your farm gate and where the milk is being collected is an issue that you can negotiate with your cooperative, including the price that you are charged out of a liter of milk to transfer that produce to the next whatever. Of course, including logistics. If they are coming, they are first storing your milk in a cooler in a specific location, an expert does that. If it's a cooperative or a farmer group, they can even outsource that. So it means that a professional is doing that instead of engaging the farmer for that process. Number two is that the issue of spillage. I'm familiar with fish, but I think those from the blue economy, the fish, you know what the brokers do to the fishermen along the reef. So they'll just sit there the whole day waiting for them with their fish until they give up, which is, it's inhuman. It's business, but it's inhuman. Because by the time the farmer is giving, the fisherman, is giving up, then it means that he's ready to even give up that fish for free because it starts rotting immediately. So it is important that we embrace farmer groups where the farmer can negotiate the price of his.
I think, and I don't think Mary is saying that because she comes from that ministry. We used to have cooperative, very strong in Norway, very strong in Sweden, so that you can actually have the muscle against these people called thieves, called the one waiting for the food or to transport. I think that was saying.
Maybe I can also weigh in.
Yes.
I also weigh because
about your banana.
Of course.
Go ahead.
Of course. You know, if you don't have a proper market functioning system, then the farmer is nowhere to be seen. Because
But let's go back.
Yeah.
We agreed from the word go, we must eat.
Yes.
And within a very short hour, we are going to eat.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So there's always that the food will be, somebody will come for it.
Exactly. And that's why I'm saying, because now a farmer produces so that he can go to the market, right?
Right.
Then if there's no proper market functioning system, then the farmer gets to loss. And then number two, we have demand and supply forces. That's where a farmer sometimes gets choked because I have my 1,000 bananas. I'm already in the market and I find another 1,000 bananas are there and I get poor price. And then number three, there is also the pricing ecosystem. Because if the supply is high.
No, but I think Davis has been saying a very important point, and I hope you are listening. We also need to give solutions ourselves. Because I think what is coming from Mary and Titus here, the cooperatives. What stops, we the team, and we sit here, what stops Pridine going all the way to where his farm is and buy bananas from there? What will stop Pridine to do that? Let's go to the next one. I think you mentioned the issue of climate change. You mentioned fertilizers. And I want to bring this narrative because we have had this narrative before, and that infamous fertilizer of Wamunyoro. You remember the famous fertilizer of Wamunyoro? I think he's in Ebu. I don't know how he is doing. How is he doing, Nicholas? At Embu, with the Kalis or whatever they are. And you mentioned something about irrigation, water. And I want to ask the panel here, and I'll start with you, Sarah. What happens if you give the farmer fertilizer, you give the farmer the best seed you can, you give the farmer, what's the other item? Fertilizer, seed, and what? Huh?
Extension service.
And extension services, and it doesn't rain. Remember the same thing we used to have in those times, we used to write love letters. Hi, darling, I love you. I'll see you on Saturday if it doesn't rain. Our time we used to do that. And Julius is here. George is here, isn't it? You write, and darling, I'll see you on Saturday if it doesn't rain. What happens this darling if it doesn't rain? And I think it's something actually going deeper. I want to get deeper in what China is doing Angola as we talk. I want to talk what Ethiopia is doing with the dam they have. Egypt, you get the best shot from Egypt, no water. What happens? It doesn't, I've given the seed, I've given you everything, it doesn't rain. What happens?
Allow me to go back to the farmer. I wanted to say that...
I only allow you because you use your left. But proceed because we want to...
In order for the farmer not to lose, we needed to help these farmers to have watertight contract so that once they produce, the rejects does not come back to the farmers.
Absolutely.
At least once the crop, the product goes, now the responsibility becomes for the buyer. so that the farmer is safe. When it comes to water, we need also to help the farmers to diversify such that they have tolerant crops. So that in case it fails to rain, there are those short crops that need few water, little water. And also we encourage them to do water harvesting. When it rains, they can harvest some water, and also they do irrigation.
Okay, excellent. You remember that lady, maji ikakuja ikachukua nyumba. You remember her? From Western. Yeah? What was her name again? Serikali nisaidie. I think, Tim, there's a very, those who are economists in the house, when you differentiate a function, okay, this is, Ruth, you are an economist. Those who are not economists, that is something French. But when you differentiate a function, you hear Gina, it's something we call the necessary condition. That's the first order condition, right? The second one is sufficient condition, the second order condition. It is necessary and sufficient to have water to do farming. If you don't have water, forget it. Forget it. It won't work. Because I can get that fertilizer, and I think that's what my sister has just said. I can get that fertilizer, I can get that seeds, and if it doesn't rain, what do you do? And people will get a lot of water. Let's harvest it. I want to open to the panelists before you come back to you. Any question you want to share with that, or comment? The panelists? Davis, I'll manage the way I want. Right? You have given me the opportunity. Anybody who has a comment? Yes, Dave, you have a comment? Not about lunch.
No, it's not about lunch.
It's about the discussion.
Yeah, because we have had tears in this country. And it's not because people are slicing onions in their kitchens. People have produced onions. And now they have a mountain of onions. Should we say, let's encourage the youth to go into agriculture. Let's encourage, people to have a side hustle, to go into agriculture. People have produced cabbages, but they've cried tears. The story of watermelon, and I think it started with the quail eggs. People remember the quail eggs. Where are we going wrong? Because, we encourage everyone to do these things. Then when they go and do them, it's actually tears, and they're not tears of joy. There's a problem somewhere. The other day I saw somebody on X saying, and they were the most beautiful cabbages I've seen in a long time. I think about a month ago or something. Saying, now I have cabbages, and I don't know where to take them. What can we do?
If I was given an opportunity to be the president for one day or a month, I want to do one thing. I'll make sure we harvest all the rainwater. Leave the farmers. They work on it. Let me ask you something. Most of you are from Nairobi. You see those chocolates, as we like to call them. Those guys, we don't care where they sleep, but they sleep somewhere, isn't it? But they are looking for food. Yes, we must first give them food. I can't go to, some of you have probably never got it. You don't know what it means to be hungry. You don't know. Hata Biblia inasema, don't die because of hunger. But those guys can sleep, but without food, I want you to give a narrative of particular, and I think it's important, Jane, Tuta, and everybody else. If you look the wisdom of the international community, their second SDG is on food. Yeah? But not those funny young girls are giving their children. What do you call it? Those things you cook like in 3 minutes. That's not food. What are they called, my dear? Noodles or noodies. Diesel is yeah. Please don't give your children instant noodles. That's how you get children who don't think. And if a country doesn't think, it's dead. So the international community, in its wisdom, in fact, that should have been the SDG 1. I don't think poverty, when you do all these things, we address poverty, right? SDG 2 is on food and nutrition. Vision 2030, it was the first in the economic pillar. Jane has done some work in terms of SDG 2. And I want you, Jane, to share in terms of what we are discussing here about that production of food. Jane, you can't get out of the hook. You have to.
Thank you, Prof. I think, okay, I'm caught off guard, but I will say something on the subject. My focus area has been, I'm not an agricultural economist, but my focus area was on silo implementation, yeah? There is a lot of silo implementation in the agriculture sector. Like you can hear almost the private sector doesn't know what government is doing. Government is preparing policies, which the other sectors are not involved at all. The CSOs are doing their thing on the side. The counties, who are the key implementers in the local level, are preparing policies for the farmers who are not part of the process. So there is a whole challenge of integration in that whatever is happening on the ground does not match each other. So, so the issue is, how do we address, because we'll be talking about the way we are saying water. What is the role of national government in providing water to the farmers? What is our sustainability? What is the provision of markets? So a county government would go and build a market, but is it feeding into what the farmers need for that produce they're producing at that level? So there is that challenge of everybody is doing that thing. And of course, the national government has come up with what we call the JASCOM. I think that is the Joint Agriculture Sector Committee, something of the sort, yeah? So it brings everybody on board, right from national government, the people in SDG 2, including the people from health. And so they meet either quarterly or monthly so that they're able to agree on the issues they need to address. If you're from lands, what is your role in food security? If you're from water, what is your role? Like that, yeah? So it's one of the solutions which we are looking at, probably managing that disintegration in the sector. The same thing is being implemented in the counties, but the issues with counties is most of them have not operationalized the CASCOM, and I hope the county representatives who are here can comment on that. There are some who have gone ahead, I think Makueni, and some other ones who are already operationalizing it, but there are some who are still pending. And the issue also is, some of these things happen only in paper. We all agree, when you ask someone, they'll say we always meet stakeholders, but the issue is, do they really meet them for the purpose or just for ticking boxes? Because most of the county governments or the national governments will do our meetings like here or in our offices. But we don't really mean by saying we move to the ground and meet the people who are doing the real work on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I appreciate it. As I give to Adri has a question, there's Adri here with a question. And I want to take back to Makueni and... Okay, and I think, Fro, you are here. You know, you go back to what Kibwana did. Now the farmers are not at the mercy of the thugs in terms of the mangoes. Yeah, and I think that's what I'm saying. Madam, I'll come to you. Make it short. Okay, what's up?
Hi. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. And my question goes to Madam Colflora. Yes, I really like what you are doing and the way you've diversified your sectors that you are concerned with. So I don't know. Okay, I remember Prof says that if he becomes a president, he will provide us with water. Now God blessed us with water. And farmers produce a lot of tomatoes. Right now, there are a lot of tomatoes in the market. They are actually feeding cows. And my friend says, if we get a way of transporting his bananas from Kilifi to Nairobi, assume it's tomatoes from Kilifi. Nairobi is already flooded. They don't know where to take them. and you're adding more burden there. So how best can we come up with dealing with such a situation when we have bumper harvests of such perishable crops that cannot last for long? I don't know how tomato can be added to value chain addition. There's any other. Even during the mango season, they're all over. Avocado season, things are all over. So I think that is where the farmer needs help at. Thank you.
I'll do a quick one. They don't need to go to them. We used to have SGR, not standard gauge line. Yeah, those who are old enough. We used to have SGR, strategic grain reserves. They used to take about the harvest when you have that. Strategic grain reserve. Nyoro, the former governor of Kiambu, is an expert in that. He was fired because he wanted to know how many grains we have.
Yes, let me come in as a farmer, and let's go.
What David said, please also, let's give solution, right?
Yes.
These guys are as expert as we are.
Let's come in as a farmer and a young farmer, and come representing the communities living in the islands. In 80s and 90s, production per unit, particularly if you come from Bomet, Kitale, all the way, and Kericho, with the same size of land that is still existing today, we could do milking even 3 times for cows. Vegetable per unit was really very high. And for us who were in primary in 80s in that place, under the 4K clubs, a young boy at grade 5, I was keeping close to 200, 300 boiled chicken. I could even send pocket money to my brother in high school. But what has happened over the years? There are 2 observations which I think you have not brought out very strongly. The soil health. Remember, when the forest cover, particularly the indigenous, it was subsidizing the performance of the soil. For those who participated in the 4K clubs, when it was really robust. Now, what did we do to degrade the soil? What has happened in the country, particularly the islands? The same 4K clubs, we came and accelerated the planting, the removal of the indigenous trees, and we replaced with the, which tree species which is common in the country now? The eucalyptus. I got surprised recently after I've started now and been in research climate field and noticed 3/4 of the tree cover in our forest, all the way as I've traveled recently across the country, is eucalyptus. What does eucalyptus does? It releases the allelophates. The same land, our land, the unit which was producing more than 100 liters of milk, is struggling now to even achieve 10 liters. All the water, the milking cans are used for fetching water, which Prof you're saying. And I was lucky to meet the Vice Chancellor of KCA, who is a specialist in, Professor Kindiki is a specialist in soil science. And we had a very, last year, an informal conversation. Both the national and all actors, let's go back to how we managed, especially the tree planting strategies. And secondly, focus on the soil, the health of our soil, because it's highly acidic. Prof, you come to the water. We had a lot of rains. What happens in islands? The performance, especially in the livestock sector, went down.
Right.
Look at the health of the cows. So we need to think in terms of deficiency and when there is sufficiency. How do we handle the water that comes in?
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think, before Julius, you come in, I think what you're saying, that responsibility must be us. Nobody else is going to do that. I remember when I finished, excuse me, I think it's time for a whiskey. When I finished college, I went to work in Nyeri. And I stayed in a good place in Nyeri, Outspan, when Outspan was Outspan. And we were, this girl called Emelda, not related to Emelda, and we were babying. We imbibed You know how guys want to give ladies an ABCD. But she said, I must go home. Because tomorrow, the chief have told us we must uproot the eucalyptus trees. You see what he said? The chief, what happened to that chief? Serikali, I don't know how to translate it in Swahili or English. Serikali has the power in a fire uproot coffee trees. We still have that system. We have a very strong system. I'm answering your question. Those trees are being done by left and right, by George here, by a mother here, who perhaps don't care about what is happening. But we must go back to our parents. I'm sounding like a preacher now. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah.
It's also a time for a whiskey, right?
Thank you.
Thank
you. I think all what the panelists and other colleagues, what they are saying, it's great. Very great of what you have been talking about, production, increasing production, blah, blah, blah. It's very great. But we are not really touching the real issues. You increase the production, but there are no markets. What has happened with the market? It's because we have brought in tomatoes from Tanzania. If it's the tomatoes, whether it is onions and all that. What happens with the sugar? When we have increased the sugar production, we have brought another sugar, we have repackaged it with the other things. We are even importing mangoes. We are importing everything. So what is it? It's not let's not sugarcoat anything here. It's the issue of the corruption here. When we are talking about the mineral, it's the issue of transparency and to ensure that institutions which are actually charged with the responsibility of ensuring that this some of harmful stuff which is coming to create even cancer in our countries, they are actually stopped at the border. When we had the caps, the Kenyan Bureau of Standards releasing even sugar which has been condemned. So what are we even talking about?
I'm taking the chairman to court because he was bribed.
Exactly. Now, these are the issues, I mean, whichever way we are looking at, maybe we are, I'm talking here, but probably it may not go anywhere, but I know Mheshimiwa is there, Ochanda, but anyway, I won't say it, even regardless of whatever it is, I say it. But the issue here, as long as we are not to address the issues with corruption, we will not going to go anywhere. Thank you.
I think Julius is spot on, and I can tell you for sure, the end of October, you saw what happened in Tanzania, right? That's what happened in Tanzania. Nobody would have expected would happen. And then we are trying to think about how we transform that. I have about 5 minutes or so. I want to give two gentlemen, two elders who are useless after 70. But I'll come. But as I do that, let me point something. You can actually, as an exercise, you can Google which country has the animal, the cow. Mary, this for you. Which country in the world has the cow which produces the highest quantity of milk? Which country in the world has the animal which produces the highest milk per cow? Think through about that. We'll finish on that. It's a quiz.
Thank you very much, Prof. And also thank you for being an advocate for us. Yeah. And let me just do one comment, because I think the Honorable Director did represent the majority of people seated in this room. It's the issues about what we think and what we feel and act about older people and about aging people. Let us change that. When we were born with our age and with our aging process. It's so natural. It's so natural that the first year they sang for you. How old are you, Prof? How are they singing for you? I don't know how, but they're asking the same question. How old are you? So that oldness, that aging is in you, is in me, is in everybody. Thank you. I was not for that. Now, one, for me, is the value chain. And Prof, you mentioned somebody in the panel mentioned that if the farmer cannot produce, and doesn't know how to produce, and these are older people, who are the peasants, sisi zote tunaenda Christmas, tukitoka Christmas tutabeba madizi, ngwashe, doma from our mothers, from our grandmothers, and from our aunts. What is happening? What do they speak the language of value chain? No. Because, and someone also mentioned that the whole issue about siloing the services, the resources that we have, for example, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection is the one that has to deal with matters of older people. If fertilizer or mnyoro, where is it for older people? Where is health for older people? And these are very complicated for older people. So as we speak, let us remember that it's the older people that have fed us. They are still caring for the orphans and people and even grown-ups like ourselves. But how do we integrate?
Thank you very much. I would like somebody to be straight to the point. We are running short of time, please. Food is calling.
Thank you, Prof. I think mine is, will go maybe based on the first comment and also Davis. The first comment in the sense of youth like quick money. Number two on Davis in terms of why do you produce yet maybe there is no returns. But according to me, there is no shortage of money in this industry. But I think as a country, we import sometimes food items going beyond 200 billion, which means the young people can get money from this sector. However, the average age of a farmer is maybe around 60 years, which means the 75% are relying on 25%. What I'm trying to say is that we need to invest in value addition and also make the process seamless to understand that when you want to maybe engage in value addition, where maybe young people can target and maybe earn, we can produce for long-term purpose, but also at least now, which means the potatoes, the tomatoes we are talking about, they can be used for a long time, but also the returns are high. So if we can encourage the young people to venture into farming or in the food system, and also encourage them and support them in value addition, I tend to think we can achieve.
Thank you. A bit lengthy. I want a quick one because I was given to one. Please don't, where are you? I'm on the way. I don't want that. Say where you are.
So thank you so much. I think my name is Mokindia. I'm representing the Mburu Economy and Fisheries, where you are presenting actually the aspect of the food service resources. Yes. Yes, I think you have talked about the perishability of my product. We are dealing with fish which is very highly perishable, and we are also affected just like the other sectors. So my point is that we should embrace the aspect of value addition. We remember the devolution. We targeted to have small industries to avoid these losses. And Kitui did well, actually. The end industry. Yes, so what I'm saying is just we have simple interventions. We have we invest in that. Like for our fisheries, we just have the aspect of dryers, coolant boxes, production of ices to prevent the ice to prevent the fish post-harvest losses.
You work for the ministry? No other. You see, government, we are very good in government. We are doing this. We are doing. Actually, have to be on. Seriously, it's like tell me, and the bureau is here. You are here. That inflation has gone down. Right? If you go to South 4, what used to buy in 1,000, you can't buy today. So I don't believe those numbers. Let's be real. I was sharing with a guy from the lady from UNICEF.
Prof, use your mic so that the folks at the back there.
I'm talking to the lady from UNICEF. She says that the Gini coefficient is 3.8. That's moderate. But get on the roads of Nairobi, somebody is driving a 40 million Range Rover. And then we are here. You know the best thing we have? We are the enemies of ourselves. I can't summarize better.
Thank you. In terms of the age, and my colleague has said, the average age of the Kenyan farmer is 61 years in this country. The average age of the Kenyan person in the population is 20 years. That means the best way that we can be able to get our farm, our agriculture right, our brew economy right, is by investing in our youth, who are 29% of the Kenya's population. The youth bulge, that's one of the ways to harness the demographic dividend of our youth. Thank you.
As I give the last person there, I'm willing and able, and put me for record, the next meeting the youth have, I want to there and we talk about agriculture. I'm very serious. Because you say to Tafanya hivi, just do it, let's go for it, Nike, just do it. Tutakufa kwa njaa, shauri yenu. Me, I'm now in the 70.
I'm following.
Yes, I think a comment on the issue of cooperatives. What are you doing to actually look at regulations in the sector? Is it possible to set up minimum prices for products that are run by the different cooperatives? Because there are areas where you find that, yes, there's a cooperative, but the prices they offer, for instance, for the milk is very minimal. And then now you factor in the issue of the broker, you know, it doesn't even make any economic sense. So are there policies and laws in place that standardize and regulate that, or is it something that you can work towards if it does not exist? The other thing is the agriculture market is mainly driven by the demand-supply matrix, and that has also seen mischief amongst farmers, where there's the issue of hoarding. They hoard products so that they wait for the prices to go up because there's less demand and it's an artificial shortage. And that also now encourages the importation of other products where we feel like it's not there, but in real sense, it's our own farmers who are hoarding. So how can also that be addressed?
The first one, study about fresher, a very good example in milk.
I think mine is on the question you asked first. What are we not doing right? I think in the education sector, we have seen number of students joining agriculture courses reducing significantly. I don't know how many you have in your university. They could be less than 5.
But who tells their children not to do they do agriculture? Who tells them that not to do agriculture? The parent is out, isn't it? Yeah, I want you to do medicine, even you have your baki. Let her finish. Then I can summarize.
Yes, so I think that is something, because the government has power, especially during the placement, to ensure that universities and those who are working in the university, they need to ensure that number goes up. If you look at the graduation list, which I take time to analyze, who are graduating with masters? If it is not business administration, I don't know. We don't have agriculture, soil, animal husbandry and all that. And in the universities that used to do very well, including Egerton University, I don't think it is doing as good as it used to do many years ago. So I think we need to address that as a big problem so that we can tackle research and yeah.
So I want you guys to summarize. You have heard. We'll give you the last shot. These are the sins of coming late. Okay, Titus, summarize as you had heard what they are saying.
Yeah,
what are the actionable things and not the things we have heard every conference, which can make us forward? Titus, please.
I think
you
the
can
government
see he's already studying here.
Yes, the government has to be intentional when it comes to water supply. Where there are no dams, we need dams to supplement irrigation. Where there are dams and lakes, like if you go to Turkana, 10% of the land is water, like Turkana, but the scarcity of water. So we need dams and distribution. Okay. Number 2, we also need market linkage. I was glad when I see the Prime Minister from Malaysia the other day that now we can get access to markets in the Far East. So linkage to market. Number 3, we also need to mechanize. Because you do not mechanize, the labor is reducing every day. So we have to invest in mechanization.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Thanks, Titus.
Thank
Those very
you.
good points. Sarah?
Yeah, mine is to encourage.
Maybe you can just one key one, please.
Support formal and informal markets. And also, in terms of bamba harvest, there's be a concern for private sector and also the government. We stand with the farmer at that time. Because when there is bamba harvest, it's like we draw and then the farmer is left alone. Okay. I want to give an example of Makueni, what they have done during the mango season. They have provided trucks to the cooperatives such that after the exporters buy exportable mangoes, the rest, the cooperatives, they transport it to the processing plant, and also they also transport it to Kongowea and the bigger market. And we find that stress is not a lot at the farm level. Thank you.
I think the point there, why did Kibwana do it? Why can't the other 47 governors do it? I think 40? Why can't they do it? And for those students, professors here, that's a case study to go for.
Yeah, thank you. I will pick from what my colleague has said here. So I still insist, cooperatives can solve a lot of the issues that have been raised here, save for water and other issues.
Mary, you don't have to talk like government because you work for them.
Yes.
They will not fire you.
Cooperatives,
will protect
they're not going to give you land,
yes,
but they can market. You see, everyone is saying here that you don't have market for the produce when you have produced. But a cooperative has a marketing officer who knows how much do I expect from my people and where is the market. And that market, what he has just said, is that you don't go to fetch for international market alone. Don't farm alone, don't go to the international market alone, because you're not going to meet the demand and you'll be thrown out. Number 2, the cost of meeting the requirements is too high. Do it when you are cooperative.
Excellent.
Avocado, wacha kupeleka avocado hazijamachua because you are going to be thrown out. Use the cooperative.
Yes.
Exactly. Use the cooperatives. Have your own bylaws. Now let me speak to someone who has asked a very important question. So the cooperatives have 2 aspects. They have a very strong aspects of governance. That's where you hear about the bylaws, where you, when you came as a group, you have a common objective. And you have bylaws that says, our milk should be like this, our eggs should be like this, and our price should be like this. For instance, if you know a certain cooperative filters their milk for antibiotics and stuff, and they enforce that, and you get the milk from Netherlands, what you're talking about, and you're not sure of that, as a reasonable consumer, you will go for the one that you know. The same with eggs and everything. About the value addition and the linkage to the grain food reserves, it's the same issue.
Right.
You need a lot. An example, go read for yourself what the new KCC is doing, because it does exactly what she was talking about with mangoes. When you've produced milk, we pick it where Brookside cannot, or Fresher, whatever it is that they cannot. We turn it into milk powder, we put in the grain reserve. Kiangazi ikuja, we go for that milk, we reconvert it, and we stabilize the milk price in the market. Else your children are going to have brown hair because there is no milk.
Absolutely. We are selling new KICC anyway.
Yes, I am.
Privatization.
Thank you. I think very fast, diversification.
And make it short, my brother.
Yes, diversification, drought-tolerant crops is very critical for this time of climate change. Number 2 is on strengthening the market functioning systems. Very critical, because if the markets are not working, then the farmer will be poor. Always. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for coming in late. I have just a few key points. Number 1 is we know that agriculture is rain-fed in Kenya. So all we can do is improve our breeds when it comes to livestock, have the best, the ones that can be resistant to drought, similar to the seeds. And then, of course, there is capacity building and exchange programs between now the countries that are doing better, like the New Zealand and the Denmark, in terms of breeds when it comes to cattle and sheep. So we can have farmers have an exchange program. Then we have to know we have to have market information when it comes to now the products, how they are moving and all that. We can have a system. Then the last one, we strengthen storage capacities, especially in milk, so that we can have the products not going bad.
Okay.
Yes.
Do I come in or you want to introduce her? Let me summarize here, team. Very good suggestion. Israel is a country which have animals which produce the highest return in milk. Israel is a desert. Safaricom, the average age of workers in Safaricom is 29 years. What's the average age here of workers? Think about it. And I think it's important as we go, and give me to base, as we go to 2027, you must make the right choice. The people who are importing maize, eggs, it's not Mheshimiwa, it's not William, it's not me, it's not Prof here. We know who is. It's not Karis. We must make people, if you depend on food, I've written about 4 papers. 4. Each of them has been rejected. 4 academic papers. You know why? Because I'm saying how Africa can feed itself. How Africa can feed itself. Who buys the grain from the US? WFP. Who produces that maize? The farmers in the US. Where does that maize go to? Sudan, South Sudan, to Okana. It's a big war. It's a big war. They will not allow us to be food sufficient. But we can. Rwanda is. Asante.
Round of applause to Prof.
Thank you, guys.
The panel, please, and Prof.
Oh, picture.
Pose for a photo. And you're lucky, Prof. You know I come from Vihiga County. Yeah? So when you talk about food for a Mluya like me, it's the only reason why I gave you an extra 15 minutes for this panel. Yeah? But wonderful panel, we agree, and solution-oriented, great ideas. The challenge is to move to implementation, and the lady who joined is Fredina from the State Department of Livestock. Please reach out to her for more information about what the State Department is actually doing to provide solutions to some of those challenges. Now, you know, I was not aware this is a sticker. Yeah? I just thought it's a piece of paper. Everybody has this, right? It's actually a sticker, yeah. Yeah, for those who already stuck the sticker on your laptop and other places, some of you have used it as a note to give mobile numbers in the room. Yes, Prof, that's excellent. So if you used yours to scribble, please, you can still use it. I even scribbled something, but I can remove the sticker. Promote the rest to 2030. Very, very important. Also tweet. We have some hashtags. Make sure you tweet. Now, if you know you came with a t-shirt that has noodles, I have a solution for you. I stepped out of the room and I came back transformed. So I will give the person who has the t-shirt with the noodles the first opportunity to step out and get a free gift of the rest to 2030. You see me? This is not very good for Mombasa, but I'm telling you in Nairobi, where we freeze. But we have to do it in an orderly manner. First of all, do you know your size? How many of us know their dress, trouser, shirt sizes? Large, extra large. Yeah? Those who lift their hands up will be the first ones to step out. Large, extra large, small, whatever. It will make the process faster. Okay? So we're going to start with the front row, but we'll allow Mheshimiwa and Imelda and director and prof to step out. As they go for lunch, you sign a very quick piece of paper and then you get your size. We have one for everyone in the room. Round of applause to the SDGs Kenya Forum. Wenye mko na t-shirts za sengenge ni ng'ombe uko nyumbani. Marangi, eh? Now when you step out, the only thing that will be seen is the short sleeve or long sleeve. Yes. Extra large on the right. Extra large on the right as you step out. And then the other sizes on the left. Let's not have any confusion. Now, if you know you're small, but you aspire to be large, because it is one thing That's one of the panels that we're supposed to have after lunch. There's another panel on climate change, resilience, adaptation, financing mechanisms, and then financing for development, deepening inclusive SDGs, financing, and impactful utilization. So the ones that are supposed to be in the afternoon, the two, the good news is we are combining them. Yeah? We are combining those two panels. So you clap for Julius Chokera, because without his guidance on that, and agreeing also to combine the two panels, then it would have been a challenge. So we are going to have two panels this afternoon, which is fantastic. And so it means that yet again we are going to leave on time. Si hata mimi mnipigie makofi basi. Surely, you should learn to appreciate. Otherwise, I'll stretch the plenary till 6. And we know some of you, you ask one question for 5 minutes. See, tunawajua, si ndio, Nicholas? We know them. We know those who ask questions for 5 minutes. One question. So let's have the panel discussion on climate change, resilience, adaptation, and financing mechanisms. And we have the State Department for Environment and Climate Change. If they are here, we have the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. I saw Maurice somewhere. We have UNEP, Climate Change Unit at NT. And then there's a civil society organization. Who is the CSO on this panel? Yeah, so let's have the panelists, and the moderator is the Climate Change Directorate. Climate Change. This mic is about to die, so moderator is So this is where the other English, you know, the other English, they call it Kizungumkuti. The other English is Kizungumkuti. When the moderator is not here, but the panelists are there. Inaitwa Kizungu Mkuti. So I know Kizungu in Kiswahili is English, right? Hapo kwa Mkuti ndio sijui. But so I'm just saying the other English. So David, hold on, because I need to make a decision. Just check if Imelda can be here in 5 minutes or less, so we can start. If not, I'll quickly transition to Chokera, so we cover that panel, and then Imelda will come after. Just confirm, then let me know. Meanwhile, are there additional new faces in the room? Anybody who arrived after? There's one? Okay, I'll give you the microphone to introduce it. Any other? So you can tell us who you are, name and institution.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rose Ogweno from IDF, Homa Bay County. Thank you.
Excellent. Homa Bay is very well represented. She's almost here? Okay, fantastic. So as we have Imelda settled in, we're going to have dinner, the gala dinner. How many of us will be there? The gala dinner tomorrow. We have sign-up sheets going around. If you plan to be there, please sign up. So that, just like the half courts, you don't show up and there's no food for you. But it's because you didn't sign up, right? Let's sign up for the gala dinner. The forms are coming around. So we know who will be there and we can cater for the numbers. Please sign up because it's important for planning and logistics. Any other new face? Imelda, when you're ready, then we can kick it off. Mheshimiwa, what we decided is there were two panelists this afternoon, leveraging partnerships and collaboration to advance SDGs implementation. It's on, yes, on that piece of paper. And then financing for development, deepening inclusive SDGs financing and impactful utilization. We are combining those two panels because they pretty much speak to the same issues. The top of that page, we have another panel on climate change, resilience, and adaptation. So we'll only have two panels this afternoon. One on climate, the other one on partnership and financing. So for those who've walked into the room, when that announcement was made already, we'll have two panels this afternoon. Imelda, do you have all your panelists? Are you happy? Is there one more or two missing? Yes. But you have sufficient, right? State Department, Environment and Climate Change. I'm told some state departments have gone undercover. They are saying mnawagonga sana. State Department for Environment and Climate Change. Anybody from there? We have Morris from KEPSA. Somebody from UNEP? We have David from Civil Society. UNEP? There's no one from UNEP, right? Climate Change Unit at NT. Climate Change Unit at NT. They had confirmed and they're not here. And we have David from Civil Society. Yeah. So, any other expert on climate change, a lady, to join this panel? Academia? Tanu, you've been called out. Umeshiba? Utaki maswali mingi? Ni vizuri kujitetea. Usiende hapo. So, it's 3:15. Imelda, you have exactly 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Take it over from here, introduce your panelists, and then we can kick off the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope we've all enjoyed our lunch, and we are back to the cool environment here. Also, Mombasa has a lot of things to do with what we want to discuss. Our next session is on climate change, and we're going to look at the issues around resilience, adaptation, and financing mechanisms. And with me, I have a panelist of 3 able gentlemen, one from academia, one from private sector, one from CSO. And I will give them a chance to introduce themselves, starting from the farthest end.
Yes, good afternoon. Maybe before I introduced myself, where are the local communities and the vulnerable groups positioned in the global finance and also domestic finance architecture? Are they at the top of the pyramid, or in the middle of the pyramid, or at the bottom of the pyramid? I focus on my academic work on the governance of sustainable development goals, using the lens of donor financing, because the SDGs are largely donor funded, and I'm engaging with the donor contributing countries, development agencies, their development agencies, multilateral banks, Ministry of Treasuries, and planning using the case of Kenya and Ethiopia. I'm partly based at the Wageningen University and research in Netherlands. But also I've been in the climate change arena over the last decade plus, contributing particularly through research, co-production of evidence to strengthen the structures and the governance of community-based adaptation in Africa, participating in multi-country, multi-county, and multi-continental initiatives. I am Charles Tanui, and my background is on environmental science and masters on environmental planning and management. And the last academic work, I'm focusing on the SDG, governance of SDGs in East Africa. It's a great pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We're really honored.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful introduction. Though I'm not a scientist in environment. I'm in finance and project management. So my name is Maurice Owaka. I'm glad my team from Homa Bay are also here. But I work with KEPSA from Coast Region. I'm based here in Mombasa. And as KEPSA, this is a membership organization bringing together private sector members in Kenya, SMEs, corporates, and also multinationals within the economy. And I'm glad to be here in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, KEPSA. We are happy to have you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. If you can hear me, just wave like this so that I can know we are talking. Yes, great. As you've heard, I'm representing the civil society. My name is David Busiene. And this morning, when Prof was moderating a session, he talked about who is representing the local community. I will be bringing to this discussion experiences from the local communities, because I chair financing locally led climate actions at the national level. So that means I interact with a lot of experiences from the local communities within the 47 counties. I'm also a focal point for Nandi County, FLOCA. I also interact with the European Union project called META. I know most of you have interacted with that. It's called Inclusive Dialogue. So this is the experience I'll be sharing with you this afternoon. I am a climate governance expert. That's the bit that I'll also be sharing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Tanui. You've told us that you've done a lot of work, research. Your education background is on environment, and you're even trying to look at global policies, regional policies, and local. Now, my question to you is, given that we have different targets, global, local, and regional, which are, according to you, the 2 or 3 most priorities that we need to focus on as a country, that then brings the global, regional, and local interest together? And how then can we look at issues of policies to ensure that these targets are properly implemented and they are done so inclusively? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Melda, for that strategic question. Let me come in from the lens that there is what we call locally led adaptation within the climate change context. Let me use the climate change context. And then we also have the global goal on adaptation. And this is a provision within the Paris Climate Change Agreement, which was passed by the global community in Paris in 2015. And over the last 1 year, got a chance or got lucky to join the 78 experts who are nominated by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UR 78, who have been reviewing the indicators for measuring the progress towards achievement of the global goal on adaptation. Now, let me focus on the principle of decision making and the priority sectors. So when you look at the decisions on the design of the global goal on adaptation, the priority sector is water, which is, we have got 7 sectors, and then 11 dimensional targets. So we have got water, and second is agriculture, and I was in the agriculture group. And then again, when you come to the principles of locally led processes, particularly on climate change, one is on the inclusion or facilitation of inclusion of the vulnerable and the local communities in the decision making. So that aligns also with my academic work in terms of investigating at what level do we facilitate the inclusion of the local communities and also women, people with special abilities, and the youth in terms of co-generation of ideas, conversion of those ideas into initiatives, and the decision making around the priority areas. So let's come, for instance, on agriculture. When we were reviewing the 9,000 indicators which were aggregated last year under the mandated process and also the experts, what we did emphasis on was to look at what are the priorities from the Africa's context, because we had close to 7 experts. For instance, in agriculture, some of the indicators were more granular, some were falling under the highlight. And when I talk of highlight is, for instance, the number of bags of grains per acre. Now, for Kenya or for our communities, they are more focused in terms of, let's say, for instance, the maize or areas growing millet. They'll be talking number of bags of 90 kg of millet per acre. How then will you facilitate the conversation through the local process to facilitate the communities to arrive at the priority indicators, but also aligning to the global indicators? And that one has got an implication, one on the finances. Remember, adaptation to climate change now will be shaped by the close to 60%, in terms of number of the indicators which were agreed or and adopted at COP30. I don't know how many of you did follow the COP30 process. Okay, how many are aware of what you call the global goal on adaptation, so that I can see what to share? Florence, and so moving forward, particularly, and also we have got Honorable Ochanda here, moving forward, the indicators which were adopted at COP30, our policies at the national level and the indicators which are of priority across all your sectors, we'll have to use the evidence to review and particularly amplify the local ones and align in terms of implementation and also reporting. That is for your information, because donors are also going to align to those priority indicators. So there is a shift when you're focusing on the mitigation. When you come to the adaptation, which is a priority for Africa, familiarize yourself with the indicators. But the last one, in terms of now, the conversation you have had since yesterday and today, youth are already not, in terms of decision making, very active in the space, and also the farmers. But there is a provision at the global level that the Secretary General can give the opportunity to the youth and the special groups under the major groups and other stakeholders to contribute at the General Assembly. Am I right, Florence? Coming to the national level, the Constitution talks about the provision on public participation. And our colleague shared up to the Barasa level. But let me challenge you in terms of where we should be, in terms of now reinvigorating the local decision and the governance systems at the community level. That is when we are going to likely to get it right in terms of priority indicators to invest in. And that is what the adaptation finance, the green climate finance are designed to address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Kepsa. And Kepsa, you're a convener, the major convener in Kenya for the private sector. And from time to time, we get accusations where people are blaming a lot of these issues of environment pollution around the private sector. As a convener, how do you think, or how do you prepare your members to comply around climate regulations, and to also look at it as a point where there are incentives in compliance and working sustainably around green economy, blue economy, all those that we mentioned earlier? Here there's yellow, purple, and all that. How do you prepare them as a convener and have them shift that mind? Because currently there's a lot of blame put towards the private sector around environment pollution.
Thank you very much for that, that question. It's a good challenge and a positive complaint about the private sector, because first of all, private sector members are the greatest employers in this economy. A good number of private sector companies, especially in Kenya, take care of the youth and take care of the middle class. So if they complain about, for example, waste and issues to do with carbon, for example, it's a positive challenge, but we are working towards somewhere to ensure that we mitigate it. And how do we do this? One, we try to ensure that every producer, every consumer has access to information, the right information. How do you control, let's say, pollution? How do you ensure circularity in your production process so that you also take care of the waste as you produce it? And then after consumption, who takes care of that particular waste? So as KEPSA, we developed a desk where we are training our members. And these trainings are normally conducted both virtually and also physically through stakeholder roundtables. So in a panel like this, just like a week or 2 weeks ago, we had a sitting in this particular environment with the National Assembly leads talking about the same. So we are advancing education for the private sector members and not just targeting the companies alone. We are also approaching it from the education or academia front. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I think there's a good balance between what the private sector is blamed for and their contribution towards also growing the economy. But of course, what we want is a middle ground and sustainability. Now, we have Floka here, and you told us that you work with the community. You're from Nandi, right? Yes, so I would like to know from your experience on the ground, what climate challenges are the community most concerned about, and how can the national policies better reflect these local realities in terms of the legislations, the policies, the annual plans, the CIDPs, the MTP4s? How can we localize this into addressing the local community solutions? Because one of the things we know is that at times the level of understanding for policies at local level varies. There are communities which have a lot of illiterate people, but they do have challenges, and some of them also do have approaches that they use which might not necessarily be within the laws or the frameworks, or might not be sustainable. So how are you going through with that?
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a very good question, and it's very important that first of all we understand the concept on FLOCA, and I'm happy my colleague has shared something on locally led adaptation, because that's what FLOCA is actually implementing, the principles of locally led adaptation. And there are three things that the communities in Kenya are very concerned. One is how they are going to be empowered to adapt to to climate change. And two, how they are going to also to be trained and empowered as well to build resilience, you know, to climate change, and how they can identify projects. And it's very critical as well, because we've just brought in the aspect of the policies. If you look at the process of resilience building, there's the aspect of policy making in the process. And this is one of the aspects that FLOCA brought in, which is very unique, that I think going forward, the policy making process as an intervention of matters development should adopt this process. Because number one, we did what is called the risk assessment. And I know most of you participated in something called the PCRA process. And then in the process, we were able to come up with actions to deal with those risks. And that's how we came up with action plans, which were actually policy documents. And if you look at some of the action plans now on climate change in this country, were adopted from those policy guidelines that came from the county level, which were addressing the issues that were identified by communities during the risk assessment stage. And then, of course, the resources which are available through the World Bank, because this is a World Bank funded project. And then we have also trained them on the information sharing stage, where in the middle of this, you also get people who can support in some of the policy processes that also need to address some of the issues which are emerging during the implementation. And this also spoke to the collaboration. So in all this, there are a lot of policy formulation along the way. And by and large, it has informed the national action plan that we are implementing in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's good to see that the work that you're doing communicates to what the government has in plan and has in terms of objectives. Back to you, Tanui. And recently we've seen a lot of budget cuts around climate funding, climate financing, majorly being US, yeah? US has really pulled out from a lot of climate change solutions and even called it a hoax or a scam. The whole climate, I don't know, why I see Nicholas has some banter. Anyway, so looking at that, I know there's a big gap in terms of financing for climate. Do you think it is possible for countries to find innovative ways and self-sustaining ways of funding climate change locally and from experience? And would you maybe give examples of countries which are doing very well that Kenya can learn from your research and experience?
Thanks. Maybe before I dig deeper, what you alluded to in terms of public finance for development cooperation from developing countries. That one is the reality. Is really shrinking. But we need to understand some of the history, and I was trying to really get some of the perspective from the staff from the different departments. We have transitioned from aid because you are championing to access 0.07% of the GDP from developed countries. But how was our performance with that? And then comes again this phase, which is very fluid, whereby we are seeing countries really cutting significantly public finance for development cooperation. When I was at The Hague last year, if you go to the website right now, Netherlands reduced 1 billion for development cooperation out of the 1.4. However, the 0.4, for instance, is designed to strengthen women, particularly in the trade area, and also their empowerment. For the climate finance as a case also, though we scaled it from 100 billion per year to 300 billion, but towards 1.3 trillion. And the overall target is 0.4 trillion. And that was the conversation also at Seville. So in February, we was part of the team who made a presentation to close to 400 investors at the OECD headquarters in Paris. And I learned a lesson. And out of also interviewing donor contributing countries and their development agencies. There is one thing that came out of interviewing also a former minister from Netherlands who was there in 1966, that developed countries and developing countries, one, they are not committed to implement some of the resolutions. But I caught a very positive image when I was at The Hague at the OECD in February. Kenya was participating in a conversation with the OECD to adopt the integrated finance system. While Kenya was setting, and Ethiopia, of course, such precedents in terms of adopting such systems, how are we prepared, particularly in each department, in each sector, the non-state actors, because we are all largely affected, even the universities. Because for the universities also, if you look at the access to European Research Commission Fund, I don't think we have gone beyond 30%. And largely we have not gone 30% in most of the funding available globally. So what is missing, which I would like as we address? Data you have discussed. And one thing that comes out very strongly, which I also learned from the African Development Bank, we have not undertaken comprehensive, integrated, and multi-hazard assessment. Let me ask in the room, who knows a fire modeler? Or if you have ever met and interacted from all the sectors? Anybody who knows a fire modeler? Yep. And that is where now, where FLOCA falls in. Kenya being a leadership, providing the leadership in developing the legislation, which I was also part of as a research community, and also developing the FLOCA. What we need to do is the second generation of the assessments, we use the lens of integrated and multi-hazard. We need flood modelers, we need fire modelers, we need now the threat. You look at the hurricanes and the storm coming from Zimbabwe, coming and the frequency. We need somebody focusing on the earthquake, because that is what we have learned from 4 cities. I was in Nepal in 2014. They'd never experienced earthquake of such significance with the experience in 2015, because we had a global conference also here. So one is, how do you get that data that is required to attract the investment or the investors? Because remember, Kenya transition to lower middle income economy, meaning that grants to Kenya is shrinking, and you can negotiate either for little grants and also concessional loans. So one key that we need to adopt and also relook at, out of the 718 available tools, who's ever accessed those tools? They are close to 718 on climate risk assessment. So we need to co-produce for our specific counties and for the country. And then we build now a comprehensive data system. You heard His Excellency the other day saying that to build one data center, we need 1,000 megawatts. But we can still proceed and build on data system that can accommodate that kind of data. That is when we can be able now to say, the data coming from the local communities, how can we now move to the next step, analyze, develop pungible and fundable adaptation initiatives and other development activities that address the primary needs. Thank you.
Thank you, and I like that. I'll pick it up from there. You mentioned about having data to put a case for climate financing and investment. And over to you, Kepsa. On the issue of investment and innovation, I remember some time back, as a parliamentary caucus on SDGs, we supported some work around establishing the first green bonds. And from that green bonds, there was a private company that was able, now through the finance bill act that was passed, they were allowed to raise resources locally, raise bonds locally from the Mwananchi. It's a private sector, it's a private company, but they raised bonds from Mwananchi that allowed them to do green construction, green projects. And that is one of the smart, innovative ways. But away from that, what we did with them, I would like to know what are the most promising opportunities that you would say for the private investment in climate smart solutions, and how can businesses accelerate innovation of renewable energy and waste management or regenerative agriculture?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to mention that for us to realize such opportunities, we must collaborate and partner and then co-create such solutions together. Some of the opportunities that we have, especially under agribusiness, and that is agri-tech. We have digitization of processes that take control of inputs up to the last element, which is the output. And along the way, you realize that such models actually communicate to us what opportunities are there, what challenges are actually faced during the implementation, and what are some of the recommended solutions for that. So agri-tech is an opportunity for everyone to digitize their processes. And then we have the clean energy front, whereby we need to put investment in clean energy. Right now we are talking about the EVs, and a good number of people will take some time to use diesel and petrol vehicles to go plant trees somewhere, which is actually polluting the environment. We have a budget, for example, for planting of trees, and we use choppers to go and plant trees. Then how are you taking care of the environment if you're polluting it at the same time that we are implementing such strategies? So we need to rethink. And the other element I would talk about is the circular economy. We need to have good track from the onset of inputs in terms of raw materials up to the final product after use, after the consumption. We need to have private sector members taking care of the waste, and that's why we have different private sector companies, for example, Taka Solution. We have the Mombasa Plastic Price. Under KM, I think Gina can talk about the Kipro, which is actually coming very strongly as a private sector to ensure that we control our waste within let's say within the economy. So we still have more in that line. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I also have seen from some of the awards that Georgina at CAM, I think Emma Awards, you normally recognize some of the private manufacturers who are utilizing their resources smart and wisely. And I think there are some companies who showcased cases where they exchange waste. They exchange waste. Your waste is my raw material, and my waste is someone else's raw material. So I know there is that arrangement which CAM has come up with, and they are helping companies and manufacturers to manage their waste sustainably. Now, back to you now at the grassroots level. So we've talked about, how we have a budget nationally to plant trees and achieve certain things. But then we know that for each community, they have different needs, right, when it comes to issues of climate. So what are community-driven climate solutions that you have seen, given the different regions that we have in Kenya and that you've interacted and worked with, that deserve more national attention and investment or prioritization as a country?
Thank you very much. Yeah, there are several initiatives during the implementation of FLOCA that we think deserve to be escalated, to the national level. One of them that has come out very strongly is community-led climate smart agriculture. When you're talking about adaptation, you cannot talk about adaptation in climate change without talking about agriculture, because basically that is it. And there are a lot of initiatives across the country that are promoting climate smart agriculture, e.g. agroecology. I know we have got experts here. I had somebody introduce himself or herself yesterday that she's representing one of the agroecology organizations. This has been brought out by FLOCA very, very, very well to promote climate adaptation as well. The other one is community management on water harvesting. And this has been exemplified so much by Makueni County. There's a project in Makueni, and I tweeted about that, and I think recently it was captured as one of the best models for climate change adaptation for FLOCA. It's called Wautu Kiangati Sand Dam. Those of you who come from Makueni, have you heard of such a project? Wahutu. Do you have anybody who have heard of that? Wahutu project? Yes. It is a classic case of adaptation project, which is supported by FLOCA, and this has been used across the country and outside this country. There are a lot of other countries that have been coming to Kenya to learn a few expertise on how to implement locally led initiatives. This has increased local capacity and access to climate resilient technologies and funding. This has been experienced across the country. Thank you.
I think on the issue of water, and I think recently, given the declarations that we've been having from the president, there's a commitment to have, I think, about 50 new dams across the country to help boost issue of water harvesting and water management under the climate change and as water infrastructure development. Now, thank you so much. I think I'll open it up. We have about 12 minutes for Q&A from the participants. We have one there at the back, Sadiki here at the front. I'll take 1, 2, 3, Prof, 4, 5. Okay, let's start with the 5. You can start here at the front.
Thank you so much. My name is Ridwan Sadiki. Very first, KEPSA. Are you developed? We have 47 counties. Are you there? And if you are there, who are your allies? The other area is on research. Is it possible for our brother on research to do a research on the impact of donor funds in the wake of devolved system? We have 7 counties. They've been given support from donors. Can we have that impact assessment since 2013? Of course, we can push it up to 2017, 2027. Thank you.
Okay. I think we can have more than one mic so that you pass one there. Give her, she's near.
Okay, this has been a very exciting presentation, and I've been having a very strong interest in matters of climate change. So one of my major interests, and I've always asked myself, is that when we look at Kenya, we have high effects of food insecurity, and some of the contributing factors is the high prices of fertilizer. Yet, when we look at our markets, households, there's a lot of organic waste that is being disposed, which is very rich, which can be converted into organic manure for farming. So instead, it's being heaped in Dandora, and this is some of the contributing factors to global warming and climate change issues because of the heat that comes out of decomposing of these things. So I don't know if we have government representatives here, but I've always wondered how best can we manage this waste? Because even the plastics, why should we wait until it's dumped in Dandora for the street boys to come and start sorting it out? Like, why can't we give them easy way? And what are some of the incentives that we can have to promote best waste management? Because this is one of the strategies of curbing climate change through emissions.
Thank you. There at the back. There's someone have the mic there.
Oh, okay. Asante sana, jina langu ni Brian Kithenji tena. Niko na swali kuhusu hapa. Wajua tatizo langu ni tukiongelea mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, kuna swala ambalo kumekuwa a lot of focus ya African countries, tumeona hata Kenya tukijihusisha sana. Lakini ukiangalia tatizo letu Kenya, our focus should be how do we ensure more production tukikuja katika sekta ya kilimo, pia how do we ensure ya kwamba watu wako na yale the basic necessities of life. And I feel, and there's also been an issue when it comes to research whereby we've seen some of the models that are being proposed which were wrong. And I can give an example. There was a time, I think should be 2013 or 2012, one of the prominent professors who writes for who wrote the IPCC 6th assessment predicted Mombasa Island will be submerged by 2030. We know that will not happen. And there's been so many other models. So there has also been an issue when this research is tailored in order to give a certain conclusion that is going to generate more donor funding. When you look at it at its core, what we need as a country, even when it comes to the agricultural sector, climate change is not the impediment. Shida yenye tuko nao ni we've never addressed the land question. In the earlier panel nilisikia kuna mmoja wenu alisema ya kwamba vijana ni wavivu, lakini vijana tutapanda wapi kama tuna mashamba? We know the whole history of this country with the land tenure system kuanzia Jomo Kenyatta, the way he messed it up until now, which we've never addressed, so many commissions, Ndungu Land Commission. So mimi swali langu ni, why are we focusing more on climate action rather than focusing on how do we feed people? How do we ensure that people have the necessities of life? Whether a house is green or not green, we want houses to stay. Whether electricity is being produced renewably or not, we just want electricity in our homes. Whether we are producing food sustainably, even can't be defined very well when you look at it, because I've also done research on agroecology, so even defining it is always technically depends with how. We do not care whether the food is being produced either through fertilizers, not fertilizers, vertical gardens. We just want people to have access to food. So my question, or probably my advice is, can we focus on how do we bring the basic necessities of life for the everyday Kenyans? Thank you.
The others, pass the mic the other end. Gentleman at the end there.
Thank you. We are discussing about the green.
Maybe it's out of range.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's out of range. You can come. Yeah. Move a bit nearer to us.
We are discussing about green economy. Basically, that's what we are discussing now. And as all of us know, we have a lot of interest by our young people, our youth, on the green economy, the environment. Out of mismanagement of the environment, we have even out known as Goldberg. I think she's from Sweden. She has youth in terms of the environment. So maybe to this panel, to you, what do you think is the role of the youth in climate resilience, adaptation, issuing? What is the role of the youth? And as of Kenya's population. We have a youth bulge that we can take advantage of and actually achieve some of these milestones that we have been hearing of, like the 15 billion trees by the year 2032. We have a large group of youth who can actually be able to contribute to that. Like now we have what is called the Green Army, and they are doing very well on that front. Thank you.
Thank you. We won't be able to take all, but we have George here, and I know he works with VSO, and I know maybe partly he can answer that question as he asks his own statement, and he's the last one. Then we'll have parting shots and a few responses as we close.
Okay, yeah, so there are many ways in which we could engage young people. I think transforming even waste pickers, waste workers into ecopreneurs, helping them to really appreciate their role in society and ensuring that that role is recognized and valued, I think is something that we can do. There are many ways in which we can mobilize them and even provide opportunities for access to finance by doing some guarantee funds even to banks or MFIs so that they are able to de-risk them as a group. But going back to my question, financing for climate change is a very political issue globally, regionally, and even within the country because the contexts are very different. There are countries that have grown rapidly because they decided not to focus on environmental concerns or climate issues. And now they are shifting. There are other countries that also feel that we need to be given the space to grow, maybe similar to the sentiments that were expressed by the person who spoke earlier, where, yeah, people still want opportunity. So you have to balance that. My question is, how do we really even go as Africa or the southern countries with a united voice to these negotiations? Because many times we go into this financing for climate change, financing for SDGs, but we don't have a united voice as Africa, maybe even as Asia or South America, who are most impacted by these climate issues. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes that. Now back to the panelists. Tanui, could we start with you? Give your feedback and a last comment.
You can stand up a bit and then you get back. Stand up. Stretch a bit. You know, it's immediately after lunch.
Meshiba.
Stretch a bit.
Kuna wenye wameshiba hata wameshindwa kusimama hapo. And they are the younger ones. Hii mambo ya wazee hawezi kitu, kumbe ni vijana muwezi kitu.
Stand up. Do you like this? Do you like this?
Prof was right.
Yeah, and shake your legs. Yeah, it's in nature. In the village, you know, we used to, after ugali, you go and sleep, but here you are still sitting and trying to listen.
And thank you for finishing the panel for me. Just remain standing for the photo.
So do like this. Do like this, huh? I want you to stand on your toes. Press like this. Your calf muscle, eh? Pump all the blood. Pump all the blood. Pump. Stretch, because you'll be sleeping the next 1 hour. Back. Second last. No, stretch. Pull, push. Yeah, thank you so much. Let's have a seat. That is the most punishing time, actually, especially for me. Especially for me. And because there are also critical questions which have been really posed, and one, maybe I can ask before I respond on the impact assessment. Are we undertaking policy impact assessment? And which department is mandated to do that? Or the non-state actors or the universities? Who has been engaged on the policy impact assessment over the last few years? Policy impact assessment. Yeah, it's not wrong if we don't raise the hands, because I've been trying to ask over the last 10 years, because I used to ask questions the way our young guy there is asking questions. And I used to hear at the front, there are a lot of policies, we have a lot of policies, But I asked myself, how will you confirm that you have a lot of policies if you are not undertaking impact policy assessment? And our colleague here asked, are we focusing on also on the donor fund impact assessment? Who has ever done that before? Yeah. So I think this is the duty of each department, and I can come to Mr. Wangwe's submission in the morning, and also Honorable Ochanda, that the provisions have been aligned, but what are we doing at the activity, at the project, at the department, and also as non-state actors and the universities? Our universities, the academia, where is Prof. Gituro? We have, how many academics are in the room? I think we're around 5. Do we have a course of such at the universities, in our learning institutions? And this is where I've been also struggling in terms of when are we going to invest on policy impact assessment, because the policies which were initiated, supported by the aid, and then now we are coming into the moment where we are talking of international death. Are we really improving using the evidence in terms of policy? So I think for me at that point is really a recommendation that each department, each activity, each sector, each subsector, we really invest in the next budgetary cycle. We look at we assess the impact of the policies that we have in place. And particularly for the subnational governments, the directors, we met at the Lake Region Summit, and that is a technical request they sent to researchers that please support us in terms of using the evidence in the review of the next climate change policies at the local level, particularly undertaking the comprehensive assessment. Now, our friend there was asking about the models and linked especially with the finances. Remember, the models are run based on the data that is available. And we already know our context, that yes, we are making progress, but we are not there. Let me ask again the county governments who are here. How many county governments, can you please raise your hands? Raise your hands. I would like you to go to the Kenya Open Data Portal. Click and check the data that is there. Are you updating? Because the national government has done very well. Morocco and Kenya were among the first countries in Africa to develop open data portal. And now KNPS has developed the SDG data portal. Are you updating the data that you have? Because we had a challenge when you were developing, especially the action plan for Nakuru. It was supported by COMSA. We had to use proxy data. And you know the impact of proxy data. So click and then you can share with us in the comments.
Very quick,
yes,
30 seconds.
Yes, let me ask the youth. How many are using the Chasamiti Hub by the Ministry of Environment? You are using. How many? Please raise your hands. Yes, there are 3. How many are using an app called DigiCow? It was developed by a director in one of the counties. Now, that is, if we use those hubs, that is how we are going to unlock climate finance. Using up-to-date data, where proposals are developed, because the Chasamiti app is even capturing your village, even the location of the tree that you planted. Are you seeing? That is how we are going to unlock the climate finance. We are not going to unlock climate finance using proxy data. We have the history now, using the aid and over the many years. Data which is up to date is going to help us in terms of really helping also the investors to interact with us when they are quite far, and also helping us to make informed decisions. Are we in agreement? So I would like to see the youth in there tomorrow already you have got the Chasamiti hub, you have got the DigiCow for the livestock, you have got also engaging with the Kenya Open Data Portal as a county government. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always good to have academia. You always have all the answers at the back of your head. Thank you. Kepsa, your closing remarks and a few response, very quick.
Thank you very
1
much.
minute.
I think my question is just one from Sadiki. Sadiki, I want to mention that KEPSA, we have a regional office here in Mombasa and another great office in Nairobi. In Mombasa, we are based at Nyali, that is Center Point Building, opposite Basic Mall, but we operate in the entire coast. I've been to your area and I know areas where you do a lot of serious agriculture, like the size of Oambugu, Kisima Farm, proceed to Njoro, Njukini, all that side. And not just Taita Taveta. The same applies to Mpeketoni, Lamu. I know all these areas, what is happening where. Right now I have a team in Tana River doing BDS for Nyota. So it's not a matter of office, it's a matter of service delivery and reaching out to members that we're targeting. Thank you very much. And I think the more we collaborate, the more we bring more private sector, whether small or big, the more we have a platform to co-create solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you on the community as you close.
Thank you very much. There are two questions that were raised on. One was on climate finance, and then the other one was something on
waste management.
Waste management and synthetic fertilizer. It's important to point out this at this juncture that we need to speak with one voice as a continent of Africa when it comes to negotiating for climate finance. I know there's a trick by the Western countries, and if you've been following the international meetings, you've seen sometimes developing countries are divided on the floor during the negotiations. This is very dangerous for us. We are lucky that our own Mr. Mohammed is the chair of African Group of Negotiators, and this is something we need really to support as a country and as a continent. So that we get some of these resources. You saw in Brazil the other day, they are almost reneging on, the Paris Agreement. Because if you look at the blame game, they're almost shifting the entire blame and obligations to the third world countries. The other one that I need to respond to before we close is the question of synthetic fertilizer, and I think that is something that was raised by Brian and somebody here. Truth be told, Brian, synthetic fertilizer is destructive because it is a petroleum-based product, and petroleum is the worst producer of carbon, which has really destroyed our environment. So this is something we need to agree and say we are not going to use petroleum-based. Of course, if you have been seeing what is happening in some of these countries, it's like they are not really giving up on that because of the issue of just transition and all that. But we need to really be firm on it and go back to regenerative agriculture. That synthetic fertilizer has destroyed our soils, and if we are not going to be very careful, that could be another form of colonization. Because these guys are conditioning you to be using fertilizer, and if we are not going to regenerate our soils, we are headed there, where we are going to be dependent forever. Yeah, so basically that. Let us be united. Let us look at regenerative ways of improving on our soils. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to close it up, I would like to say that climate change is, yes, it is a challenge, but also an opportunity. And it is an opportunity in a way that climate affects a number of SDGs. When you look at all those 17 goals, I think more than 3/4 of those goals relate to something around climate or is affected by a climate situation. So it is an opportunity to address those SDGs, but it's also an opportunity to address the call of leaving no one behind. We had the issue where we are looking at climate from the gender lens, women, climate from a perspective of children. Children have their own challenges that they face because of climate, issues like malnutrition. We have an issue of older persons where, as you grow old, then, the environment in which you live is really affected. Sometimes you're unable to walk in certain terrains, you're not feeling safe. And then you also have the issue of persons with disability, when there is flooding, are they even able to run to safety for some of them who are living in wheelchairs? So while we are addressing the issue of climate change as a community, as government, as civil society, as private sector, look at it from an issue where it is an opportunity, not only a challenge, it is an opportunity for you as well to address other issues, other SDGs that relate to that as you're addressing the main issue of climate change. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Imelda Chieng, CEO for the Kenya Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and Business. Thank you.
Excellent. Round of applause, and you could stand up for a group photo. Yes, and we already did the stretching, which is fantastic. Right? So we can immediately transition to the next session, and Julius Chokera from the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office will be leading us in a panel discussion, bridging partnerships and collaboration to advance SDGs implementation and the financing that's needed to possible. So Julius, the floor is yours, and there was somebody from PPP unit. I think Media Council of Kenya is here, COG, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, UNDP, SDGs Kenya Forum. Let's see, first of all, if the seats are going to be enough for a combined panel, right? Let's start there. Yeah, just make your way as a panelist, come to the front, but I'll hand over to Julius, who for the next 45 minutes will take us through this panel, and we can transition to the evening. In the meantime, tomorrow morning, if you check on the agenda, if you still have a copy of the agenda, we had, in the morning it's 8:30, we'll start at 8:30 tomorrow. I want to make sure before everyone leaves the room. We'll start at 8:30, and thank you to everyone who was here promptly today. So we'll start at 8:30 tomorrow. There was a session on SDGs data platform, which was presented today. So that was covered. Okay, actually it's the reason why we are extending a little bit. So that session 9 to 9:15 was presented. That was the platform that was presented by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. So we'll move straight after the recap, which will yeah, the microphones have a way of telling you it's time to go home. So this one is already announcing. So we'll have that panel discussion in the morning, and then we transition immediately to the county panel. So those two will be before tea break. So if you know you're on the list, please see the ICT, I don't know if it's the ICT authority, but see the secretariat of the SDGs Kenya Forum and the COG so that we can coordinate on the panelists. Why I'm making this announcement is we do not want to have an impromptu panel constitution tomorrow morning, because it takes a bit of time into what otherwise should have been an excellent discussion. So over to you, Julius Chokera, to run the next segment.
Yeah, thank you, Davis. Maybe to start with, you can see, even I don't have a chair there, you know. It tells you, that tells you that we need to be very quick. Again, it's good that we are still kind of alert, and we are many of us. If I look at the chairs, they're still there, but it's the only people who are not around are the elderly, because I think they have gone to sleep. If you okay, yeah, okay. I think that's one of them. Yeah. Basically, we have what we are going to. We have combined the two sessions, which makes it very easy. Yeah, which makes it very easy for us because when we are talking about financing, whether partnership and collaboration, I think, and then depending financing for SDGs, they are talking, it's the same language. My name is Julius Chokera from United Nations Resident Coordinators Office. Who knows what resident coordinators do? Just by show of hand. It's only 3% which knows what really resident coordinators office. UN is not a resident coordinator office is not an implementer. Let me start it from there. We are coordinators. And we do coordinate the 24 UN agencies which are domiciled at the UN in Kenya. And we are 8 of us with different skills and, on that. And one of the areas I cover is the SDGs, which is falls under me. And of course, there are different areas, the other expertise which are there. Now, if you are, of course, you have learned about UN reform and all that. Just I'm giving a background. You want reform where UN has to communicate as one, and then delivering as one, meaning that actually most of our work also we do through joint programs. But since we are not coming here to talk about UN, I just want to, before I come to the panelists, and remember, since they were supposed to be 6-6, so we have really to change a bit of that. And if you under Mwakenya, maybe you may have to ignore the Mwakenya which you had there because now the questions might have to change a bit. One, the global dynamics, global tensions, geopolitical, geoeconomic, climate crisis, issues to do with the policy tensions, issues to do with the financing, has definitely caused a lot of tensions. It has also caused some distress, including what we are talking about, even the SDGs, even in financing that. And to compound that, we have these issues which is talking about even the issue, the monster, which is the public debts. In Africa or in developing countries, we require around $143 trillion annually to make the SDGs work. In Africa, I think around 194 billion annually to finance for the SDGs. In Kenya, I'm not sure we have under a concrete figure which we can estimate, which we can quote. The last one I saw was from Standard Bank in around 3 years ago, which was only focusing on the SDGs, which are dealing with infrastructure, which talked about 40 billion. Now, based on that, all the forums which have been there financing for development, somebody mentioned about this civil financing, went ahead and talked about what is required. And some of action talked about, again, financing and all that. And the issue here is that most of the resources, all of them talk of the bulk of the resources of financing development will come from resource mobilized domestically. So even when we are talking about the crisis, whether Trump is there or not, and the crosses, whatever they cross, remember the resources need to be, the bulk of the resources will be mobilized still domestically. To give you just a demonstration is that, for instance, the entire UN, all those 24 UN agencies, has anybody, do you have an idea how much they spend per year? Anyway, the entire UN spent just resources is around 500 million? Yeah, $500 million. Do you know the budget of the Kenya is? Around 3 trillion. Is it 3? No, I'm not talking in dollars now. Convert that, yeah. Yeah, I'm talking of around $3 trillion, so that you can have a comparison. If you look at that proportion, it's actually less than 1%, 0.12%. That's what the UN contribute. So even if UN doubled the money, will it make any meaning for that? Anyway, that's a question for, I'm putting that question to you. Now, Dr. Johan Pavlo, the Global Director for Health at the World Bank, said partnership and collaborations are a critical way forward to support country leadership in addressing the overlapping challenges and crises that are preventing millions of women, children, and adolescents to survive and thrive. So basically what we are saying is that we need partnerships and we need collaboration. That's basically what we are saying. Now, I did not ask whether we have a colleague from the National Treasury. Okay. So I think to save on time, when you get the mic, you will introduce yourself to the, and then you probably, maybe you touch on the steps which have been taken by the National Treasury to ensure the inclusivity. Let me start from there. We will follow up or maybe after that. The steps which you have taken to ensure that apart from the resources which have been allocated, they are inclusive. Where inclusivity here, it's in the range of leave no one behind. We have talked about women, we have talked about girls, we have talked about ourselves, we have talked about PWD, but it's just, you just respond, you introduce yourself, then you respond just to that, how the National Treasury is really looking at the inclusivity in the budgeting process.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I might disappoint you a bit. I'm not sure whether I'm best placed to answer that question for the explanation I'm going to give shortly. So, first of all, my name is Wycliffe Fundieki. I'm Head of Monitoring and Evaluation at the PPP Directorate. PPP is under the State Department of Public Investments and Assets Management, which is under Principal Secretary Cyril Odede, and who is the one I'm representing today. So matters budget, we usually don't handle under that State Department, and I seek your indulgence not to engage too much on that and keep it within the mandate that we are dealing with in PPPs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, in the PPP then, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Because it's then in the PPP, what are the creative strategies which you have under the PPP to be able to address the aspect, because now, bearing in mind that even we are running away from the normal budgeting processes and all that, because there are no the issue of the physical space and the revenues. Now we are talking at the model of PPP. What are those strategies which are different from what has been there?
All right, thank you so much. Sounds like an interview. I didn't prepare very well. But that I can take. So first of all, just for purpose of a clear understanding, so PPP is public-private partnerships. And basically, this is a model whereby the public sector partners with the private sector to deliver public good. So anyone who's doing a public-private partnership project within the limits of the PPP Act of 2021, they are basically doing what they are doing on behalf of the agency that is responsible for that service. For instance, the expressway, the agency responsible for roads in Kenya is the Kenya National Highways Authority. So they are responsible for highways. And so the expressway is under Kenya. What they have done is that they have delegated part of their mandate to the private sector to provide that service for a period up to a maximum of 30 years. Now I want to go straight to the question that has been posed for me. In terms of ensuring that we promote inclusivity and matters gender within our projects, I'll want to give it the SDG perspective. I give it that lens. Now, you remember we have 17 SDGs, and I want to simply speak to how PPPs today, how is it that we are coming in supporting, promote or grow some of those goals. Now, we have, for instance, we do have PPP projects in water, which of course are meant to promote access to clean water. One very example is not too far from here is Sabaki Water Carrier project. The other one is Muzima Two Springs projects that are at very advanced stages. Now, as you know, when you're looking at any project, even if it's not a PPP, you have to take into consideration the gender aspects, for instance, in that particular project. So as part of the public participation in PPPs, at the point when the design is being done during the visibility study, then there is involvement of the right expertise to ensure that the inputs of both male, female, the youth are actually incorporated into these PPP projects at that point in time. Of course, there are other projects. We have projects that contribute to clean energy, like the geothermal projects. We have infrastructure projects, like the one I mentioned, the expressway, and even the Nairobi-Nakuru Summit Road that is going to be launched tomorrow is also one of the PPPs. So indeed, PPPs are coming in strongly to support the promotion of SDGs, which will include gender equality. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. You see now you are answering and you have said you are not the right person, but yeah, you are the right person. I think before I come to the civil society, remember we are combining the two sessions, so you will feel to answer them. Probably whichever you feel it's appropriate for you. But I want now, because I don't see the county, because I also wanted to hear the voice from the government, especially also from the county, but I don't think county is represented here. I'll go straight to the private sector. Because the private sector now, just want to know, you quickly, of course, you introduce yourself, and then you quickly mention the innovative collaborative strategies and partnerships where the community is at heart when you are even making the profit. Going beyond the it used to be it was called corporate social responsibility. It is changed to corporate social investment, but now we want to go beyond that. what you can quickly be mention to us that what you are doing.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know, when we are here, we can see the ones who are sleeping. I think that's why this gentleman decided to make us stretch. So, yeah, we are seeing all of you. So, my name is Georgina Ashuka. I work with Kenya Association of Manufacturers in the Policy, Research and Advocacy Unit. I support the members our members in the manufacturing sector on regulatory and compliance and sustainability initiative support. So I am glad to be here, and I think Chokera is making sure that we don't lose you. That's why he'll have to keep throwing us off guard and also throwing those unexpected questions. So for us in the manufacturing sector, I think some of the things that I would have talked about, my colleague from Treasury has talked about, because government can actually not do everything by itself. They need to work with all stakeholders, the different partners. I think here we are talking about collaboration and partnership. And one of the partners that government must have is the private sector. Because the private sector, we will bring in a different set of input into the process. And this is more so on probably resources, skills, and innovation, like you've just asked. So industry, for us, we're in the business of ensuring that we're up in our game in terms of innovation to ensure that whatever is happening now is actually aligning to sustainable business. The present day customer is very conscious and aware of anything and everything they do, what they're consuming in their body, even what they're using in terms of movement. So you can look at if it's the electronic, the e-mobilities, you know, those kind of innovations. If it's consumption, you're looking at people building their houses which are greener, where you don't have to put on your light. So all those kind of innovation. If you look at yourselves, you're probably checking the food that you're eating. It's, you know, this mandazi business is dying away. So more and more we are seeing hotels bringing in maize, ndoma, and all that. All this is innovation, and in the sense that it is tied to the sustainability agenda. Because first, one of the things that we see in SDGs is our health. Yeah? So you have to consume what is right for you to live better. So there's a lot of innovation even in the industry, even just trying to take people back to the organic goods, you know, or consumption. Looking at even for the ladies, squeeze, we are just using organic this, original that, you know. The Niveas and the others are, you know, becoming a bit silent. So we are going for the shea butters and the other stuff, right? Because the innovation is for sustainability to continue. You have to innovate to something that will preserve ourselves and the planet. So we have that. Again, the other place of innovation is in terms of our processes, especially in industry. Imelda, who was handling the previous panel, talked about it. We have been working with industries to ensure that they reduce their energy consumption, also to optimize their production process. So what materials are you sourcing? What materials are you putting into the process to give you the product that you want without straining the environment, so that therefore we're able to work on the sustainability part. So I think maybe I can stop there, and then maybe we can take it to the next level. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Wachuka. I'm preserving for the rusty for Mheshimiwa, so I know you are listening very carefully. Yeah, so I want to hear from actually Florence, the civil society, what exactly you've been doing in terms of, I know, of course, I know the work which you've been pushing a lot in partnership and collaboration, but I just want to hear what actually you have been able to, maybe the key a few key highlights in terms of partnership and collaboration, and what has it resulted to?
Thank you very much. For those maybe I've not met, my name is Florence Sevo from the SDGs Kenya Forum. I'm the executive director, and I like this question very much because I think this is the top of my TOR, and I say this because I know my board members, George and Virginia. Virginia, I don't think you acknowledge that you're our board member from the SDG Kenya Forum. She's sitting behind there in the room, because for us as a coalition of civil society organizations, our key strategy is actually partnerships and collaboration. Why we came together, and I like to give this story very briefly. And Mwangi Waituru was here in the room. Mwangi, I keep telling people Mwangi was my first boss. One of the things when we were doing the MDGs, and I know you heard a lot about the transition from the MDGs to the SDGs, and the team that is still in this room who really worked hard on the MDGs. Then, if you remember, Mr. Mailu, who was in I think in Wangwe's office that time, one of the things he kept telling us as civil society organizations that, wow, you guys are overwhelming. We used to come there like 1,000 of us with memorandums, with letters, demand things. We used to queue there for him to see all of us. And one day he sat us down with Mwangi and said, why you guys, you have the same issues. Let me show you the letters. And he actually showed us the letters and some of the things we were all coming to demand their civil society. And so he said to us, why can't you just come together, put together like a platform? I can't remember what word he used then, but he said to us, this would be a more effective way for us government, because I have to deal with over 3,000 letters talking about what the post-2015 should look like. Because that time the government had said to us, let's submit submissions on the MDGs, now the next development agenda. And so fast forward, one of the things was now when we came up with the SDG Kenya Forum was for us, one, to ensure that we can strongly showcase collaborations. Collaborations not just in civil society, but also with other stakeholders. One of the other critiques, if you look at the MDGs, was the fact that a lot of civil society were duplicating efforts. You know, even government, I know you know that part, but I'll just talk about civil society. And so you'd find some of us in one village doing the same intervention or digging boreholes, and we have different funders. It was really, really, a duplication of effort. And so how then do we get to know who's doing what where? How do we come together? How do we understand who are the priority members, maybe in SDG 1, all the way to SDG 17. And so how we are formed as the SDG Kenya Forum, we have goal groups, and a lot of the members who are around the room from civil society belong to these goal groups. And so we have those frequent meetings where they come together. We have frequent meetings where they can exchange and get to know what are they doing. For example, you've seen the youth, you saw the youth panel. That's also an effort to bring together youth organizations, youth movements together. And so we've been doing that. Another good example is what we are here for, the multi-stakeholder approach. This is one of the examples. Many of us have been called all over the world and told, can you come and showcase to us what Kenya is doing? I've been to so many panels, people trying to understand. You're sitting in this room and maybe you don't understand the magnitude, but many countries, or a lot of the countries, in fact I haven't heard of a country that does exactly this what we're doing here, bringing the different sectors for this kind of peer-to-peer review, exchange, getting to know who's doing what in the counties, who's doing what at national level, private sector, academia, and so forth. And so let's not take this for granted, because there are many times when we come here, for example, we've come out here with MOUs, and I know you've had, now we've bridged the gap from, we're not saying this is civil society or this is, we can even now, like for us, we have an MOU with KNBS, we have an MOU with a lot of county governments, because when we have funds or resources that need to be focused on counties, then why not have an MOU and advance the work jointly so that you don't duplicate efforts again? So I think, Chokera, there's a lot that has been going on, even the fundraising. We do a lot of proposal writing, and we're very open. I've seen other countries that even now governments and private sector and the PPPs, but also civil society coming together and really bidding for huge monies. And that's something that I think we need to move forward with. Why can't we identify resources maybe that have been advertised globally in terms of SDG implementation? I know we've done that before in one of the projects. We attempted to do something. We did something for a few years with the State Department. But I think there's an opportunity for us to continue to collaborate with the UNs, to collaborate with the academia and civil society and others. So So partnership and collaboration is the backbone for SDG implementation. We need to come out of here having gotten to know who are these academia people, who are these media people, who are these parliamentarians, who are these ministries and departments that have had so many of them. And so this is the essence of this particular meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Now that even Wara is there, I think I know you are in VSO and still you are the chair of the Kenya SDG Forum. I think what I would ask you is, of course, there is that aspect of the policy guidance being in the board. Would want to touch whether there is really the policy guidance to ensure that partnership, how you take it forward. And then let's look at, maybe you can touch on any innovative ways to reach out to unbanked and unbankable, because we are talking about the financing. The ones, how do we reach out to those who are unbanked and unbankable based on the segment, this segment which you deal with?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm George Awala. I work with VSO as the business pursuit lead for the Horn of Africa. I also co-chair the SDGs Kenya Forum. And maybe just to start with the first question around, maybe within the forum, how do we make decisions around partnerships? I think it's important to have a clear strategy around partnerships so that you're not talking to everyone, but you're trying to find areas of alignment where your vision, your mission, and other aspects or even approaches to work are aligned. Because if you really dig deeper and ensure that you understand who you want to partner with, it will be easier. Then also collectively making decisions around partnerships, because partnerships can be great, but they can also go awry. And many a times when they don't work, you don't want maybe Florence to be the one holding the short end of the stick because she's the executive director. The board also has responsibility, because you have to ensure that there is accountability, there is transparency in terms of who you are working with. A good example is when we were partnering with the National Bureau of Statistics. We had to have discussions internally. What will this mean? Because this is a government entity. There are different levels of protocols that you need to observe, or administrative processes that are required. And sometimes they are long and lengthy. And at times you feel a bit, frustrated. How come it's not moving very quickly? Because, I mean, sometimes civil society and private sector moves faster than government. It's just the reality of things. So ensuring that those discussions happen at the board level and there's agreement about these are the strategic partners that we will prioritize, whether it's for funding, for programming, or even for evidence generation, because we also produce a lot of evidence around SDGs. Also, beyond just partnering here, we are also called upon to do a lot of global engagement. So also prioritizing what's really adding value to our work, what do we bring into the world. And it was really impressive to see that SDGs Kenya Forum was at the forefront of discussions in a pre-summit towards the Pact for the Future, where the SDGs Kenya Forum, Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance, were at the forefront representing African and Kenyan civil society organizations. Going back to now the second question that you asked about how do you work with the unbankable, how do you ensure that you're able to unlock financing for groups and sectors or sections of the community that are a high risk. I think one of the things that we are currently doing, and this is experience from VSO, is that we are working with waste workers, 4,000 of them, in Kisumu, Nairobi, and Mombasa. And within this program, we are looking at, first, how do you mobilize them so that they really get to appreciate that they are not waste collectors, but they are ecopreneurs. They start having that mind of, we are here to change and transform the world because we are important. So building that sense of urgency from an individual perspective. Then you spark their interest in entrepreneurship because they will be running a business. And in some of the communities that we work in, you find that the waste collectors have now formed businesses or associations that are strong and solid. They can now go to the houses and the households in their community and collect monthly pay for the services that they are rendering, which they were not doing previously because they were just going around collecting garbage that's been thrown. Then also helping them to understand the value of that garbage. If it's plastic, what are the different types of plastics? What's the difference between the plastic, the yellow plastic that you find in oil containers versus the one that you use for soda? They are all very different. So once they understand that, and even different types of either metals or other types of garbage or trash, then it helps them to now know what do we need to do with it. So you now take them through a process of also understanding how do you upcycle, how do you start thinking about recycling, how do you aggregate? Because when they aggregate and have large quantities, then it means they have a higher bargaining power when they're dealing with private sector. Some of the private sector companies really want to push them and give them peanuts for doing hard work. And then looking at job decency, because at the end of the day, you also want somebody to be doing a job that is dignified, a job that is fulfilling and satisfying. So even though they're in the waste space, it doesn't mean that they don't need to earn maybe 3 or 4 times the minimum wage, because they are still a person who has to live on a day-to-day basis. And then also using data to really be able to map out and see who's most left behind, and then using that data and linking it with the financial system. And we are now looking at creating a learning hub, a global learning hub. Beyond the experience in Kenya, we are looking at Ethiopia, Cambodia, Nepal, 10 countries that will provide rich lessons on how to really support those who are at the very periphery of society. And also working with other partners who are in the tech space, because a majority of the people who are doing the waste business are young people. And how do you bring innovations to them? So we've partnered with the MTACA to look at issues around technology and payments. They're also thinking about AI and how can AI support even waste pickers in their day-to-day work. And then also in discussions with Kenya Commercial Bank on a guarantee fund. We are also working with incubators or business accelerators so that they can also look for venture investors or capital that ordinarily wouldn't be available for this group of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that intervention. Media Council. I know you have, media is very powerful because they communicate. When they communicate, what we must, maybe what we hear is what they want us to hear. But let's hear what the partnership, what actually the partnerships do you have to, with the institutions which are advancing the SDGs, and do we have concrete examples of that?
Okay, so thank you very much. So my name is Bernard Mwinde, and just for the purpose of the discussion, Media Council of Kenya is established by an act of parliament. So when you see me here, I don't see nation or citizen. So you see part of the media ecosystem. So we represent the broader media ecosystem in Kenya. And one of our core business, as Honorable Chanda and others envisioned in 2013, was that we needed to set standards for the media to be able to abide by in their practice, like any other profession. So, and we believe that information is actually the central piece in any partnership. And having the right information in the right hands at the right time, only then we can unlock partnerships and also inspire action. What are we doing as a council in practical terms? One, we are a member of the interagency fora, and in there we support in discussions on how to engage with the media. But also back home, we also engage with different partners. I give you an example, like Kemri Welcome Trust is one of the partners we have that we are working with to make sure that they understand how the media works and they can able to actually share the research findings on health issues so that those are converted a real story and that they can inspire action. We also work with the other partners on climate change. And like for instance, this year, during the World Radio Day, we were able to have a training for journalists on climate change reporting at the Aga Khan University. So we are working with these partners to build or upskill our journalists so that they're able to understand the issues and better able to report and share these stories. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, one thing I've heard for the last 1 day and a half is we are not short of information. We have a lot of information. So the challenge we're having right now in this space is how do we package that information to be able to be shared by the right people like the media. So I think going forward in the interagency, maybe we need to work on developing the communication strategy or even a media engagement plan.
We will come to that. Going forward, we will come to that, but including be thinking about how we have what is called your members who are local, they write whatever they be thinking of, because you are part of that ecosystem. When we look at, of course, Parliament, we know we think it's our savior in most of the things. When we look, the last time I checked the public debt, it was going to 12 trillion. Our budget is around, 12 trillion Kenya shillings. Our annual budget is around, the one we were presented was around 4.3 trillion. Now, if we are going like that, definitely we won't even have money to support the SDGs. Because most of the money actually will be going to pay the public debt. I don't know what is your take on the issue of the public debt, especially at the National Assembly, because that is what we look at the savior in terms of curbing the appetite for public debt, because this is going to drown as a country, it's going to drown us completely. There will be no physical space on that. And well on that, it's also, you can talk a bit about issue of the oversight, what exactly you do in terms of the oversight, especially when you get the report, those reports from Auditor General, which are, at times they are very scary when we read the figures. So what do you, as the oversight, what exactly would be your take on that? I'm not going to ask you what your strategy is, but it's your take. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll attempt to answer that or to respond to it. But I didn't realize that what I mentioned in the morning, there were no two people who had wanted to raise a question or so, Davis. So given that maybe you didn't give them the chance or we didn't have the chance, they harassed me outside here. Even if you are talking about this, where is the position of supplementary budgets? Where do they come in and all these kind of things? Remember I was mentioning this in the morning as we were discussing the issues of budget implementation and budget feedback. So I may want to mention that briefly. Then a small comment on the food politics, and then back to debt. So what I mentioned in the morning was basically in terms of how the government spends, and I mentioned one critical thing, that this is based on the priorities of the government of the day. But besides that, there are many other things, there are many other factors, of course. How does one department get money ahead of the other, for example? If you're competing, for example, with Parliament in getting money from Treasury, you will not succeed. Parliament will get it first. Yeah? So noise is also another factor that which is very critical that I mentioned. And anything around Parliament, even as at now, before, we have this procurement problem at the moment in terms of how we do procurement and stuff like that. We are holding quite a bit of money Treasury is holding quite a bit of pending bills. Of course, issues in terms of how to move forward because of the new procurement arrangement that is in place. So all those, you look at them, they are critical factors. But besides that, one most critical and very silent factor is the use of the budgeted money in terms of what we call Article 223. Immediately we pass a budget in any year. Straight away from that point, the government's allowed the executive per se to use 50% of that budget, minus reference to anybody. 50%. So when we are talking about 4 trillion, 50% will be 2 trillion, assuming that we had that 2 trillion, which we never have anyway. Then you're allowed to spend, and when you spend, you must come for some process of approval of after expenditure. A lot of that is what comes up in supplementary budgets. I'm bringing this because of the question of the sub-budget. So in the supplementary budgets, there are the processes of trying to justify use of Article 223, yeah, which was not necessarily subjected to the things that you had passed in June, for example. That's one thing that I think is important to know. Then supplementaries also serve in the essence of things that were initially not foreseen. Like when we had the COVID, when we had these emergencies, we have this kind of whatever. Many times there's no money for them. But then when a situation like that happens, then the government uses that window to come up and make up money, which may mean reorganizing a number of budget lines for purpose of meeting what is required for purposes of that kind of a thing. That's exactly what goes in what we call supplementaries. But a lot more, if you look at it in details, is many more times for purposes of approving expenditures that were off the initial arrangement of the House, but Parliament has to approve that. I've been in Parliament in Uhuru 1, Uhuru 2, and Ruto 1. The only time I saw a supplementary budget in Uhuru 2, supplementary 3. For the first time, I saw a supplementary 3. And a supplementary 3 was brought after a budget had been read, and that was in July, I think, or end of June, and Parliament cleared it. So you are wondering why you may be clearing a supplementary 3 after the financial year of that budget is spent. So there are those things. There are those things that happen. Some may not be very nice, but they happen. If we are smart, supplementary budgets may not be there. If we are smart, yes. It's only that many times we are never smart, and we sometimes leave a lot of leeway for purpose of coming back to see that we do supplementary budgets. But supplementary budget follows the same route as the main budget in terms of the processing it. How we process it in Parliament, there's the pitching again and all those things that I was mentioning in the morning. It's like a whole cycle. Like I'm sure there is a talk of a supplementary budget. It was supposed to be there by this week or next week, but I think events are unfolding too quickly. It may not be there until maybe February, because I think in terms of the budget, the calendar of Parliament, we are left with, I think, only 1 week. Then the year ends. So I think that was something that I needed to mention because somebody asked me as we were out. The other thing that I wanted to bring, but I didn't want to bring at that point because I also needed to give space for others also to say that. There's this thing of food and stuff that we were discussing here. One basic problem that we have generally as a people and as a country is that people are never satisfied with the levels of education where they reached. Yeah, somebody who reached standard 2 thinks that he or she didn't learn anything. Somebody who reaches class 8 or whatever also think that there was nothing in that school added in his life or in her life. But you realize some of these things, the basic things that we are talking about, like in terms of food production. Everybody, if you went to class 4, somebody mentioned, I think, the 4K clubs and stuff. That's an old system, yes. But these things are there. You see, if you are in grade 2 or class 2 or whatever, you are doing mathematics, the term that is used is takeaway. Yeah? When you get to 6 or 7, you are told now to subtract. You know, somebody, if you ended up in grade 1 or study 2 or whatever it is, and somebody tells you subtract, completely the guy has lost you. But you are aware that if he used take away, you'll be talking about the same thing. So your level, because normally education is cumulative. It's these things that we learn from the basics moving forward. Yeah, you get up, you keep building them, and even at times you go up, you get narrower. I don't know whether you know that. Yeah, there's a point where you accumulate quite a bit. Then when you become some serious professionals that the ones I see, you become narrower. Now you're an engineer of pavement. Yeah? You know that, Then you narrow down to pavements as a civil engineer. Yet you started from all manner of things. You started from takeaway, subtractions. You went on and on and on like that. But then people keep to forget these basic ones where you were. And that's where we have a problem in terms of food production. Nobody wants to use or nobody wants to apply or to connect the basic that they learned to their daily lives. This is the biggest problem. You know, when we're talking about this, like I think in the UK, of course, there's a big issue of land use policy. We don't have a proper framework for that land use policy in this country, where you cannot do anything other than agriculture in a designated agricultural area. So regardless of where it is, whether you are an owner or not, that land must be for purposes of agriculture. And like I was mentioning, like in the UK, you don't go to that land that is earmarked for agriculture unless you have a diploma in agriculture. So that you go applying what you know. Yeah, you see, we are struggling here with the information and all that. People don't get information about market. And if you are a serious person who is into farming, definitely you'll get to know the marketing trends of your produce. You will. Nobody will talk about it. Now we complain about glut and all that. You've done this too much in the market and now you can't get a market or stuff like that. It's only that you didn't look at this thing appropriately. I have 1 or 2 friends who don't do anything. Yeah? But they're very smart in listening to radio. Yeah? You know, there's a program, it used to be run by, I think, KBC or VOK or something like that. Bidhaa na mboga. That one, even if you are drinking somewhere, they run to where radio is. Because what they have done, they listen to how the mboga prices were in Mombasa, how they were in Nakuru, and how they were in Kisumu and Busia. The following day, there are trucks on the road to where it was cheap and take it to where it was expensive. Same day, it does that business. That 1 week, ameachana nayo, anarudi kwa radio. So it's just a matter of being smart. And that's exactly the use of information. When they're saying that people don't get information, it's only that, no, our absorption of information is where the problem is. Paula, for that, Chokera, let me get back to your debt. Let's look at debt in a very simple way. Number one, it's not very easy to work minus debt. It's not very easy to work minus debt. And from the simplest way you look at it, even from your own levels, you have some income, you have your needs. I don't know if there's anybody here whose needs balances income. Just look at it from, because no government, in the philosophy, we call government as a man writ large. So look at yourself from the smallest level. If your needs meet, if your demands meet exactly what you get, it's not easy. That you don't have is what finally becomes the debt. Because it means you have 4 children, how you made them, you know, you don't want to tell anybody. but they are there, they have to be in school and all that and all that. They are now a part of your burden. And they are costed. Then you say, now I need school fees of 80,000. Where do you get that when your income for that particular 3-month period of a term of school, you are only able to get 30,000? Then you have a shortage of 50,000. So where do you go to? You run to your whatever. Brother, you can conduct a rambe. The rambe will be aid. An aid? You want to be a conman? No, a rambe will be like, you'll go pleading for help, the way that we look for aid and stuff like that. You'll be literally looking for aid. Yeah, that will be a rambe because you are not paying it back. It's a grant. Then the next one, you kishindikana nasema no, wacha niende nifanye nini? Nikope kwa sako. That's exactly how the government behaves also. We have a budget of 4 trillion. We are only able to raise, I think, 1.6, 1.8 trillion locally. So there's a balance of 1.4 or so. This year alone. And that money must be raised. So that's where we end up with the issue of debt. The biggest problem is debt use. Where do we take this money that we borrow for? Huh? Where do we take it to? Because if you are picking it and taking it to something that you know will help you get money to repay, is a different matter. But remember, I think Chokera mentioned, immediately you get into some of these debts, the first charge on our consolidated fund, you must pay. In July, when everything else was at a standstill in this country, the first charge on our consolidated account is debt. We must, what you committed, you must release. Yeah? Number one, the first charge that we have in our consolidated fund. And that's the goodness of why people want to loan governments. Because they know that the first charge, they will not default. The first charge is for the government to do what? To pay. So the main issue is, where do we take this money to? The money keeps building because sometimes we take it into things that don't help the economy in any manner for purposes of repayment. But the whole idea, you realize it's something that is being done by virtually everybody else and every other government. I think one time Tanzania was trying to do a debt-free arrangement, and I don't know what happened. It collapsed, and they are back into borrowing again. Even if it's not into the levels where we are, they are back into borrowing. So what we borrow for matters more. What you didn't raise with me was the issue of partnership and financing for purpose of the SDGs. If you go that route of borrowing, and we borrow for non-valuable arrangements, or we borrow but get into arrangements like sometimes this expressway or what, yeah, this thing. Then we keep raising the money for a partner, a private partner, yeah, rather than raising money for yourself. And you raise it for a long period of time. The service may be there. By the time they're leaving, the service will be dilapidated. You need to reorganize it, and you don't have money. I think these are some of the things that are critical that we need to do. But one thing that we've learned, and I think governments have learned, that the role of government will never again be on running businesses. The government must remain a regulator, and as a regulator, needs to be careful for purpose of the public, so that you don't get into adani's and many of these things without a very clear arrangements for purposes of our interests. But business, the government must just get out of it. Governments all over, we've always said that they are bad businessmen. Governments can't do business. So let business be done by business people. And as they do business, we have a GDP, our overall GDP I think is around 13, 14 trillion. When our budget is 4 trillion, it means that 9 to 10 trillion is being generated by the private sector. So the partnership between the private sector and the public cannot be gainsaid. It is something that I think is picking momentum, and the only thing that we may need to look at is how does it get to these other elements of what we call socio-corporate responsibility. Because again, you realize that, I don't know whether you remember, Imelda, the overall bankers, was it bankers union? The association. They gave us the total amount of money that the banks are spending out in the name of CSR. Was it 18 billion or something like that? Yeah, they mentioned in one of the meetings. So if banks alone are generating 18 billion for CSR alone, yeah, what of the other private businesses? What of if we put them together? Because now KCB makes money, implements this money in terms of social corporate responsibility on decisions that are made by itself but don't compare with what Standard Chartered or wherever else does. So the other wanagongana kwa kiwanja, or they repeat certain things, or on the other hand, they cheat us that they did it, but kumbe they didn't. Or they for purposes of rewarding their workers, their staff. So CSR only goes where a staff comes.
No, thank you. I want to give you more airtime because probably we'll come back to you to ask you to pass something through Parliament. Anyway, so what I want my panelists to be thinking about is one, you come up, give us a lesson, one lesson, and what we want you see going forward, plus what our participants will be asking. So be thinking of that, because I'm being told we have only 5 minutes. Now, it is up to you. If you want to ask to review at 7, no problem, I will allow all the questions. But if you want to leave, you don't have to ask questions. But before that, I want to, and actually noticing you, Maruku, I would have asked you the question. Maruku is from Treasury. He's the Director of Planning. He should have been able to answer issues about inclusivity and all that. And I want to start with him.
Thank you, Chokera. Good afternoon. As you have heard, my name is Stephen Maluku. I'm not actually the Director of Planning in National Treasury, but the Director Monitoring and Evaluation at the National Treasury. There is a Director of Planning, I'm the Director Monitoring and Evaluation. And then I want to give a contribution to the two sessions that we've had after lunch. I've noted there was an invite to the Climate Change Unit. Actually, it's not called Climate Change Unit. It's called Climate Finance and Green Economy Unit in the National Treasury. They were not here, but then from where I sit, I can make a contribution. Treasury on matters climate finance has done 2 key initiatives. One, Treasury has what we call the Climate Finance and Green Economy Unit. That's one initiative to promote climate issues. And this is where the huge PLOCA program, the Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program, is domiciled. It's in that unit in the National Treasury. It's a big program. It's a World Bank GOK program. Actually, has a coverage in 45 counties with an average of 40 projects per county in the sector, water, and of course the environmental sectors. So apart from that initiative, in a CS circular on budgeting, Treasury did give a directive on climate issues that all sectors. I would have read the circular, but the chair tells me I don't have much time. Treasury directed in that circular, like the one for last year's budget, that all sectors mainstream climate issues in their budgets. And then that policy came from that unit, that all sectors, it doesn't matter which sector, but then you have to mainstream climate issues in your budgets. And then already we have passed the sectors. The sector hearings were last week. I think they have just entered. Then now the question by Chokera on inclusivity, the efforts by Treasury. In the same circular, there was something on gender responsive budgeting and child sensitive budgeting. It was a directive for all sectors to mainstream these issues into the budgets. So we need to have officers from the climate finance unit, not budget. But from where I sit, I thought I could say something. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's very useful. Now he has eaten to the time of questions. Anyway, any question from this side? I'm not coming back this side. Anybody who has a question this side? Okay, this side. No, I thought this side is. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, great. I will start with the Madam here.
Thank you so much, panelists. My name is Dr. Rael Onyango from Aga Khan University. It's quite interesting, but my question is on financing for development. I'm passionate on financing for development and advancing SDGs. So currently we have shrinkage with regards to financing for the global south. A lot of aids are reducing, and we can see it affecting NGOs, civil society, and also the public sector because of this shrinkage. What do you think are the innovative and creative ways to cover for this shrinkage such that we can still see advancement in SDGs in Kenya? What happens when there is a reduction of financing from the global north? What are the innovative and creative ways for that? Number two, while addressing that question on financing for development, we also have a lot of pandemics and uncertainties. So what are some of the ways also that we can do differently to overcome the shocks and uncertainties and pandemics that occasionally face us, so that we can still make strides with regard to SDGs? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. My question is to Mheshimiwa. I've seen there is a public participation bill 2025 was received on 28th of October 2025 at the National Assembly. What are you going to do particularly to fast track this bill into law, because it will address most of the issues around inclusion of youth, special groups in the decision-making spaces? And secondly is to the Treasury, the MNE unit. There is the Kenya National Monitoring and Evaluation strategy and the policy. What are you doing as a department to use it to mainstream, particularly the gender groups, up to the local level in terms of tracking and also implementing the national budgets? Thank you.
One question.
Okay. Is there a development partners coordination forum? Thank you.
This will be the last. That will be the last question. I'm giving it because it's from the county.
Yes, since the moderator says that sometimes we ask questions, we have solutions, I think I'll give suggestions. One, to Mheshimiwa, please let the parliament define what is the national interest, because debts are becoming as national interest without proper certification, so that we can see how we can address this. Secondly, on the supplementary budget, PFM Act is very silent on the engagement of the citizens on the issues of supplementary budget. How can this be aligned so that at least these issues of supplementary budget can be addressed once and for all? Thirdly, there seems to be weakness in the coordination of multi-stakeholders frameworks.
As you know, SDGs benefit from all these frameworks, and Kenya has a wide stakeholder framework from the ministries, the 48 counties, and CSOs from the donor circles. Maybe this also is a question. How can we strengthen this more so that at least it can benefit the financing of the SDGs? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to give, I mean, the good thing is what has been, some are questions, some others are comments. So you have the liberty to respond, or you ask them to meet you during the tea time. It's easier to convince one rather than convince everybody. But I can see you wanted to say something. 1 second.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. You have really taken us through the budget process in a very good way, and I have one concern for you, which you can also push through the parliament. You know, when we are doing the budget process, there is what we call sector working group, and in most times when sectors are competing for resources, there is what we call ring fencing of particular programs. And we have seen ring fencing for better programs, but we have not been able to see ring fencing for SDG programs. What can you do? What can we do to ensure that when we are going for the budget, there are resources ring fenced, particularly for SDGs? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we've heard a lot of many voices. Let's start with the ladies so that we break the monotony. You remember the question I said, lessons and opportunities.
Thank you, Chokera. I think we're also learning while we sit here. I think from my perspective, some of the challenges that we have seen with regard to issues on partnerships and collaboration, first is misaligned incentives. And I think that has been touched on here by the various speakers. So we need to align our policies so that we are all speaking to the same thing in the same strength with the same understanding. And then I think the other thing that is coming out, or rather has come out, we need to be transparent in all the things that we are doing as the different stakeholders or partners, so that we can reduce those fragmented efforts and bring these partnerships and collaboration together so that we can manage the resources. So for me, those are the challenges I have seen. But of course, we also have to have some enablers that are going to help us achieve this. And some of the enablers is to try and take advantage of the AIs or the digital platforms that are there to share information and to share knowledge and capacity build. And also I've heard from Treasury, they have that department for the green economy. It is information that would be very good that if it's shared out so that it can present those opportunities. And of course, standardizing frameworks for reporting on SDG, so that we can have all sectors speaking the same thing. Thank you, Chukera.
Yeah, once you are Chandler, because I think I'll come to you so that you answer a few questions.
Many were really directed at me, but let me make them fairly short. The whole issue of the North and aid and donor support, I think, is something that is very glaring. I don't know if we have some of these guys here. What the Americans are doing is very clear. If they succeed in it, all the others will follow. You take the example of USAID alone, closing USAID internationally, the whole world, and taking that money back. Of course, the USAID support, in terms of their budget, what was going out, it was still, I think, below 1%. It was still below 1%. And look at it in terms of the levels where it was in specific countries. Look at it in Kenya, look at it elsewhere. And put all that together. and then that money is now retained back in the US. Why can't America be great again? Yeah. so look at it in that direction, because that's, you see, and then you look at it also in terms of how things are happening. New York has the oldest kind of a rail system, if you look at the rest of the world. And they're trying to say, no, why should we be this archaic and we are taking our money outside? Yeah? That's a very serious thing in the US. The other one that is a very big problem, a very big issue in the US is the white that has refused to go to school. Yeah, you know, there's a white that is illiterate, and they're a problem. What do you do with them? So you must create a lot of resources for them, and they are very busy. You know, that's why even Trump now, if you take him back to elections with those white things, he can still win. You know, something that is crazy, but I think but I think there are things that are really resonating very well with this idea of making America great. Deny anything that you've been taking out, so that you bring it back to yourselves to be great. So the other countries are picking it up. The support that's going to this, more so the UN agencies. And you see, splitting all these things. So it's something that we must be very, very careful as we move forward, that others will follow. And I think they have started reducing their support that was going to the South. Pandemics, part of the problem that we have with the pandemics is we can't say that. I think whether we are not learning or the lessons that we see, because there are things, in my view, that are avoidable, and we can avoid them. We can't be talking about flooding 60 years after independence. Flooding, you know, flooding is water that is not controlled. And for you to control water, you just dig a channel for it. It will go. It doesn't need rocket science. Why don't we do a big trunk line, empty, where we can fill in all this water and it goes if we don't need it? If we don't go that route where somebody wanted to say, now or it was the professor, that if he become a president in the next 2 minutes, what he will do is to make sure that he holds this rainwater somewhere. Yeah? So because if you do it, then there will be no flooding. And we talk about flooding each and every year. And then after flooding, you know, flooding is less painful because it happens in under 2 weeks. And all the water disappears all of a sudden. But talk about drought that follows. I don't know whether you people have taken time to look at the amount of damage, the amount of loss in terms of lives between drought and flooding. Flooding is a very temporary thing. It comes and disappears. Then it leaves with a long period of pain in the name of so some of the things, in my view, can be avoided and can be looked at properly by the government. I don't know, but many times people also say that, no, most of our governments, particularly when they are so much into electoral cycle, they want to implement their things based on the elections. And when there are calamities, response to calamity, whichever way it is, means a responsive government, a responsible representative. I don't know, but that's really another matter. But public participation bill is trying to define public. You know, in my background, again, in some different learning, there is nothing called the people, unless that people is defined, unless that people is grouped in a manner that you can get hold of it, is tangible. Otherwise, if you call people, say that it's people, from here we are people in this house. You get to the gate walking out, you also get people walking elsewhere. They don't know what you people have been doing. So there must be a definition of what we call people for it to be meaningful. So public participation bill is trying to take that kind of a direction. That can we define what is a reasonable participation? Yeah? Because the other time, what has been happening, particularly in terms of these things that are required of public participation, meetings are called, or even if they're not called, somebody calls his own people, and then that's already a public. and then they participate. So next time when you are saying that you didn't participate, then it is you, but people did it. So, that's the problem, and the bill is trying to check in terms of if you're talking about what is the reasonable, and that has come from the courts, by the way. It's not even Parliament. It has come from judiciary. Say that because there are many cases, they are throwing them away because of public participation. So they're asking, what is the reasonable level of what you could call a public participation? Development partners coordination, it used to be there, Chokara, and I think it's still there. Donors round table, something like that. It's still there. When I was active with the civil society, it used to be one of the best ways of how to pitch for projects. That, you get one of their deans, and when the dean is convinced that that's something that is worth bringing the others to, then you will be given space to present your project wherever to the donors, the donors round table. National interest, which I think you mentioned, I'm not too sure whether, but I need to check. There must be some definition in the Constitution about what this is. If it is not there, then, we normally have a legislation that only talks about interpretation of terms. Yeah? So that may be one of the things that may be picked for that purpose, even if you don't have a legislation for it. The issue of supplementary budgets, like I've mentioned, and I think it's not worth repeating, that supplementary budgets are windows. Yeah? They are window in good sense for purposes of things that are emerging that were not taken care of. That is in good sense. But in the other sense, it serves administratively, whether negative or positive, for purpose of approving things that happened without your knowledge. Now, sector working groups, I think it was mentioned by our director. This happens every year in all. Sometimes I think what she was referring to, I think, was for climate and stuff. Yeah. But I think the general one in terms of the departments and everything else happens in January, February. Yeah. January, February of each year, there's always sector hearings. And people have been ignoring it. So if you're a civil society and you've been ignoring this, there's always a time when this is public. And in Nairobi, Somalia at KICC or something like that, you are given space, look at all these things, and you give your thoughts. And I think I'd mentioned this one time in a forum like this. If you want to influence the budget and the budget process, what's critical is timing. What comes at what stage? If you miss what comes at what stage, then you miss it. You can't say that now you want to your things streamline the budget now. There's no space for it. This is not the right time. So you have to wait until around January, February. Ikipita imepita. Then you have to wait again for the year to roll over. So I think those are the... Now, George asked me about did we do that over tea or the infrastructure bonds and sovereign?
Yeah.
I leave it.
Those ones probably over accelerators. I mean, over tea.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think what you are touching about in development effectiveness group, actually there is development effectiveness group which is in the treasury, and there is also from the government under the prime cabinet secretaries where all the development partners are there. I think it will be we will not do justice if we don't give these other colleagues 1 minute, and then we conclude.
Okay, thank you very much, Okera. I'll respond to Dr. Rael Onyango about where do you get new money. So NGOs or civil society organizations need to befriend corporates because that's where the money is. Recently, we had banks declaring profits. One even declared 420% increase in profit. A majority were doing 30, maybe 40%. So that's new money, it's billions. So you have to find ways and strategies of working with private sector, address issues around social impact. They're interested in investing in people because they know that these people are their clients. You have to befriend high net worth individuals who want to structure their foundations and trusts because of legacy. Dr. Gituro Wainaina talked about Maslow's theory of needs and pyramid of needs. So once you've eaten, you also want to have a full stadium to send you home when you perish, because you have a legacy. So private sector, look at new sources of funding like venture capital, blended finance. We can have further discussions about what those look like. But you need to have something to sell as private, as civil society organizations. So can you create some think tank that generates knowledge that is not available to anyone else? Can you use new technologies like AI to do meta-analysis of data and packaging it in a way that people want to purchase it? Because that's the only way that you'll survive. Institutional funding is gone, and it will not be coming back. That's our reality.
Thank you. Mine are two quick ones. One of the heaviest investments in PPPs is actually in project development. And through partnerships, however, we've been able to solve that problem. So today, if any government agency wants to do a PPP matters visibility study, will be supported for as long as there can be demonstration that that project is likely to be viable and attractive to the private sector. And within it, we are partners, the World Bank, FDB, we have the Asian Infrastructure Bank and others. They're actually supporting with funds for project visibility studies. As a way forward, or just for information, on the matter of public debt, one of the solutions to that, but is not 100% solution, is trying to ensure that those projects that can, because we mainly borrow to do most of the time projects and also probably spend on a recurrent expenditure. But for projects, those that can be viable as PPPs need to be done as PPPs. So what we are doing is collaborating very closely with the budget department as Treasury and also the PIM directorate to ensure that the potentially commercially viable projects, we don't borrow money to do those projects. They are brought and done as PPPs. That way, then we remove pressure from the exchequer. And those projects that may not be commercially viable, mostly like projects in education, some in health may not be viable, but they're very important. Those are very important areas. And so once you do like roads on PPPs, then you leave resources that can be dedicated to the social projects. Thank you so much.
So thank you. I guess in conclusion, the first thing about partnerships and collaboration, I always ask, what stops you, whichever institution you're coming from really, like a wider collaboration? Many times it's maybe just the traditional mentality, you're from parliament, no pun intended, you're from the county, national government, you're from private sector, and some of these sectors, you don't intermingle with civil society, you don't intermingle with parliamentarians. So there's a lot of that goes around. So we have to really change our mentality in terms of partnership and collaboration. And once we do the partnership and collaboration, also we have to do the heavy lifting. Because again, I've seen collaborations and partnerships where you come together and then maybe some people are joyriders in partnerships. Yeah. So then how do we change our mentality? Every time we have a partnership, we really do the heavy lifting, all of us from all sides. And I think this is something that Africa, a lot of us in this room need to start learning, opening up to partnerships. And I'm glad I'm speaking to a very wide range of partners from different sectors. How do we start seeing more and more partnerships coming from this room? Hearing testimonials that after this, there was a lot of testimonies in terms of people coming together and doing great things. The last one on financing, this might sound controversial, but I am not of the school of thought that we can continue to borrow and be okay as a country. We need to start investing internally on issues of resource mobilization, on how do we increase our resource mobilization, local resource mobilization internally. It's the same thing. It's not just about government, national government. It's the same question that civil society, other development stakeholders are all asking, because the West and the issues of the ODA, the borrowing, the proposal writing, all those things are no longer there. They're going out. I think somebody was just waiting for the rug to be pulled out by the US, and the rest followed suit. So I think these are the realities of our times. We need to be very, very are alert to this reality. We need to start showcasing what is the sustainability ventures that we can invest in as government, as private sector, as civil society. Thank you.
The last one from Benson.
Sorry, Bernard.
Bernard, sorry.
I think a lot has been achieved in the last 10 years, and most of these stories are back in the villages where we come from. And I think it's the high time now we empower community media and vernacular media to engage the communities to tell their stories from their perspective. That will cut the cost of us going to the villages, coming to Nairobi, preparing reports, then calling for a breakfast meeting to brief mainstream media in Nairobi. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. At least you clap for the panelists for the good work. The good thing, even with all those discussions, I've only seen 3 people sleeping, which is quite good because of around 200 people, only 2 are sleeping. That's negligible, but they have really missed that. But really, they have missed a lot. But we are talking. When we are talking about issue of partnerships, individually you are a drop, but together we are ocean. Just take that, because if you act alone, really, there's nothing you can do much. But if we collaborate and partner, we can do a lot. And with that, I will just hand it over to the chief moderator.
Thank you so much, Okera.
You had answered whether you are going to have the ring fencing, look at that, whether the particular sectors can be ring fenced and all that, isn't it?
My question was,
yeah.
I want you to get the question very clearly. Actually, the concern was SDGs are very critical goals in this country because they come from the global level. We have seen even local targets, local goals being ring-fenced in the budget process, such that when we are competing for resources, we have particular resources ring-fenced for those particular targets, and they cannot be touched. But we have not been able to see that under the SDGs. My concern was whether that can be done or whether that can come as a recommendation out of this forum. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Still, we are talking about the same thing, ring fencing, especially for the social sector, because that is majority of the SDGs. And if you look at actually the aspect of the SDGs, you look at the social sector, nearly, because education, health, social protection, that's where we are talking. But now when we are talking about the ring fencing, which is actually we are saying that you have this in the registration kind of in parliament. That's what we are saying. When we are passing the budget, those particular aspects are specific to the SDGs. I have my own serious thoughts about that, but let the Mheshimiwa maybe respond in 1 minute or so, but you can engage me outside here so that we can talk about that.
It is not a very good parting shot. But ring fencing basically means that funds are placed and are meant for use for that particular purpose. If you look across all our sectors, they touch on the 17. You can't ring fence everything. So definitely, what we're talking about ring fencing, there are certain, even donors ring fence their grants. Right now, I think we are getting like the grants around 70 billion, which goes to counties. But they make sure that it's ring fenced in a manner that it has to go to that specific project in a specific area. So this may require quite a bit of gymnastics if you are to ring fence all the goals, the 17 of them, because you'll be ring fencing the entire 4 trillion when you know for sure that part of that 4 trillion is basically loans or debts. So it's a matter that I think is important that can be carried elsewhere. Can we stand?
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Is there anybody who hasn't signed the gala dinner? How many of us haven't signed? Please make sure you sign the gala dinner form, and I would ask the secretariat team to please pass it around. If it's on your table, pass it around so that those who haven't signed, sign. If you don't sign, I will be personally at the entrance of the gala nuggets, and you will miss the opportunity. I'm informed that all the counties, Homa Bay County, Mombasa County, Nakuru County, West Pokot County, Bungoma, Makueni, Nyeri County, Vihiga County, and Tana River County. So all the counties that are here and are participating in the panel on advancing devolution tomorrow, please see Jen. Where is she? She's at the back, right there. Very, very briefly. There's a Nokia phone that was left by the previous panelist, one of the previous panelists. David, it's you. Your gadget is here. I don't know if it's a gadget or a phone. That can be determined by the quality of the photos and other aspects in a totally different forum, yeah? Oh, Nokia near Liverpool. Now, please sign the forms. Thank you so much for your patience, resilience. Tomorrow we are starting at 8:30 yet again. The reason is, by around 3, I want to release you so you can go and sleep. Then mtokelezehe, unajua galadina. Let me tell you.